Hey guys, welcome back to the Open Chest Anime Podcast with your host, the Anime Collector. And joining me as always, my co-host, RHYS2753.
Hello. And also, we have Danjo Boagi.
Greetings, paisanos. Let's see what we're going over today.
FDDNM.
Okay. Yeah.
You smiled at that one.
Yeah, no, I'm like, well, I guess we're just going to not address FDDNM not being here because there wasn't a good segue. All right. So, jumping right into things, I'm going to let you know right now I'm going to be reading a lot this podcast because my brain feels real slow, and it's been very hard to compile the minimal amount of articles we actually had due to having to swap back to a night schedule. So this is going to be an interesting one, but we're just going to make it work. So if you guys want to support the Open Chest Anime Podcast, you can do so by liking this video, subscribing, sharing it with your friends, or giving us financial compensation for making fools of ourselves. And you can do that through many different ways, some of which would be like Super Chats and our Patreon. Now, if you hate the OCA Podcast Patreon, but you happen to love me, you can support me through the Anime Collector Patreon.
Tisk.
You can also do so by buying merchandise from stealthweeb.com. Of course, I'm logged in again, so you're seeing some new products I haven't quite pushed out yet. And other ones I removed because I don't want to compete with the official companies that finally decided this was a shirt worth selling. Anyway,
I've been in a shirt since, done.
Well, I didn't know about it. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Anyway, so continuing, we have stuff to talk about. So you guys know we've been kind of covering the whole Vic Mignogna thing, which has quickly evolved into the Ron Toye thing. Because Vic honestly does nothing on the internet, and Ron Toye is like allergic to doing nothing. So,
Pound one back and just a drink to Ron Toye.
No, I'm just I'm preparing. I'm preparing myself for the bullshit I get to cover. Oh God! All right, so you guys will recall either the last podcast or the podcast before that we talked about how Ron Toye went on the Knuckleheads podcast, played nice, and then after the podcast couldn't help himself but to make a new Twitter account and has just searched Vic Mignogna all day and just posting the same 4 images, like a series of, he cycles through like 3 different tweets that are just a copy and paste over and over again, right? Easily exceeding the amount of defamatory tweets he initially had the lawsuit brought against him for, right? And just like, he's basically doing the 400 tweet number every day, you know? So things have gotten way juicier, and we're going to talk about that now. And rip Frederick Daniel Douglas, Norman Maxwell, who isn't here to enjoy some of the hilarity. Okay, so we're on the Kiwi Farms here. I'm just realizing that I never actually checked that everything was kosher in the background. It looks okay. It's I think it's Chris Chan's Sonichu comic. Anyway, so Ron Toye has tweeted the FBI. Why not contact Homeland Security like Monica, right? So he said, so I have had a Vic stan. God, I hate that term. Hate it. Trying to play games at FBI Dallas. I have more of these emails this account has been sending. Who do I reach out to exactly to file a report? FDDNM is here, but he needs to connect his microphone and cam before he can be added to the stream.
Dun, dun, dun.
Okay, so this email is the one that I think, because again, I have Twitter notifications turned on for Ron, But the thing is that Twitter doesn't actually push notifications to you right when they come out. They actually save notifications to parcel out like little morsels to the masses at certain times during the day in order to get a response from you. So I've actually noticed that although he's tweeting zillions and zillions, he's spamming. He's actually spamming. Twitter has decided not to notify me of the spam, which is in some ways kind of nice, right? If it's the exact same tweet over and over and over again. Now, if you don't like these other peons, support me. The anime collector, the competent one. Couldn't have said it better myself.
Thanks, Master.
So, where was I? Yeah. So anyway, this is the first one that I saw in this saga. So I'm assuming the stuff that we're gonna go into, he started with this and came with the other stuff later. Okay. So it says here, subject, possible spam, external, responding. We should talk, right? Mr. Toy, either you know what materials I am referring to or you do not. If it was true, as you claim, that you have no knowledge of any such materials, then I certainly would not blackmail you. If you were to inform authorities, it says that you're, can you tell him that it says his connection, like he's not connecting his audio and video devices? And poor Frederick, Daniel, Douglas, Norman, Maxwell can't join the stream. Where was I? I certainly will not blackmail you. If you were to inform authorities of this correspondence, you would be put under scrutiny we both know you can't afford. Your threat is empty, right? So he basically called Ron's like bluff on reporting it to the authorities or whatever. So Ron, in obvious Ron fashion, is like, "Oh yeah, well, I'll blast it on Twitter and at the FBI," right? Because that works so well for Monica, right? So, I had no intention of blackmailing you, but I can assure you that involving the feds will bear no fruit. I am amused to note the smile that signifies that you are feeling stressed, which, by the way, I rewatched a portion of his deposition, and it is cringe hilarity how much he is smiling throughout it, because it's his anxiety trigger or whatever. Like it shows that he's under stress, right? It's his response. Anyway,
he's like that main character in Fire Force who smiles.
Exactly. They should have cast Ron Toye as Shinra or whatever his name is.
Yep, sure.
I'm considering sending certain videos to the FBI. I do not betray clients. However, you have made it quite clear you no longer consider us associates. The temptation is strong, but it may be seen as a displeasing precedent among my clients and associates. Our mutual associates do truly appreciate the funds you were able to funnel to them from Supreme Lending. They have been very helpful. Yours, Edith J. Robinhood, at for the email 0x4E6967676572 at Proton Mail. Augie, do you know what that string of numbers means?
Wouldn't that be URL?
The significance of the individual digits.
Yes. Do you know what 0x and then a string of numbers and letters means?
No.
It is the 0x indicates a hexadecimal code.
Okay.
Okay. So for shits and gigs, I think we should plug this into a hexadecimal translator, right? So all I have to do is take that string of numbers and we'll change it from text to hex numbers for hex numbers to text and find out who he's been corresponding with. Oh dear.
Well. Oh,
This is what he sent to the FBI. I'm sure they're gonna take it. I'm sure they're gonna take it real seriously.
ooh. Oh. Well, he dug his grave if they ever care to translate that.
Yeah, so continuing here. So he tweeted this, he got some replies. Sounds like something at Proton Mail should look into. Yes, they should. I have nothing to hide, but they sure seem anxious. I would welcome a full and complete investigation. That sounds like blackmail to me. They look like they are trying to set up something against Vic Mignogna or me, but I do not take this lightly, and I want to move forward with an investigation. I've moved past not making fun of people for the way they talk. So here's again, I'm not actually sure what order these go in, but I'm pretty sure that was one of the last ones, right? The one that we read originally. So I think this is now him posting them in order. Most of the correspondence, skipping a lot of them, okay? Or skipping certain replies from himself. So these are what they said originally. Mr. Toye, does this mean you wish to be refunded? Oh, shit. No, they're not in order. Damn it. Okay, we're just going to read it. We're going to read it the way that Kiwi Farms decided to present it and hope it makes sense. Mr. Toy, does this mean you wish to be refunded for the material you purchased from me? I am not unreasonable. You will, of course, understand that destruction of the pizza in question must be confirmed before a refund can be issued. I'm sorry to part ways, Mr. Toy, but wish you well in all your future enterprises. If I may ask, have you found an alternate provider with more appealing or more affordable product? If so, would you be willing to put me in contact with them? I'm always looking to widen my network and stay competitive in the pizza market. Will Monica wish a refund on the material she purchased as well? Truly yours, Edith J. Robin Hood. Now, I don't think I have to tell our audience what capital pizza is probably meant to be representing, but just in case I do, I'm sure this is a reference to the WikiLeaks emails of John Podesta's correspondences where they seemed to be using coded language that the FBI has through investigation, come to the realization that cheese pizza is referenced to like an underage girl, right? And there's a whole bunch of cheese pizza also being the initials of CP or child porn, right? And it's like a coded language used by pedophiles and people of that ilk in order to communicate out in the open without raising tremendous suspicion. Right, to speak euphemistically using coded language. Hold on a second. What's up?
If you hear a death scream, can you come check it out?
I mean, obviously.
Okay. I should be able to hear it.
Okay.
Leave the door open, but just in case.
All right. I'll do my best not to let the kids die while you're outside for a second.
Okay, 5 minutes.
Just make sure they don't stick any metal in the outlets or something.
They have slimes.
Okay, cool. Okay. All right. Anyway, so yeah. So and again, this seems like an obvious, like, not even entrapment. It's just a troll, right? Will Monica want a refund on the materials she purchased as well? It's like, that's like somebody. There's an episode of Home Movies. This comes to mind. There's an episode of Home Movies where Brendan and his mom are at the supermarket, and then it turns out that like pretty much all the characters in the show are at the supermarket at the same time, and they keep running into each other. And there's a part where Coach McGurk runs into Ron Lynch, the other teacher, and he's like, "Hey, what are you doing here?" He's like, "What? Adult diapers? I had no idea." You know, like he's saying it super loud, so like to draw attention. I feel like that's kind of what's going on here. Like the conversation might not even be like coherent, right? That Monica Like, you just say this stuff, right? So that then it gets out there when Toye is dumb enough to put it on Twitter and at the FBI, and then it just starts the conspiracy wheels turning and all that. So anyway, I don't know. I'm not putting any stock in it, is what I'm getting at. But it is quite funny, right? That I mean, the Proton Mail account in general. So anyway, we got another one here. Mr. Toye, as my alias might suggest, I offer justice outside of conventional bounds. I can help you regain control of the situation and your life in a way that your lawyers cannot. For instance, how might the tune of your detractors on Twitter change if Mr. Mignogna was found to have child pornography in an FBI raid on his house? Similarly, imagine if Beard Harris was bankrupted or otherwise unable to go on with the appeal process. Please understand that your lawyers and their actions are bound in ways that may not be in your best interests. I can make your wildest dreams come true, and very little is off the table. Of course, there are no strings leading back to you. I am discreet and work only with professionals. My rates are a bit higher than some others might be, but that's because I deliver the best service and an absolute guarantee of service, discretion, and that your name will never be tied to anything. The only place your name does or will exist is in this throwaway email and in my head. You can trust me. For the position I occupy, betraying just one customer means losing all of my contacts. I have more to lose from betraying you than you do. I can help you set things to rights and give you back your peace. Right? That's not a Vic stan, as you would like to claim. That's clearly someone trying to stir up crap, and you're buying it as some kind of Vic stan. To anyone with a logical mind, this looks incredibly fake and easy to see that this is obviously fabricated. We will find out. It's abundantly clear that this is a fake/fabricated email, Ron. This is fake and fabricated email, Ron. Like, it's not that difficult to fake an email. All you need is Photoshop, and since you've been using photos from a group that publicly admitted to using such software to forge photos for you and Monica to use and have. That is a horribly constructed sentence. Reborn exists, and you should be sad. You seem awfully triggered by this. Did you send these emails? It sounds like you are making weird threats against Vic Mignogna, Ty Beard, Ricada Media, and more. Weird that you didn't at Vic. I wonder if your lawyer told you, like, if you have to talk, at least don't talk straight to him. You could be talking about a different Vic, as long as you don't at him. So we got this one, Mr. Toye. We should talk. I can provide assistance that you can't get elsewhere. I can silence Ricada and even arrange things so BHBH gives up Beard Harris Bulkin Hughes, even though it's not Beard Harris Bulkin Hughes anymore. It's there's a new one. It's Martinez Sue is in there or whatever. Anyway, gives up on appeals and hands over fees. I could ensure that all the stress you've been under the past year are behind you forever. I'm on your side, Mr. Toye. Think of me as your fairy godmother. All right. So here we go. Mr. Toye, does this mean that you wish to be refunded on the material you purchased from me? I am not unreasonable. You will, of course, understand that destruction of the pizza in question must be confirmed before a refund can be issued. I'm sorry to part ways, Mr. Toye, but wish you well in all your future enterprises. If I may ask, have you found an alternate provider? Blah, blah, blah. I already read all that. Will Monica wish for refund? Why is this, like, structured differently? Isn't this the same thing we just read, but with, like, a significantly more gaps in it? That's weird. Hey, oh, here, now he's adding Vic. Hey, at Vic Mignogna, I know you won the lawsuit you filed, but I want to let you know someone is reaching out making weird threats. Anyway, so, make of that what you will. But for a quick breakdown that I thought summed it up pretty nicely. Do I have this right? 1. Ron was contacted by someone offering services to fix his case by illegal means. 2. Ron and Monica bought certain information that seems to be pizza related. 3, Ron found out that this might not do what he wanted, so he wanted a refund. 4, Ron went to his lawyers asking, "What do I do after this fuck up?" 5, Ron then posts all of this on Twitter to try to play victim, but still looks very guilty of buying something that may be CP. 6, Ron was trying to buy fake evidence to ruin Vic. Go after Nick and Ty. Did I miss anything? So yeah, I mean, it sure doesn't look good. And this has been the most amazing court case to follow because Ron is like on the verge of a psychotic episode, right? Like he is about to crack, and I really hope he gets help before then. But the problem is he can't afford to get help because all of his money is going to his lawyers, right? So this is going to be an interesting. Go ahead.
Isn't there a reason why your lawyer can serve you alcohol while in consultation?
What?
Want to speak? For certain consultations with a lawyer to try to get the client to relax, saying to remember more things, in theory, they can serve them alcohol.
Why wouldn't they be able to serve you alcohol unless you're underage?
Right. Well, let's hope that's not happening in there.
All right. So that's I'm more bringing this up because I'm like, I just want to see where this goes because I feel like we're far from over with the saga of pizza. So continuing, there's a couple things that I want to address that I've been kind of holding back and the articles have been building and building. So Trump banned Tencent, especially TikTok. On August 6th, the President of the United States issued an executive order banning WeChat and any transactions to do with Tencent holdings. Section 1 of the executive order does emphatically state, after 45 days of the passing of the order, all transactions with WeChat and Tencent will be prohibited. Section 1B goes on to provide exemptions for pre-existing contracts or licenses made prior to the issuance of the order. Section 2 renders and defines any actions attempting to circumnavigate or circumvent this order as illegal under the Emergency Powers Act, which is outlined in Section 5. So, basically, look, I've been kind of telling you guys for a long time that I'm pretty sure that we're going to have the next World War in the next 10 to 20 years, right? And I think it's going to happen much sooner than that. And I haven't really articulated properly yet, I think, that when you think about war, you can only look backwards at what war looked like, right? So, like, the most recent war in our memory is maybe the Iraq War. And before that, it's the World War II, let's say, or Vietnam, or before that, World War II, right? But if you look back at World War II, that looked almost nothing like World War I. You know what I mean? The technology was so different in just that short amount of time, right? Now, for an actual world war, not a skirmish with, like a firefight in the Middle East, right? But an actual world war, it isn't going to look like a firefight. And that's what's been really tricky with what China's been doing, is that people notice when you sink their ships or firebomb their cities. People notice that. But you don't necessarily notice it when people are using cyber warfare against you. You don't necessarily notice it when they are stealing your data or when they are spying or, whatever. It's not something you notice as often. So they've been like inching over the line. And I mean, they're like miles past the line by now, but they've been doing it so incrementally and so slowly and in such a way that the average person doesn't even know it's happening. And you never would, because there's no obvious footprint. I mean, like I said, you firebomb a city, there's aftermath that you can see. But if you steal intellectual property, if you steal people's data, if you're siphoning off their personal information and whatnot, they aren't noticing the repercussions of that, right? Now, what we've got going on So first of all, I'll just address real quick that the Japanese Liberal Democratic Party has been proposing a ban on Chinese apps, primarily TikTok as well. And even though it's like way structured weird because of the highlight, India has already banned TikTok, right? So we're actually late to the party finally, because everybody, like I said, you don't even notice that it's happening unless you're paying attention. And so when Trump said China all the time, right? Always talking about China. The people who were against him used it as a way to ridicule him because people had no reason to believe, the average person didn't have any idea anything was going on, right? Now, of course, the countries directly surrounding China, like Japan, are going to be feeling the effects of this much sooner. And there's been stuff going on. Japan now scrambling jets against all Chinese fighters from Fujian amid Senkaku Row. So the Senkakus are like a series of islands, like an archipelago, that are disputed. The land is disputed as whether or not it's owned by Japan or China. Very much like Crimea in Ukraine being disputed between whether or not it is Russian or Ukraine, Now I want to just share some of these other related stories because I think the headlines really say what you need to hear for the general idea of what I'm trying to convey. China's patrols around Japan held Senkakus planned years earlier. Ex-Coast Guard, hold on. Okay, cool. China's patrols around Japan held Senkakus planned years earlier, ex-Coast Guard chief says. Japan protests China's renaming of seabed zones around Senkaku Islands. Again, this is like when they start. This is what Russia did with Crimea. They started just on Russian TV. They started showing Crimea as part of Russia in their weather report, right? That's like that incremental move. It's like you don't notice because they're not firebombing, but that's something you start doing and people are like, what the fuck? That's not Russia. Like you start to that is the drawing the line in the sand, calling out your opponent kind of thing, Chinese ships sail in Japanese territorial waters near Senkakus for 39 hours, longest since 2012. China delivers unusual demand that Japanese fishing boats not trespass in its waters. Continuing. Chinese fishermen told not to approach Senkakus as Beijing seeks to avoid frictions. More here. Japan now scrambling. That's the one we just read, actually. China's 100-day push near Senkaku Islands comes at unsettling time for Sino-Japanese ties. U.S. Forces chief pledges to help Japan with Chinese ships near Senkakus. Right? Typhoon ends 111-day streak of Chinese ships near Senkaku. So this is a disputed land that can be the spark that ignites that next, conflict, So anyway, I just want to throw that out there because I feel like, like I was looking at this infographic. Somebody was talking about the difference between insight and wisdom. And insight is like the ability to see things forthcoming. And wisdom is the ability to draw the path from point A to point B, right? And it's like, I wouldn't say that I have the articulation or even the wisdom to see how this is going to unfold, but I see it on the horizon. And I have since we started the podcast pretty much. And I just like it. I don't know. It's stressing me out. So I wanted to share that with you because I don't want things to catch us by surprise because I think that the writing's on the wall. Now, continuing here, we got to switch gears here to a discussion about Disney. Now, again, this here, rumor. This is a editorialization by Kevin, who I don't know, that Disney is in full panic mode, but it seems to support the claims, right? Or it seems to support the evidence, rather. So to put it as succinctly as possible, Disney is royally screwed. Their direct-to-consumer streaming service, Disney Plus, failed to attract paying subscribers, rather, and is projected to cost the company $1.1 billion in the third quarter alone. How much did they want to sell Crunchyroll to Sony for? $1.5 billion?
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Hey, Sony, would you like to buy a profitable company off of us for $1.5 billion, right? Now, but over here, Disney, with their own platform, has lost $1.1 billion in just the third quarter alone. All right? Making matters worse, the continued reaction to COVID-19 has nuked their revenue generation, forcing the company to take on billions in debt just to cover operations. There is concern over whether the parks will be able to remain open as Florida continues to generate spurious numbers, referring to the COVID confirmed cases. That's not the worst of the company's newfound woes. As everyone is aware by now, Twitter got hacked. It is unknown how long the mysterious Kurt had access to Twitter's administration tools, but the gravest concern is that the real intention of the operation was to hijack DMs. And as I recall, they've admitted that DMs were like downloaded using the collect my data feature or whatever Twitter has. But Twitter claimed that it wasn't anybody who was verified, right? There weren't any like super important people, public figures and whatnot, politicians. I think that's impossible. I think that's absurd. That's Twitter knowing that
I wouldn't think that the man behind the curtain at Disney would be a verified account anyway.
Okay, but what I'm talking about is the Twitter hack in general. And what I'm saying is that that sounds to me, that statement of like, oh yeah, well, people had their data taken, but it wasn't anybody who was verified. That sounds to me as Twitter knowing that they are absolutely fucked and just hoping that they can save face long enough to have an exit strategy for the top members, the top people at Twitter who are going to jump ship before things go. And under the hopes that DMs and things like that don't cause significant problems. Because see, here's the thing. DMs can't cause problems for anybody unless you're talking about something illegal, unethical, or that goes against your outward-facing appearance at your company, right? So, like, you claim X, but you actually practice Y, right? We hire, minorities because we value diversity of opinion. But then the email say you got to hire another black so that the woke people will buy our stuff, or something like that.
Yeah.
That's the kind of thing. So, under the assumption, you're making a pretty big leap of faith to say that like there isn't going to be anything that's going to come back to bite you. But it sounds to me like there's no way you would hack Twitter and have all that power and not utilize something unless when they shut down, perhaps when Twitter, because what happened during the Twitter hack is that Twitter made it so that verified accounts couldn't tweet. So maybe they had locked down all the verified accounts, and maybe they're telling the truth and that none of the verified accounts got their stuff taken because they had put them on lockdown as soon as they found out what was going on, Anyway, but continuing. This is just, seriously, listen to what they say here. This is just my opinion as a mild-mannered supervillain. But if I caught any of my minions posting sensitive information on a platform the feds didn't have to work hard to get access to, well, let's just say they wouldn't have a need for a resume where they're going. It's patently absurd Disney failed to instruct key staff on the importance of not transmitting sensitive information through unsecured channels. But according to WDW Pro, that is what's occurring. So WDW Pro is a person with a very successful track record with insider information. Keep in mind, the hackers would have had access to the sum total of all the personal messages ever sent on the platform. Users may delete them, but companies keep them for their records in case police or federal agents ever come knocking looking for them. To combat this, Disney's legal team has advised affected members to delete their Twitter accounts. Remember when I've talked in the past about all the SJW bullshit, especially regarding the Vic Mignogna stuff, and I just said, look, if I ran a business, I don't think I'd even have a social media team. I don't even want a presence on social media or if I do, it's going to just be me, you know?
Yeah. But you're the one who has full control over everything.
Yeah, because this goes back to Funimation's tweet saying we don't condone harassment of any kind, right? And then in court having to say, oh no, we didn't say that Vic Mignogna was a sexual harasser or abuser. And if we certainly didn't say that. And if we had, it would have been defamation because we don't believe those things and it's not true, right? That they had to say that in court. Anyway, to what desired effect is unknown regarding the deleting their accounts. For the sensitive information they don't want out is already out there. Delete your account isn't going to help them. And even after deleting the account, the records are still going to be in Twitter's system. Yes, but here's the thing. And I mean this with sincerity here. If Twitter got hacked that easily, you don't want to do business on Twitter anymore. So of course you want your people to delete their accounts. Like, get the fuck off of there. You know, when you see a vulnerability that significant, don't take chances going forward. It doesn't matter if they had stuff previously leaked. You're not giving the hacker an opportunity to come back for more, or any other team, because apparently it's fucking easy to get in. Anyway, further complicating their woes, the Trump administration and U.S. government have begun passing legislation that bans any action that directly or indirectly harms the citizens of Hong Kong or provides the Chinese administration support in doing so. So this is there's not enough time to talk about this, but it's kind of about the stuff with Free Hong Kong, right? Anyway, I don't have time to go into it, but putting the fear of God into Disney, Attorney General Barr made a public statement that the Justice Department was fully aware several members of the CCP, Chinese Communist Party, were working for Disney's Shanghai's management, some with plaques proudly proclaiming their allegiances sitting on their desks. Again, you recognize when somebody is firebombing your city.
Going Paul Harvey on the delivery there, don't you?
Do you recognize when a communist regime is infiltrating mega corporations in your country through their foreign branches in their own country? Do you notice that? Do you notice it when all of a sudden they cast Tilda Swinton as the Tibetan monk? Because you can't have Tibet represented in China. Right? Like, these are things that have been happening over a long period of time that people have. I mean, some of us have noticed it. Some of us have been talking about the whole time, for sure. But I'm saying the general public isn't paying attention. And why should they be? This isn't something you'd ever really consider, because war up until this moment has been something you see in the movies and immediately identify what it is. It's obvious, you know, firefights, explosions. You don't recognize subversion. Anyway, to add further to the company's woes, in the past 24 hours, there was a major breach of security at Twitter. While the news media is mostly focusing on a Bitcoin scheme that was part of the Twitter hack, Disney and other companies are much more concerned about the seemingly true issue that hackers had access to all direct messages on the platform for verified accounts. I am told that a small minority of individuals within the company and linked to the company through various current and former projects may have had information within those direct messages that would be damaging. Disney Legal has advised individuals who may have had damaging information in their direct messages to delete their Twitter accounts, and at least one individual of significant stature has elected to do so. There is real fear in Burbank that hackers have information about the company, about individuals within the company, etc., which would be particularly unpleasant to have released in the public sphere. So I think what's actually happened, believe it or not, is that they are deleting their accounts and then creating a fresh new account with the same @ handle. Right? Now they lose all of their followers and stuff, but it's a reset in terms of their DMs and those records. I'm not saying that government couldn't easily get in there if they had to subpoena them for one reason or another and find all that stuff. But this is also kind of like what Ron did of getting his account torpedoed, right? And all the DMs that he probably had, because, he was talking to everybody, including Nick Rekieta, right? You get that account torpedoed, those DMs disappear, at least, from the public view of any of the people in those conversations. Oh, I can't provide those to your interrogatories for the discovery because I don't have access to that account anymore. It's like, okay, well, I hope that Beard Harris and Vic Mignogna are willing to go for the jugular and subpoena Twitter over it to get those records. I hope that they're willing to do that. I really do. Anyway, but it still gets worse. Also, within the past 24 hours, the Trump administration has dropped the hammer on the Walt Disney Company. First, there was an executive order in regards to Hong Kong, which can absolutely affect Disney employees and Disney company plans. Attorneys for the company are currently reading through the executive order and seeking guidance from the Trump administration as to how the company can avoid seizure of property due to potentially aiding in the harming of Hong Kong citizens' democratic rights via indirect means. Okay, yeah. I mean, look, Apple and Disney especially are fucked because they're so deeply embedded with the Chinese government that I don't see an untangling happening quickly, but continuing, because of the broad and non-specific language in the executive order, Hong Kong Disney may stay closed indefinitely, regardless of the COVID situation there. Furthermore, in a speech on July 16th, Attorney General Barr made headlines with a speech in which he disclosed the number of Chinese Communist Party officials working in Shanghai Disney management, including the number who have communist insignia on their desks, hammer and sickle, in the Chinese version with the stars and stuff. This sent a ripple through the Disney company as they realized that U.S. intelligence has inside information about their Shanghai operations and are confident enough to release that information. This puts the company in an exceedingly difficult place, stray from China's demands, and everything can be taken like in the NBA situation. Act in China's interest, and the United States Justice Department may now come calling. So, now 2 questions arise from this report. Will the Justice Department proceed with legal action against Disney, and were any DMs taken? To the first, only time will tell. Either the Justice Department will attempt to get legal action ahead of the 2020 elections, or they'll stall until they know who will be writing their checks in 2021. As for the DMs, Twitter has confirmed they've been taken. Here's what Twitter support said. We are continuing our forensic review of all the accounts to confirm all actions that have been taken. For up to 8 of the Twitter accounts involved, the attackers took the additional step of downloading the account's information through our Your Twitter data tool. We are reaching out directly to any account owner where we know this to be true. Twitter has not... Hey, FDDNM still can't join. Twitter has not specified who the 8 accounts are, or if the issue is isolated to just the 8 accounts, so Disney may have good reason to be panicking. Reasons they wouldn't have if they simply stuck to their corporate mission of producing entertainment rather than Marxist propaganda. Again, this is an editorialization. If they'd never attempt to subvert our expectations, never ridiculed or mocked their customers, they'd have nothing to worry about right now. I mean...
Sup, bitches?
Hey, Frederick Daniel Douglas Norman Maxwell is here.
Yes, FDDNM here.
All right. All right. So, a couple more things here. These would be quicker, though. A&E gets woke and goes broke by losing 49% of viewers after dropping live PD. So... between July 11th and July 19th, A&E's viewership was down to 498,000, a 49% drop-off in year-over-year ratings. They saw a 55% decline in the 18 to 49-year-old demographic and a 53% decline in the 25 to 50 to 54 demographic after canceling. I'm sorry, 18 to 49 and 25 to 54. There's a pretty significant overlap there. After canceling Live PD as a response to the demands from cultural Marxists to, quote, defund the police and to, quote, cancel police-oriented programming on national and cable television. Live PD accrued $292 million in advertising for A&E back in 2019. That's just advertising. During the first quarter of 2020, they managed $95 million in advertising, thanks once again to Live PD. Since A&E is co-owned by Disney, it should come as no shock that they're willing to throw money away in order to promote a very specific social justice messaging. Remember, to cultural Marxists, it's not about the money, it's about the message. So how long will shareholders be willing to bleed money from parent companies that see their subsidiaries going broke? Continuing. So, and just, you know, Live PD was basically Cops except live or something like that. Cartoon Brew. Walt Disney Company posts first quarterly loss in almost 20 years. In 2019, the Walt Disney Company closed the mega acquisition of 21st Century Fox and bestrode the box office like the Hulk. This year, 2020, its fortunes have reversed. Few entertainment companies, if any, have been as badly hit by the coronavirus. Largely as a result of the pandemic, Disney has posted its first quarterly loss in decades. And here are the details. Disney lost $4.72 billion in the 3 months ending June 27th, with total revenue falling 42% to $11.8 billion. So almost half of their revenue cut, right? The company earned a profit of $1.43 billion in the same quarter last year. So they lost $4.72 billion in that quarter, the second quarter. But last year they earned 1.43. That's staggering, right? Like, it's one thing to lose 1.43 billion because you came out even. It's another thing to not only not get that money, but lose an additional 4.72. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So revenues from its theatrical, theme park, and live sports businesses were severely dented by the pandemic. Costs relating to its Fox acquisition, including integration expenses and severance pay, were also a factor. The direct-to-consumer and international division was the only one to report an increase in year-over-year revenue. Because everybody's stuck at home and all they have is streaming, right? In less than 9 months, Disney Plus has passed 60 million subscribers, a milestone Netflix took around 8 years to reach. Well, two things. First of all, when Netflix started, streaming was the new thing. Not everybody adopted it right away. But number two, these 60 million subscribers aren't 60 million paying subscribers. Disney Plus has offered like a year free or whatever to a lot of people. Yeah, many of their subscribers aren't paying.
I think new Verizon customers get a year free too.
Yeah. So like, this doesn't mean anything. This is a bet. That's what this is. This is a bet that they're going to get a huge payout from the, let's say, 10%, which is still 6 million people, right? Mm-hmm. That decide to actually start paying for Disney Plus once their free trial ends, basically, right? Combined with subscribers to Disney's other streaming services like Hulu and ESPN Plus, Disney has over 100 million subscribers. But again, many of those subscribers aren't paying subscribers. So it's not like you have 100 million subscribers who are giving you, $5 a month. That's $500 million a month times 12 per year. You know what I mean? Like, that's not how that works. Mm-hmm. The company revealed that the much delayed Mulan, this being the live action reimagining of Mulan,
Without Mushu.
will launch on Disney Plus as a premium rental, costing around $30 in the US and other territories. Pardon. Disney CEO Bob Chapek called this strategy a, quote, one-off, but added that Disney Plus is now the company's top priority. No, of course it is, because what else do you have? You know, all of your... oh, yeah, FDM, I'm sorry. Our Lord and Master said that you need to apologize. Oh, he's not even here. he's booted again.
You abandoned ship before he had to.
Yeah, as soon as he saw that tweet, he's like, oh, shit, I better duck. Or that message, not tweet. Anyway, so yeah, I heard that at the shareholder meeting, they said that, people asked, is this how you're going to be releasing movies from now? He said, well, no, this is a one-off. But we're going to pay close attention to see how it goes, you know, which is to say it's a trial. They're trial running this to see if this is how they're going to release movies now because of the coronavirus, which I wouldn't doubt. And the thing is about this is that when you release a movie like this, it immediately is on the torrent sites because somebody can just screen record the version that you uploaded, right? One paying person puts it out there for everybody else, kind of thing, you know. Now eventually it's all going to go this way, and I think like we're gonna be discussing things like Kiss Anime going down and whatnot in this podcast, but I think largely companies need to start observing the reality that franchises is where you make your money. And what I mean by that is you have to develop brands that you could give away for free, knowing that the merchandising rights of the brands you created are going to be where you make your money. Because somebody can download whatever easily. They can download it super easily, but you can't download a backpack that you found when you went shopping. You know, I mean, bootlegs exist for sure. And that's always going to be an issue that they're still going to be chasing down. But my point is, if you make a successful brand, then it shouldn't matter how much it costs for people to be introduced to that brand. You know what I mean? You'd almost want to give it away because it's an investment in getting people attached to that character and that franchise. Footnum's back.
Let's give it another, shall we?
Hey, you need to apologize and kiss our boots. Our Lord and Master demands it.
So that's like 10 shirtless squats?
Sorry. Oh my god.
That's like 10 shirtless what?
Squats.
Squats, okay.
But then Satan would actually not be getting ripped off then.
Well, that's Satan's fault.
Yeah, you're the only person who can say you've legitimately cucked Satan. So for anybody who hasn't been here for a while and doesn't know the inside joke happening, two things. I asked, so FDM was supposed to go to the gym tonight instead of doing the podcast with us, but we convinced him not to. And I repeatedly asked him to do squats in the background on stream because it would help with the thumbnail I had planned to make. And number two, at one point when we first got super chats, a YouTube follower of ours named Satan666 or whatever his name was.
Yes, I picked out FDDNM to show his nipples. He gave a super chat directly to FDM with the request that he show his nipple on stream. Anyway, and it never happened. So that's why I think
Satan became quite less frequent watching the streams, and I believe the reason he stopped watching is because he never got his money's worth.
And Satan's like the worst trade deal ever.
Okay. Anyway, where was I? Okay. Chapek also announced a new streaming service under the Star brand it inherited from Fox. It will include content from ABC, FX, Freeform, Searchlight, and 20th Century Studios, which we'll talk about in just a second. Disney shares have rallied nearly 12% in the last 2 days, buoyed by the good streaming news. However, they're still down around 12% on the year. Disney's ill-considered decision to reopen the Walt Disney World Resort in Orlando while the pandemic rages through the state of Florida has been profitable for the company, but less so than it had expected. It's worth noting that while that while Walt Disney World is operating at a positive net contribution level, the upside we are seeing from reopening is less than we'd originally expected, given the recent surge in COVID-19 cases in Florida, Disney CFO Christine McCarthy said on their earnings call. The company's last quarterly loss came in early 2001. So this is the last time they actually reported a loss. And it was only $567 million. Okay. How much did we just say? What are they at? $4.72 billion. That's almost 10 times as much. Right? Anyway, continuing. I'm gonna circle back to cover something else. Disney. If you want to succeed, there are few options for you. But in these trying times of the coronavirus, I present to you a movie that requires no actual sets or people being in the same place because it's computer generated for the most part. The Alita Army isn't one to back down, and they've once again taken to Twitter to drum up enthusiasm for a sequel to James Cameron and director Robert Rodriguez's Alita Battle Angel movie. We previously saw them pop up in December of 2019, and they're coming together to remind Disney, the current owner of 20th Century Fox, that the fan fervor for a follow-up is alive and well. So, two things. Again, if Disney is smart, they'll jump on this. Except that this also didn't really make a lot of money, so Disney will see it as not an immediate, what do you call it? Priority, right? They're going to want to do big things.
Let's keep the Marvel
like reboot
going.
Star Wars again. This time with all handicapped people.
Oh God.
and POC.
Yeah. So anyway, also the thing about 20th Century Fox is that Disney removes Fox from TV studios, revives Touchstone. Disney is rebranding its TV studios to remove the Fox name from two of them. Nearly a year and a half after acquiring 20th Century Fox Television and Fox 21 TV studios, Disney is changing the former to simply 20th Television, while the latter will become Touchstone Television. Additionally, ABC Studios and its subsidiary ABC Signature Studios are folding into one unit that will now be called ABC Signature. The decision to remove Fox from two of the studio's names was part of the larger $71.3 billion deal between Disney and 21st Century Fox. Our new studio names and logos mark a new day for ABC Signature, 20th Television, and Touchstone Television, while honoring their rich histories and the creative power of the Walt Disney Company. Honoring them. Yes, it is such an honor to have the part of my name that is, let's just fucking rip it out of there. All right.
That's so stupid.
Now, last thing before we take a quick break for our normal programming, we talked about a voice actor from Japan who contracted the coronavirus in the last podcast. And in the short days since there, I have to report that he recovered.
Yay!
So after 2 negative PCR tests, Seki had recovered from COVID-19 and been discharged from the hospital. I kind of feel like he's going to contract it again, weirdly, or maybe it was a false positive. I keep hearing these stories about people in the U.S. going to try to get a test and the line being so long that they leave without actually getting the test, and then they get results back from a test they didn't take that says they're positive. So, who knows anything anymore? But enough about that. Let's jump into some pickups.
FDDNM's gone again.
Pickups.
Yep, I don't have any.
Politics.
I might. Oh no, whine and cry about it. I might have stuff in the in the mailbox, but my mailbox has been completely empty for the last 4 days straight for some reason. So
Okay.
I don't know. So Reese,
Yeah.
I do not have anything.
right.
I've been here since before last podcast. I'm finally gonna go home and.
So you're telling me? Oh, okay. Yeah. So maybe when you get home, you're gonna find that the storm left.
I don't think I don't have anything out of home either. So.
No, what I'm saying is maybe when you get home, you'll find that the storm left half of Right Stuff's warehouse on your front lawn.
No. We left after we got power back.
Okay. You are missing the point. I'm talking about our thumbnail with you.
I'm talking about You're talking about the storm from last week.
I'm talking about how we discussed in the last podcast that Right Stuff's inventory got pulled up into a tornado and landed on your front porch.
The storm happened on Monday. We left on Wednesday.
Okay. All right. Anyway.
All right.
So I guess that means it's your time to shine, Augie. Don't
right.
fail us now.
So what I got is Sayuki Gaiden finally completing Sayuki. But oh my God, we know about the China tension about that one island. It's been going on for like 20 years. However, I do agree with tensions of trade and the hacking. Fine, that's going to cause more the stir than anything. When they finally attack and it's publicized one of our ships or something going down, yeah, we'll enter a war, but not at the moment. So that's my 2 cents on the China thing. There you go. Like the spotlight. So are we going to talk about anime for the rest of this?
I'm trying to get my AirPods to connect. Oh, there it goes. Okay.
Okay.
I'm trying to swap it.
Now, I'm not whining, but oh my God, that was like
so
2 hours.
Let's jump in. Okay, I don't know why the Kickstarter's down for me. I'm going to try to get the live page again, but I had to. Brave has this great functionality in it where it will let me, like, if a page won't load. There we go. It's loading. Okay, cool. But if a page doesn't load, it lets me look for a cached version of it. So anyway, we're here. 40,000.
Yeah.
It's going to get made. 13 days still left. So I've got to know who took the plunge to get them over the threshold.
What was that slight spike there, money wise?
That's what I'm saying. Who took the plunge to get it over the threshold? Oh, is this this is in yen. Whereas this is in, yeah, let's switch that so we can see. Okay, so the goal was 4 million yen. So it went from 3,622,000 yen to 3,800,000 yen to over 4 million. So it definitely trended upwards at one point. I don't know why. Maybe our amazing podcast did it for them, and they should give us the role of the that one guy who gets killed like probably right away. So let's see.
I also noticed like a better advertising campaign through the different Facebook groups and different articles as of recently. So maybe that contributed, maybe not. Not for sure.
No, it was us, I'm sure. It was us. We did it. You're welcome. Okay, so I'm trying to find.
That one guy looked like he was in a good therapy right there. Makes you wonder what's happening below the screen.
Okay, so if they get another 500,000 yen, then they will get. So correct me if I'm wrong. God, this is dumb.
What's dumb?
They can't ship this to Japan.
So why
anywhere in the world?
If they can't ship to Japan, why is it in yen?
Yeah, that was my question. Like, I know that they're based in Japan, but it was kind of a dumb move. They should have done it in U.S. dollars, which is the world reserve currency, at least right now. So it seems weird to me that they put this in a abstraction, because I thought they couldn't ship it to Japan because the purpose of making this is that they want to do the uncensored version you can't see in Japan.
Yeah.
right? That's part of it. So weird.
Aren't they at that premium packaging goal?
No.
Or what was the total amount? Hold up.
The goal was 400 or was 4 million, and they're
okay. They're
okay. Almost there. They're about 200,000 yen away.
Yeah.
But I mean, they'll probably get there. They're definitely not there yet. Oh my God, it takes forever to get back down there. So the premium packaging though is literally like a slipcase. Am I wrong?
That's what it looks like. Slipcase with a
maybe
kind of similar to like a Sentai Filmworks release.
And you know what? I'm pretty sure this isn't even 4 pages. It's probably this is the front side and that's the back side or something. You know, like it's literally a piece of paper folded in half. The link doesn't work for the Facebook thing. Random 11, are you a member of the Facebook group? Here, if you're saying that because you're sad that you can't get it. First of all, I can't publish the doc right now. Like I'll show you. First of all, I'm just going to post this in the comments here so that you can access it if you want to, if this is what you're trying to get to. Random 11. I probably should have.
Yeah, I can't get to it either. It says insufficient permission.
Yeah, I've noticed. Okay, so Facebook thinks that I'm spamming because here I'll try to do it on stream so you can see the pain and suffering I go through. Publish update. Come on. Can't share this link because Facebook is racist against JapanTimes.co and Yomiuri.co. They don't like Japanese news sites. Thank God Sora News 24 is not a .co. So I can't post this. And like I can't show you guys the updated stuff. And what I have to do is every once in a while I can get past it and I can get that document in there. But what's extra annoying is that we have a master doc in the podcast group that holds all the previous docs in it as a quick way to grab them, you know, to get to those links. And every single goddamn time I try to add the next, like the reason I go like 10 or 12 podcasts in a row without actually updating that. Well, I guess we know that's definitely not Random 11 who just wanted to, you keep changing my name, bro. Why are you doing this to me?
The wide surprise.
Don't act like I didn't notice it the first time and switch it back. Okay, let me.
Never said anything.
You've been double wide surprised for the whole podcast.
I changed it when I came back. Oh no! Oh shit! I just lost the changes to that doc.
Uh-oh.
God damn. I thought he was going to say you're demonetized for double white surprise being your name.
Oh, we're demonetized for Ron Toye's name being uttered from my mouth. Okay. Random 11. I forgot. Sorry, Random 11. I just called you wrong. No. You'll never forgive me for that. Random 11 says that definitely isn't me. LMAO. No, I'm not part of the group. So the group should be public. You shouldn't have a hard time accessing the doc.
Yeah, I can't get to it. I can't get to it through the YouTube one.
So anyway, back to what I was trying to say. The doc that exists as a way to grab the other docs quickly, like I click on the master doc podcast in reverse numerical order, right? The reason I don't update that until we've gone like 10 or 12 past is because every single link in that doc is to another Facebook URL doc. But even still, Facebook says, hey, no Japan Times articles in here. It's like, fuck you, Facebook. God, I hate Facebook. Anyway, so yeah, I just totally fucked up here, and I'm gonna need to Command Shift T to reopen all the closed tabs, so that I can try to put them back in later. I hate this.
So as you're trying to figure that out, AC, what other shows have you been watching lately?
I don't watch other shows. I work like 80% of my life, and I do the podcast for the other 10%.
Random 11 suggests maybe try Bitly or.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea. I might do that just to.
What's Bitly for the audience?
There's probably a Bitly or URL shortener Chrome extension I could probably use. That might actually make this totally doable. Yeah, that would solve a lot of my problems actually. But like I said, the weird thing is it's like, okay, well, Facebook hates Japan Times, comicbook.com, and bestbuy.com. Can't have any of that. Facebook will not stand for it. All right, so let me.
Random 11, don't apologize. That actually helps the topic at hand.
No, you're good.
Real.
You're good, man. Yeah, I'm sorry that I don't know what to tell you. Like, I don't know how to make it more accessible. But if you join the group, and what other people have done is they joined the group as a page, right? So you can have some anonymity, right? So you could make a Random 11 Facebook page, right? Yeah. And then I can add you as one of the pages connected to it. Then you can access the group as the page, so you don't have to, give out your actual.
And you can post as your page.
Yeah, so you post as Random 11 versus posting as your real name, right? Now, if you have other reasons for not using Facebook, literally, I only use Facebook for the podcast. That's the only thing I use it for. I never wish anybody a happy birthday or anything. I don't use it for anything but business. So I can understand not wanting to use Facebook on the grounds of personal reasons like that. But yeah, I'm just saying if you're interested in joining the group so that you have access to all the docs and whatnot. By the way, I should probably show you guys. I started a new doc just because I needed to get my head around something called Western Live Action Anime, right? And I stole this header from some article somebody wrote. But I made, and I don't think all of them are in here, to be clear. I actually think there's more out here that I have been forgetting because I've been adding them slowly as more come to mind. But I've got the live actions that we keep forgetting are getting made, right? So ones that have been announced, have been greenlit, but are in development held or whatever, like Akira, Attack on Titan, Cowboy Bebop, the Netflix one, Naruto, One Piece, Steins Gate, Your Name. And then the ones that have already been made, Alita, Crying Freeman, Death Note, Double Dragon, Dragon Ball for Dragon Ball Evolution, Edge of Tomorrow, Fist of the North Star, Ghost in the Shell, Guyver, Resident Evil, Silent Hill, Sonic, Speed Racer, and Street Fighter. So there's probably more. Like I said,
the Promised Neverland,
Western ones. What?
The Promised Neverland.
No. These are the Western ones. The Hollywood.
Yeah, there is a Western one.
Yeah.
Is there a Western one coming too?
Amazon.
Oh yeah. You're right. Yeah. So I was planning to go back through the docs and just check all of the docs that we've done for the live action news so I could refresh all of them. Because what I want to do is for the ones that have already been made, I want it to link to the IMDb page. And for the ones that are getting made, I want to link it to some articles that we've covered, just as a reminder for myself, because I keep forgetting. You know what I mean?
I'll do the done ones to the IMDb page.
Reese, I'm gonna revoke your ability to have access to my name on this thing.
What?
I don't even know how to change that now.
There's two. Up to you if you want to put it on there or not, but it's manga adaptations. You have Kill Bill and Balls of Fury, which I think Balls of Fury
also
is
Old Boy, but I felt like that was cheating. The thing about this is how hard it is for me to correct it because I don't have that N key, which needs to get fixed ASAP. Because now that I'm going into gap shift, I'm like, when am I ever going to have time to go to the Apple store and be there the second they open and whatnot?
Were you just saying like 20 minutes? Fuck Apple.
Well, I have to get it repaired. I don't have an option here.
You should get
the thing about Apple, to be clear, is they're so the Chinese government basically said if you have factories in our country, that we have to have members of our government on the board of your company or something like that, right? And we have to own your property, right? So Apple gave in and gave them access to everybody's iCloud data. So I've been talking about this, about them stealing the data. Yeah, your iCloud data is in the hands of the Chinese government.
That's strange, Charles. A quick loophole to that is have a parts company, let's say Grainger, and have them buy the parts from China. Then your company can just buy the stuff from Grainger. So you have a middleman to avoid your company from.
No. You've completely misunderstood, because the thing is that they're manufacturing the entirety of the iPhone in China, right? It's not.
Oh, okay.
You can't just, like, what you'd have to do is create a brand new company called. Oh man, what would be the opposite of Macintosh or Apple? I guess Orange. You create a company called Orange or Banana or some shit, and that company makes all the parts to the iPhone but doesn't assemble it, and then that company sells that stuff to Apple in the United States, and they have just an assembly line in the United States where they put all of them together. I mean, that's basically what you're suggesting. But the thing is that it's just easier for Apple to say, yeah, fuck it, we don't care if you have access to our customers' data. Anyway, so back to this. So the stretch goals aren't that they aren't that impressive, honestly, because again, for an extra 500,000 yen, all you're getting is
better bookend.
My wife just texted me that. All right, that's weird. I guess we're going through another sandstorm. So that's fucking wonderful. I hope my connection stays this whole podcast. Anyway, so all you're basically getting is a stupid slip case, right? And this thing, and that's for 500,000 more yen. And then for fucking 2 million more yen than the goal, you get the 5.1 surround sound. Which,
let me play FDDNM.
I'm not an audio engineer. I'm not an audio engineer, but I assume it's probably not that much more difficult when you're compiling, because all the audio goes in layers anyway. It can't be that much more difficult to upgrade from 2.0 to 5.1 before you mix it down into one, dual track for 2.0. So, FDM is here to tell us how wrong I am.
Great news of how our Kickstarter has been fulfilled.
Yes.
Yes, we have great news. Our Kickstarter has been fulfilled. Hooray!
Yes. Do you want to talk about the 5.1 surround stretch goal? I was saying it doesn't seem like it'd be that difficult, because when you're creating a soundtrack,
they could hire me for free to do it.
But isn't it strange that the packaging comes first, then the surround sound for this Blu-ray release? Usually, you would think it would be the opposite, but
no, I don't think so. Well, you mean the premium packaging coming first? I don't think so, because the premium packaging is literally like they're printing something that gets
a slipcase and a booklet
into a box that goes over the thing that they're already making anyway. I think that probably costs less than the audio engineer time.
So CD Projekt Red said because their standard edition for Cyberpunk is going to include like a map, booklet, and all this stuff. They said, yeah, we don't know why companies don't do this more often. It honestly doesn't cost that much more to produce. So I imagine it's the same to be said about DVDs and Blu-rays.
Okay.
So yeah, I was just saying it seems to me. And see, this is the thing about 5.1 is that I don't care about 5.1 because I don't have a sound system set up for 5.1. You know what I mean? Like for me, everything is stereo anyway because it's playing out of the speakers on the side of my TV.
The biggest noticeable difference is like a pan of left to right type deal with sound anyway.
Yeah, I get it. I mean, there's like a Doppler effect is what you're saying, right? But
well, I'm saying with your stereo, you already get like, a pretty okay sense of sound.
Okay, I'll say this. This is the reason that I like having 5.1. When I want to use clips from something in a video, being able to
isolate
that music track or fade it in slowly, that makes a huge difference.
I have the inverse opinion on it. I think it's great being able to get rid of the voice audio so you can make a terrible abridge without having to bother Foley.
Well, there you go. That too. Anyway, so that's about it right now for this. I'm glad to see that it's getting made. because again, that dub is atrocious in the best ways, and I'm very much looking forward to that.
Oh, I see. What
I have breaking news, everyone.
What's up?
What is it? On Amazon.ca, for that new Pokemon Diamond and Pearl release that's for pre-order, it's listed as Pokemon the Series, DP.
Okay.
That's breaking news.
That's a reference that I don't think any of the other hosts got. DP.
Yes, I heard it. I heard it.
Oh,
they just can't appreciate the immense, what that means for us as a community of anime fans. The importance.
Continuing here. Anime New York City releases official statement announcing cancellation of the 2020 edition due to COVID-19 pandemic.
That's a surprise to everyone.
Announced the cancellation of the 2020 edition, with the 2021 edition now scheduled for November 19th through the 21st of 2021. Also, streaming news. Retro Crush says, "Dear Retro Crush fan who emailed us about licensing Dear Brother." Onisamahe is what that says, which is the Japanese title. You're in luck. It launches next week, Friday the 28th, on the app and website.
It seems like a natural progression based on how, aren't they owned by the same people that run, what's that other site called?
Wait a minute. Retro Crush follows me?
Cool.
Huh. Well, that's interesting. I didn't notice that. Okay, well, this was quote tweeted by none other than Professor Who, says, "Yes, this is amazing. Hopefully Discotek Media can put out a Blu-ray of it sometime soon if the existing license has ended." So,
yeah, I think Retro Crush is run by Imagination people or whatever.
Right. I'm not sure about that, but it certainly could be. I'm not following Retro Crush, but they're following me. What the fuck?
Mister Who's following you?
Yeah, I know. He and I, we're like this. We're tight. But I'm not following. That's weird. Why are you following me, Retro Crush?
It's because they're
that won you
this
over.
This is the Discotek magic that we speak of.
Discotek doesn't follow me.
I know, but that's the equivalent. They follow through the guys at Retro Crush.
I don't think Brady follows me, though. I have had conversations with him through DMs.
I have too.
All right.
I have not.
Avatar: The Last Airbender creators leave Netflix series due to creative. Do I have to put this in the live action doc?
No.
You already said it. Go ahead and go for it.
What you mean by this is, okay, when you said live action news, it clicked. I'm like, what do they mean leave? Didn't they just put it back on Netflix? But you're talking about
so Netflix is making a live action series of it.
Well, that tells us that all of our suspicions are confirmed that Netflix is going to do AIDS to it.
Can they do worse
than M. Night Shyamalan?
M. Night Shyamalan?
Probably. Because I'm gonna assume that they, the creators had creative similarities.
Do you think that the entire cast is going to be handicapped?
Oh, look at our handicapped martial arts! How believable!
Oh man! Speaking of which, there was an old kung fu movie I rented way back in the day called
Blind Kung Fu Guy,
Crippled Fighter or something like that.
Oh yeah,
man, that was such a bizarre movie. One of the actors gets his arms cut off, and the other actor gets acid poured on his legs, and then they become martial art masters. The guy with the arm that got cut off has like a tendon that sticks out of one side, and he like twirls a bow staff with it.
I think an alternate name for it is called the Crippled Avengers.
No, it's like Crippled Masters, I think is what it's called. Okay. Oh, Random 11 says he figured out what was wrong.
Oh yeah, Random 11 has finally joined our group.
What's wrong?
He's finally in.
That's his name, Randy 11. I like that. I don't get the oh dear. Why is it all furries?
What?
Randy 11, why?
Derailing.
Right. Anyway, back to this. So, political streaming outlet Netflix likely intends to destroy what fans love about cherished Western cartoon Avatar: The Last Airbender, as the original creators of the series have quit development on the Netflix live-action adaptation due to, quote, creative differences. Creators of Avatar: The Last Airbender, Michael Dante DiMartino and Brian Konietzko, or however you pronounce that, announced that they would no longer be working on the upcoming Netflix live-action adaptation, with DiMartino sharing a lengthy blog post on the matter. Anyway, this is the whole blog post. It's cringe. It is so cringe. Dear God, every fucking paragraph. I sought the wisdom from Stoic philosophers who were big on differentiating between what is within our control and what isn't.
Is this written by the creators?
I started to reevaluate what is truly important in my life and what I wanted to do with what's left of it. I took some advice from Uncle Iroh, right? I want to be clear that this doesn't mean the end of my involvement in the Avatar universe. Thankfully, Iroh offered some wisdom for that too. It's like, dude, you created that character. Nobody's under the delusion that he's real.
Maybe they're the crazy ones in the equation.
Yeah. Anyway, continue. I don't care. I really am not a fan of Avatar.
I think it's got really nice animation for its time.
Like, look, let me be clear. There's nothing wrong with the show, but I just can't gain enough momentum behind it to actually sit through the whole thing. You know, like, it's fun enough to watch when you're doing it, but like after an hour and a half of watching, you're like, want to go play basketball? Like, just do something else with my time. And so I've never gotten through the whole show because I always forget what episode I left off on. Anyway,
I think I've gotten through like 2.5 seasons for me.
Because I can understand season 1 is like slow. Then after season 1, season 2, it picks up a lot better.
Regardless, live action Netflix Avatar: The Last Airbender, allegedly darker and with more sex.
What?
What is that? I can't.
I don't remember any in the 2.5 seasons I watched.
Iroh banging some prostitutes.
Ang's Wang.
That'd be hilarious. What if Netflix's adaptation is just a porn parody?
But then it wouldn't be on Netflix. It'd be on Pornhub.
Oh, God. Several individuals at Netflix have possibly exposed the reason why the original creators of Avatar: The Last Airbender left the production of the live-action series, as it was learned that the upcoming series will be darker, with more blood, violence, and sex. Fandom Wire say they allegedly spoke with multiple sources inside Netflix and discovered 3 major points that likely convinced Dante DiMartino and Brian K-Man to step away. The first one being their desire for a larger budget. The creators wanted a bigger budget. This one is the least surprising, since it's a common request for any showrunner. Filmmakers always wanted more money to properly build their vision, but Netflix felt it was already spending as much as they believed they needed to pull off the series they wanted. Remember, DiMartino and K-Man have only worked in animation and are not as experienced in creating live-action projects. It's not surprising that Netflix may have balked at the show's growing budget requests. If the scale of this adaptation is going to be anything like the cartoon, which all signs say it will be, the show will be very costly, so it makes sense that there would be creative frustration over the specific amount of money spent. Yeah, it's not like Netflix has money to throw around anymore either. So, the second being the fact that Netflix, surprisingly, wanted to hire a few white actors, further affirming DiMartino and Konietzko's to be of the sort of people who obsess about race. I mean,
it might actually make sense considering they have all this diversity in their shows. But they were also like pre-woke in the Avatar, so I don't feel like the first series was. Maybe Korra. I haven't seen Korra though.
So, what's your name? My name is Wang, the Jizzbender. Anyway, so sorry, I was thinking about the RCD World 1's Hood Bender. Anyway, so aside from reining in the budget, Netflix also wanted the ability to consider some white actors for the series. This is a non-starter for the creators, who were insistent that not a single white actor be on the series.
Not a single. Imagine if they said not a single black actor is in this show.
Well, I mean, if your show is a medieval, like historical accurate show, then sure. Black people didn't.
I know. I'm just saying that the reaction of the public.
Right. No, I got it. No, for sure.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
No,
for the live action doc, am I supposed to include all the Silent Hill and Resident Evil sequels?
I put them in as series rather than specific movie. But for the IMDb stuff, I was just going to do like I do on the docs where I have the. Oh fuck! I thought this was the.
Refresh the page. Refresh the page.
You probably already done exactly what I was going to suggest.
I'm working on it right now.
Just don't put any Japan Times articles in there, all right?
I'm not.
Is Random 11 saying that they were all Asian?
Oh, no, never mind. I haven't. Hold on.
In Avatar?
Here's publish update.
I think they should just make sure to get back the same kid who played Ong in the live action.
Okay. Now update, or now refresh again. Sorry. Because I put in the second Guyver movie.
Right.
But.
Random 11, that's why you use a throwaway Facebook when you join weeaboo groups.
Did I dox your Facebook? Because I didn't say. I just said your name was Randy Levine, which you posted to the.
But you had a notification in the corner that said somebody's name. I don't know who it was.
He said that wasn't him, and I believe him because that person was cringe. High five.
Yes, that's what I am saying. Every single character in Avatar: The Last Airbender was Asian. Okay, while it was animated in Korea, it is not like Japan. It's not Japanese anime in the fact that any character is assumed to be Asian because they're made from the native country of Japan. The thing is, Sokka and what's her name? Female main character. Those two, as far as I could tell, were like natives of the up north or something like that.
Could be Russian.
Like, I would not call those Asians. And what would you call Toph? She was blind, but I don't know. She had like, I was joking. Listen, I have a lesson for you. Text does not convey intent. And when you clarify, yes, that is what I am saying. Every single character in Avatar: The Last Airbender was Asian. You are further clarifying that you meant a certain thing that may or may not have been a joke.
Sorry to interrupt.
Are all martial artists
If you put
Asian?
a lol, that might have intended that it was a joke.
How has my connection been on this podcast?
Let me see.
Way better than last one. Way better than the last one.
Yeah, because my wife I turned off the emergency alerts because I get them all the fucking time. My wife
better than mine.
There's an emergency alert for another sandstorm. So anyway, all right. Back to. While some have criticized the creators, both white, for their appropriation of Asian characters and culture, voiced predominantly by white actors, I was going to mention that, many find their take respectful and a much-needed shot of Eastern and Western representation. When the series was announced, the creators spoke to IndieWire, promising to right the wrongs of their past, saying that the cast could not be whitewashed like they were in M. Night Shyamalan's 2010 live-action movie adaptation. We are told that casting decisions are still early on and that Netflix merely wanted the option to audition with an open net of all nationalities, including white actors, but the creators refused. Yeah, see, I think that I have to stand with Netflix on that one. I don't care about them not having white people in the show. I'll be real, I'm probably not going to watch the show, but I don't care about them not having white actors on the show. But for instance, when they were casting the show House, Hugh Laurie in the show House, the showrunner or like creator or whatever was adamantly against having a British actor play House, of which Hugh Laurie is British, because he was convinced that no British actor has ever pulled off a successful American accent.
And then he's literally like the staple for British actor who's pulled off an American accent.
Yeah, so Hugh Laurie fooled him so well that he circumvented the ban on British actors and went on to make that show outstanding, right? Mm-hmm. So that's what I think Netflix is saying. Like, you know what? If we get somebody and it's one guy who's like half Asian, half white, or white but kind of looks weirdly Asian, and he has like this charisma that magnetizes the set and brings the best out of everybody, of course we're going to use him. You know what I mean?
Right.
Her, whoever it is, you know?
Which is what they should do regardless, you know.
Right, because it should be American.
You're on credentials instead of skin color.
I mean, I understand not casting Michael Cera to play the main guy in Black Panther. I get that. Like, obviously, that'd be a whole different movie. Arguably, way
I'd watch it.
I would see it, actually.
Fuck. Shit, that has to be the thumbnail now.
Shit I never asked for, but now that I want it, that's the list.
Can you imagine? I always think about like because of how spiteful a person I am. I always think about if I had an unlimited amount of money, so many of these offhanded jokes would turn into full-fledged features.
That's what I don't get about people like Elon Musk, why he doesn't just like make his own anime if he's like a fan of Kakegurui, or makes a Black Panther Michael Cera movie.
Yeah. Elon Musk, what are you waiting for?
$1 million idea.
Elon
Musk magic.
The final potential reason that drove the creators to vacate the production was the fact that the Netflix series was going to be darker, with more blood, violence, and sex. Now, they say with more blood, violence, and sex, but what they mean is Alucard's going to get butt fucked.
Oh my god.
While budget and casting issues can usually find a middle ground, the biggest issue by far was the fact that Netflix and the creators could not unify on a common overall tone for the show. Netflix currently wants to age up Aang, Zuko, Katara, and Sokka. They also want to separate the live-action series from the animated one by creating a darker, mature tone with more romance, sex, and blood. DiMartino and Konietzko disagreed and remained adamant that the show remained aimed at kids. I'm like physically ill at the idea of watching Katara have sex with Aang or somebody, and like he's using blood bending to like give him like a better ejaculatory experience,
better performance.
I first thought of it being like they want a mature version of it is they want to create a different type of Mortal Kombat.
Would that not be a subset of water bending?
I like the idea of having a bloodbender who's like a big pervert, weird, like character from anime who like, oh no,
Master Roshi has a bloodbender.
Uses his jizz as a weapon, mainly because everyone's like, God, get it away from me! Like runs away.
Random alone brings up a pretty interesting point.
No, I'm sorry. The Fire Nation was Indian. I saw the live action movie.
Oh. Okay.
And the Air Nation are Tibetan.
Earth Nations.
So they're gonna be what? They have to be white since they can't show.
So Tilda Swinton is gonna play Aang, is what you're telling me.
Poll guys, are Inuit Asian?
Inuit are like Eskimo, right, or whatever. Like
Yeah.
Anyway,
I don't think I consider that Asian, but
so yeah. So you're telling me that the Fire Nation represented Imperial Japan? That's kind of offensive. Fire Nation attacked. Oh no, the poor Chinese. Imperial Japan is here with their mustaches. That's a throwback. Okay.
Can't believe that was a publicity stunt.
What?
Him shaving his mustache, that cool guy, or
No, the ambassador.
the person that we followed. Yeah.
What was his name? Harry Harris or something like that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think.
I still think it would have been hilarious if he had shaved it into a Hitler stash.
whoa. Wait. Guys. What is there such a thing called Asian face?
Yeah.
Pulling your eyes to the side.
Oh,
There's Asian face. There's
well,
your
why don't
face.
they
There's
just
a lot
use
of
white
faces.
actors, tape their eyes to the side, and then
Pull a Mickey Rooney on people.
If I had the money, if I had unlimited funds, so
Once
many of
again-
these would at least be a 3-minute YouTube video starring Michael Cera.
No. Michael Cera as Black Panther with exclusively Asian cast, but they're all whites with Asian face.
I think about it like, my son, he...
Is that Asian?
Yeah.
Have you seen the meme? Have you seen the meme from Inception with that part where Leonardo DiCaprio is talking to
Yeah. What do you look like? You're just squinting.
Yeah, he's like, I'm looking for an Asian guy. What does he look like?
You just squint.
The final picture with him squinting.
Yeah.
I don't remember that meme.
Okay, so unfortunately,
I do.
this significant loss has not. Unfortunately, this significant loss has not motioned Netflix toward reverting some of their decisions for the series, as evidenced by their statement on the matter. We have complete respect and admiration for Michael and Brian and the story that they created in the Avatar animated series. Although they have chosen to depart the live-action project, we are confident in the creative team and their adaptation. So, I mean, better to leave the creative thing than to not leave and have it turn out just like M. Night Shyamalan's.
What I kind of don't get is the creators. Well, I mean, they obviously had to sell their rights to Netflix to some extent, which.
Well, don't you think it would be like licensing out the ability to make a adaptation?
Yeah, just license it to make something, not the entirety
Yeah,
of it.
Then they start Avatar on Patreon. Maybe Patreon sold their license to Netflix.
Oh my god.
That's another throwback. All right. So I also saw this news. Nickelodeon streamed the pilot
Oh, cool.
to Avatar.
That's on the
It's not-
Blu-rays.
Is it?
Yeah.
It's not very good. But what I do find amazing about it is how little it changed in terms of tone from the pilot to the final version. I think the narrator's the same. The music sounds very similar. The sound effects are very close. So like what they presented was so well received that the only change ended up really being better animation.
Yeah, just a little bit of polish and keep the integrity.
Yeah, so they looked at it and said, yeah, this is a winner. Anyway. So continuing. Oh, actually, I didn't keep that open.
But seriously, AC, how far in Avatar did you get? Did you at least get past season 1?
I don't remember a specific season number or episode number.
Okay.
I just, it doesn't hold my attention
That's
long
fine.
enough
That's
to
fine.
get far.
Just close
And I'm not swayed by the pseudo romance of different characters because they're all a bunch of kids and I don't care.
Okay.
Damn it. Pause. Oh boy, this is where we lose. Damn it. Pause.
Don't piss
Are
off
you
Viacom.
kidding?
They're a bitch to deal with.
All right. Anime and manga piracy website Kiss Anime and Kiss Manga shut down permanently.
They should put permanently in quotes because I'm pretty sure they've died like several times and then resurrected themselves.
Yeah, nothing new. Rinse, repeat. Dry hands afterwards.
So Random 11 says the creators probably don't own the license. It's probably 100% owned by Nick. So if Nick made a deal with Netflix, they don't have to work with the creators if they don't want to.
That actually makes sense. That makes a lot of sense.
That's probably true.
With Beavis and Butthead and Comedy Central. And that's both Viacom owned. That's why I brought that up.
It's probably true that that Nickelodeon owns the license. But even if they didn't, it's possible that they're so far into the contract that they can't. They have the ability to leave the project, but they can't revert the license because Netflix has already spent probably $1 million moving forward in pre-production and all that. So anyway, perceived to be some of the largest anime and manga piracy websites, Kiss Anime and Kiss Manga have been permanently shut down as copyright holders for multiple series hosted on them have begun a massive takedown action. The official subreddit for the websites, Kiss Anime, as well as the official Discord, have come out with statements about the ongoing issue that announced the permanent closure.
It's weird how whatever efforts they took to take it down, why it took this long for it to actually take effect.
Well, when you go through the legal system, things aren't quick. Because what they had to do here is, you see, that our beta servers have been taken down. This could lead to the close of the website. We will make more announcement after we have the decision.
Well, what they really should do is flag it as illegal prawn, and then they'll take it down immediately. And yeah.
Well, Kiss Anime and Kiss Manga's closure has stirred up the anime watching and manga reading community on social media, leading to Kiss Anime trending in the US along with Crunchyroll as legal anime streaming alternative. Crunchyroll getting 48K tweets and Kiss Anime getting 224K tweets. Kiss Anime and Kiss Manga have been providing fans of both anime and manga access to official and unofficial subs and scanlations for almost a decade. The suspension of both of the piracy sites might potentially be related to the Japanese government revising their anti-piracy laws. The Japanese parliament enacted Friday a revised anti-online piracy law to tighten copyright control, banning illicit downloading of manga, magazines, and academic texts, in addition to music and videos that were already covered by the existing legislation. The law also regulates leech websites that provide users hyperlinks to download so-called torrent files of pirated materials. The ban on illegal downloading will take effect on January 1st next year, while restrictions on leech sites will come into effect on October 1st. Those in control of Funimation and Crunchyroll's Twitter accounts will surely also be heavily affected by this happening. Because of the tweets where they ended up having the Kiss Anime watermark in there. So, look, I don't condone the outright usage of Kiss Anime or Kiss Manga. I obviously am a proponent that you should help fund the industry. But as I was kind of saying before, I think that there's actually a significant benefit in some regards. For example, not every country gets anime as easily as other countries. They don't all, like some countries are extremely poor and don't have, like even if you were to license the show, all you might get is it to be on TV and maybe not even the whole thing and probably not even dubbed. And so, let me put it this way. Let me back up. The Ocean Group in Canada existed because of Canadian legislation that said everything that was shown on TV in Canada had to have a certain percentage of the production done in Canada. So Canadian dubbing for anime became a thing because of that legislation, that regulation of the market, right?
I'm glad it did.
Yeah. I mean, whatever the government sticks its finger into and swirls around, people are gonna have ingenuity and work. They're going to come up with solutions that are going to have positive outcomes, I guess, right? So anyway, but there are some countries, especially South American countries, that don't necessarily get anime as easily as we do, for example, because they may have, I'm just speaking off the cuff here, but they may have some regulation similar, but can't afford to actually license and dub and do all those things, right? And they might not be able to put the show with the Japanese and subtitles on, or whatever. I don't know. Anyway, the point is that I think that the anime industry in some ways is helped and hurt by sites like Kiss Anime.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Because obviously it's better for instance, Netflix to be available, or not Netflix, Crunchyroll, any of them, to be available in each territory, and even better for competitors to pop up, to have some Spanish version of Crunchyroll, with Spanish dubs and Spanish subtitles and all those things in South American and Spanish-speaking languages. Yep.
Crunchyroll already does that.
Yeah, they have like Portuguese dubs.
What I'm saying is that competitors in other places would be even better because the competition drives the price down, and competition is best for the consumer, right? So anyway, but I think that, let me put it this way. Ultimately, I think the positive effects of Kiss Anime and other piracy sites going down will not be felt by the fandom or even the industry as immediately as the negative effects of losing them will be. You get kind of what I mean? So like, you take off the Hydra's head and another site is going to pop up.
Yep.
I think
I was just typing that in the chat.
Hydra effect.
I think these sites, the sketchy ones with ads and all that, are how do I put it? Natural selection for those who aren't what's the word I'm looking for? They're not resourceful enough to find the better needs where it doesn't feed the pirates.
Yeah. And so Versus is saying here that they've mentioned how they actually look at pirate and streaming sites in order to gauge viewer engagement and to collect data on what shows they should license, right? So that's very beneficial data to have for sure, because you're making a lot less.
That's inaccurate though, because they totally got rid of interspecies reviewers.
Well, of course, but I think there was some wokeness behind that decision.
Absolutely.
So anyway, do you guys have anything you want to say about?
Yes. So I have a couple little things. It's I think there's a push and pull effect regarding this for both the distributors and the fans. But generally speaking, I think if you are able to, if it is like available for you to legally support, then you should probably do what you can to support it. Whereas if it's not, it all depends on the situation. If it's like some really obscure, like 70s OVA or something. Well, actually, I don't think OVAs were made back then. But I think, and
you're right.
I mean, this is a sub tangent, but I think if you can afford internet to pirate, you can afford to not pirate. Because there's like there's free streaming services that are legal that you can use.
Not available in all territories. Number one,
right? But I
will agree with you.
You can use free VPNs like I did.
Sure, exactly. I think that the argument that you can't afford it is not that doesn't hold water. When people say that not everybody can afford Crunchyroll, that's absurd, right? Because like you said, you can
afford high-speed internet to pirate hours and hours of anime. When I was in early high school, it cost us like a really high amount of money just for like 30 gigs. Like I couldn't, even if I wanted to illegally stream, I couldn't afford it. But it's like if you can afford, unlimited internet, you can take the time to find a free resource. But
so I'll address real quick. I think, again, if you take away the illegal avenue through which somebody is partaking in the show, they aren't necessarily going to jump on the legal avenue.
Right.
Let me put it this way. Aniplex titles are really expensive. So what does that mean for people like us who collect anime? There's a significant lack of Aniplex titles in our collections. Because for the price of getting an Aniplex show, I could buy like 30 Sentai shows during a sale.
Yeah.
So, so it's not a direct correlation that getting rid of the illegal means through which somebody who's watching something is going to mean that money's going to flow directly back to the legal version, right? But I am
Aniplex at least has very widely available to stream their titles usually.
Sure. It was not a direct comparison, but what I'm trying to say is that I remember reading something when Game of Thrones was coming to a close about how many people, like it was something like 4 million people pirated the last episode or whatever. 4 million people were pirating, the whole last season on its way to I don't remember the exact number. I'm just throwing a number out there. It was definitely it was at least 1 million, at least 1 million. And it might've been as high as 10 million. I don't recall. Okay. But the point is, think about the budget that Game of Thrones had and how amazing most of that show looked. And imagine how much better it could have been if those 10 million people pirating it had a HBO subscription and paid for it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just try to put that into perspective. If people on a grand scale actually did support the entertainment that they consume, how much better that entertainment would become. And so I kind of think about that with the anime, but again, with Kiss Anime, for example, it's not like 100% of the people are watching Dragon Ball Super on it. They're watching some obscure random shit, like they're not all watching the same thing. And it's not like, even if they were, that it would all funnel back the same way to the official channels.
Well, I think most of these people just Google insert watch show here, and it's the first result. And they'll just go to the next first result when this is down.
Not everything is available on a stream site. Old Man points out, and I agree
That's
with.
What I was going to get to with the push
scattered across. Like if you wanted to watch tomorrow's Joe. So
here's
you can't really find the TV series at this moment. You would have to go by.
Random 11 said the pirate sites also give people great discoverability to find new anime and manga.
I mean, I feel like that
with tons of categorized anime and manga that you can sample to see which ones you like. No legal site can offer that because licensing will always be split between dozens of different streaming services.
I feel like the finding new anime manga thing, I don't know how to put it. I want to say like it's an opinion because at the end of the day, you can't like quantify the anime or manga that you watch.
Right.
But
if you think about it,
what you miss, you don't know what you don't see. Exactly. So it's not as if like, oh, I don't watch insert obscure show that I've never heard about before. So that was such an amazing show, but if you didn't know about it, you wouldn't miss it.
You wouldn't miss it. Yes, but let me address that real quick. So the issue with that though is, and again, it's not that this trumps the illegality of it, but if you didn't have that discoverability, you're right, you wouldn't miss the shows you didn't see, but it would funnel viewership to significantly smaller handful of shows, right? Where shows like, for instance, Naruto, and just to be clear, I'm not one of those people who poo-poos on popular shows, because if you sit down and watch Naruto, this show's fucking incredible. There's a reason it's so popular. You know what I mean? It's outstanding in terms of the world building and everything. It's incredible, right? But what I'm saying is that, let me put it this way: when I'm looking at Crunchyroll for their news section to come up with discussions for the podcast, there are certain titles that Crunchyroll has a vested interest in doing well, and they over promote that shit so hard that I don't even want to see it. Right? Tower of God, Dr. Stone. They will over promote shit. And that's the kind of shit that is going to actually get the wide viewership, is the stuff that the companies have vested interest in becoming popular. If people didn't have that discoverability to find all that obscure stuff that otherwise they wouldn't have found. So
yeah, now that they have all these shows that they're actually like directly producers of, it's going to be it's
irritating, isn't it? It's fucking annoying how bad they are.
Well, I don't actually like look at the Crunchy news feed or anything like that, but I can imagine.
Yeah. So
also to segue to prior articles that we've covered, if it's not a show that's being paid and promoted, Japan does not want any other show, let's say Captain Tsubasa or Whistle, if you will. They won't advertise that outside of Japan. They want it to keep it exclusively to them, not anyone else.
That's another point. That's another point is that Japan is only interested, or any company is only interested in the stuff that's going to return profit to them. So stuff that isn't seen as important anymore is going to lay by the wayside and atrophy, right? Which is why, for example, if all of a sudden you find that an obscure show from the 60s, for example, is starting to get a massive following due to its availability on a site like Kiss Anime, that's what gets a show, just as a potential example, like Gatchaman, to get a sequel series in Gatchaman Crowds, for example. That's not a literal thing. It's just like drawing something out there, right? But that's what I mean is that like the potentiality for the market to direct, even if it's through like the black market, to direct what products get a further, installment in the franchise, or a reimagining or a recreation, is dependent on where people go and where their eyes go. And if your eyes are only allowed to go where the market initially thinks is going to be profitable, then you're not actually going to get, let's say, as much of a, what do you call it? Like the response isn't going to be as true to how it would be if people had access to the wide branch variety of things that were available, for example, on Kiss Anime. You get what I mean? Like if you're being funneled down to Tower of Gods and the other webtoons that Crunchyroll had a vested interest in, Dr. Stone, any of those things, if you're directly being funneled into those, that they want all your eyes to go there because they see an immediate return on that profit, whereas that's good for them, but not as good for the consumer, in the sense that if the consumer is free to pick whatever they want, and they've got a complex hierarchy of different shows that are interrelated in terms of tags, similar plot points, forums where people are talking about, oh, you like this show, you should check out this one, it's also good, right? Yeah. That's going to be
an aspect of it's saying sort of the same thing you're saying, AC. You missed the whole odyssey of finding a new story, something that maybe you see this cliche, you want to see the original, and it's not available. You don't have some sort of resource to go out, view it, and talk to your friends.
I want to briefly address Old Man. That sort of some legal sites lose the rights and shows and they're gone. This is less about the piracy thing and more about the get physical media. But yeah. I have my final big major point is the push and pull. This is like friendship. It's a two-way street. The relation between the consumer and the production, or the licensor company in this situation is, it is up to us to do our part and support them. But if they don't give us the avenue to support them, that's when things become, when it becomes an issue, which is like when you're saying before, it's like, say you're in Zimbabwe and they don't have like any anime licensing. It's like, because Japan and literally no one is giving them an avenue to support, I can't like, what is the word? I can't, what's the word?
Legally obtained.
I can't give them crap for, if they don't use an official resource.
Can't hold it against them.
Oh, okay.
Right. Yeah. I can't give. I can't hold it against them. And same can be said even in a first world country with all these legal streaming services. If say there's some really obscure show that hasn't seen the light of day in years, and in fact might not even see the light of day in Japan, because as Justin Sabakis has said before, it's like some licenses get lost to like, they don't even know who owns a license anymore, let alone if there's masters or anything. I have this show in my collection, H2O Footprints in the Sand. God knows if that's going to get a re-release anytime soon, because the last releases were in like 2002 or 2006 or something. I think it's 2006. And it's on Crunchyroll, I think, but like, that show looks so bad even on the Japanese discs, like the interlacing or something. But yeah, I think what Old Man's talking about is probably, maybe it's the Sentai shows that were recently taken down. Yeah. But anyway, I think it's important for both sides to have in the relationship to do their part. And I feel like Japan would benefit from some sort of like abandonment, like how if you have a copyright, you have a duty to protect it. If they're not protecting old licenses, then they should just be.
Japan doesn't have public domain, is what you're getting at, right? And that public domain is actually tremendously beneficial in media preservation for things that are seen as worthless to whoever the rights holders were, or in the situation where the rights holder, you don't even know who has it now, because it's been so long or whatever.
For instance, Baccano. It is not streaming anywhere whatsoever. It is completely out of print, but Aniplex still supposedly has a license.
Right, Aniplex wouldn't be doing their part in that situation.
But you can easily find it on pirate sites.
And you can just find it in the UK, but that's another story.
Okay, let me. I've got like 5 points I got to address real quick. So first off, Old Man says, I've seen some people say that they pirate video games, and if they really like the game, they'll buy it on Steam, but anime doesn't have a distribution system like Steam. Number one, yes, they do. They have, you can buy it on iTunes, you can buy it on Amazon Prime or whatever. So they do have something similar. Legal streaming anime is scattered across a ton of services. It is a pain. That is true. But you could also just buy the physical release.
Mind you, you can't really, scattered across a ton of things. When you play by the rules, you can't do things that people that don't play by the rules do. You can't have.
So another couple points here to address. You had talked about FDDNM about how we're talking about Zimbabwe, for example. Yeah. So one of the things that's worth noting is that there was a time, especially in the United States, where the only way to watch anime, the only fucking way, internet didn't exist yet, at least for, the in-home use, it's like it was more of a government infrastructure at the time. Back then, the only way to watch anime in the United States was if you had a friend who went to Japan for business and taped stuff onto a VHS off of TV in Japan, or bought VHS tapes in Japan and brought them back and made copies of those tapes, right, for you to watch. Mm-hmm. And you watch them without subtitles, right? That's the only way to, and it's not legal. It's not legal to copy a copy of a copy of a copy of a VHS and give them out to your friends and stuff. That's not legal, right?
But Japan didn't have any way of distributing to the US.
In the time since then, look at where we've gotten, right? The point that I think we're all trying to make is that there is a place in this fandom for the illegal aspect of pirating, right? In the sense that back then, when you're getting your VHS copies, Augie, seriously, back then when you're getting your illegal copy of a copy of a copy of the VHS, that is churning out the demand for it in the United States. You're creating that demand by spreading it amongst people in the black market sort of way, even if it's not, you're not selling it. You're just giving it to people and spreading it so that more and more people want it, right? Then 20 years down the line, we've got Crunchyroll, we got Funimation, we got these streaming sites, we've got, mass market Blu-ray DVDs and everything that you can obtain of all these shows that you would never have seen 20 years ago. 30 years ago, right, on these VHS things. So the point is that you take down Kiss Anime and sites like that, right? And then let's say 5 years down the line, 10 years down the line, where is the market going to end up going to meet the demand that people previously only had through perhaps, like you said, in Zimbabwe, if you in your hut happen to have internet and a computer and watch your streaming anime, right? But I also want to address, I'm going to jump ahead real quick.
I mean, the alternative is if you're in Zimbabwe and you're so passionate about anime that you're watching so much anime that a library of like Crunchyroll won't do it, move out of there. That's my advice.
Yeah, no, it's obviously ridiculous. It's a ridiculous idea, but so I want to address this real quick. So Will Sportaccio, the guy who did the cringe Bobby Hill Naruto artwork for Viz, there's this interview on here, and I was going to bring it up just because I wanted to show you guys sort of the in progress. I'm going to go ahead and zoom in real quick just so we can have a little bit better.
Zoom, zoom, zoom.
Okay, we're not a commercial for whatever Verizon. What was that a commercial for? The zoom, zoom, the whisper.
It's either a camera or some sort of car from Sycon.
I'm pretty sure it was a car. I don't remember. Oh man, I'm way too close.
When Augie said zoom, 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 the first thing that came in my head was that Disney Channel movie, was the Xenon Girl of the 21st Century.
Oh, that was a sweet movie.
Oh, dude. Okay, that's enough. Stay there. Okay, so yeah, so this is, you get to see kind of the thought pattern, but around like where it kind of went. I like how it's copyrighted by Masashi Kishimoto, creator of Naruto, even though he had nothing to do with this thing and probably hated.
He probably wants to revoke the copyright on there.
Yeah. He's going to think twice for sure. So anyway, so we've got here.
God, the proportion of the head to the body is, oh, Jesus.
Yeah, so
it's like it stands out even more now in black and white for some reason.
I know, right? So what's weird about this is that in this article, the interview, it's actually a pretty interesting interview, but I don't feel like reading the whole thing because there's like nuggets of interesting bits about it. They talk about how Kishimoto, when he created it, he did something that was very unique to anime, which is that he tried to give characters very realistic proportions. And that's lost on a comic artist, right? But let me show you kind of some of the stuff. So we've got Kakashi, Naruto, and whoever the fuck this is.
That's like the something Hokage, I'm gonna assume.
Sentinel from.
It's been a while.
Wait, no. This is the movie collection, so it's all movie characters.
Right. So then we've got this other one that for some reason has Kakashi as just a sketch, even though he was previously real flushed out and everything. So some of these I actually think are better than what he ended up doing. Not this one though, except for Gaara's in this one apparently, and also this weird guy who's attacking nothing. But this one, okay. So first of all, I noticed this. So he said, Viz actually informed me. This is Will Sportaccio. Viz contacted him and it's like, hey, so
you're getting hate, right?
That artwork that we commissioned you to do, just we don't like. We're not going to scrap it, but you should know there's a little bit like fans weren't as warmly receptive to it as we thought they would be. So Viz actually informed me like 2 days ago that there was over here a little bit of a backlash, and I checked that out a little bit. Anyway, so then there's this one. I think that I like this better because it makes more sense that Naruto is actually like I like this foreground element of this other guy here, right? Personally, but I understand why they didn't do that for the actual, like as an artistic piece. I think it's better, but I understand why they didn't do it for the Blu-ray, right? For like the Steelbook. But he talks in here. So I'm just going to show you these real quick just to get it out of the way. Boy, I hate it's just everything about it is so bad. Naruto's bad. Sasuke is equally or worse. Sakura is just he gave up at that point. Also, here's Gaara again. And then here's the final version of it, which again, I don't recall this from any Naruto movie. And also, who the fuck is this? Anyway, but yeah, so in this, though, he talked about something that I thought was really interesting because he's a comic artist, right? He's from like the Philippines or whatever. And he talked about when he was growing up, one of the things that really interested him about comics is that in the Philippines, they had sort of a doujinshi market in the sense that DC and Marvel couldn't really stop anybody in the Philippines from making their own stories with Batman and like Spider-Man and whatnot. So people on the street would just draw their own stories of these characters. And like, so you got like the bootleg backstories and like adventures of Batman and shit. And that kind of goes back to this idea of media. Yes, the IP might be owned by a rights holder or a creator, but there is a collective ownership, or in the sense of like what the term meme actually means. There's this like collective ownership of it that people don't quite grasp because it belongs to the fans just as much as it does the creator after a certain point.
Wouldn't Batman or sorry, what's like one of the oldest superheroes from like 1940, Captain America? Wouldn't he be in like public domain at this point? If they didn't have the
Batman's probably in public domain by now.
I'm pretty sure Superman's in public domain, and they have to like keep doing new stuff with him in order to keep him. Because like there was a time I know, like I'm not a big fan of DC or anything, but I recall a documentary or something where I heard that there was a certain point in time where Superman became public domain and a whole bunch of comics featuring the character of Superman came out from a whole bunch of different comic studios or production houses or whatever, and then there was legislation lobbied for and passed in order to stop that, to get back what they had wanted, to get back their rights to have sole ownership over it or whatever. So that has happened, right?
Well, yeah, Mickey Mouse should be public domain, but they took it back.
Because the thing is, public domain, in terms of an IP, and public domain in terms of what you do with that is two different things, right? A movie can become public domain, like for instance, Phantom of the Opera. The concept of Phantom of the Opera, the reason that Universal used Dracula, the Mummy, Frankenstein as their Universal monsters is because they were all public domain. They were all characters that literally anybody could use to make something. So they made something with those characters for their movies, right? So we're getting way off topic. But basically, going back to the topic here about Kiss Anime, there are a couple more things I want to address. So Random Love says, sure, you wouldn't miss it, but that means that only big budget and popular. So he's making a similar point than what I was making. Also, he said here, this is another good one. Charge Man Ken is getting a remaster, probably 100% only because people pirated it and it became a meme.
Yep. It was just obscure out of nowhere.
Some legal sites lose the rights to shows and they are gone. There are listings for shows on Crunchy, but no episodes listed anymore.
Like I was saying to the Netflix thing, it's like, okay, well, physical.
And it was...
What was Allison's Roku? One that was like dub and no sub?
Yeah.
No.
Probably. Or maybe he's talking about... Maybe we had brought something up and he was talking about... Or he was replying. There's a lot of comments between.
So this one is referring to Steam. So Steam has the perfect idea. Like the reason Steam is so successful is because I think the philosophy of Gabe and Newell is piracy is a distribution problem. So he went out and fixed that.
Yeah.
He made the.
So here's the other thing.
This is so easy and simple that people would go out and actually get games legally. But the problem is now there's Epic Store, there's Uplay, and all that stuff. So it's actually like the opposite of the anime. Anime is like struggling to come to one platform, and Steam is being dismantled into multiple. Well, not dismantled, but there's multiple platforms.
It's being diverted. Sure. So real quick, here's the thing about Steam that people need to comprehend. When you buy games on Steam, one of the reasons why Steam can afford to sell games for so cheap, or why game companies are selling these games for so cheap, is that for the most part, those games they've already gone through their revenue making. Most of them, like when they have the Steam sales and everything's super cheap, those games have already gone through their profitable time, right? This is like, well, anything else we make from this property we already own is great.
It's free money.
But also, the thing about media consumption is that it's literally impossible to consume everything. There are only so many hours in the day. There's only so many hours of free time in the day, and you literally just cannot consume everything, right? So many of these things, if you offer a game for like $1 or whatever they're selling it for, you're making a sale that you otherwise wouldn't have made to a person who probably likely won't even play that game.
That's me.
10 games for $1, and they aren't actually going to play most of those games. But you got them to shell out money with the enticing potential of, I could play this game. I like the idea that I can play this game whenever I want. But would it be different? What if Steam was a streaming service where you paid them
a subscription model like Game Pass,
the access to the entire game catalog?
So Xbox Game Pass.
You know what I mean? Well, that's exactly what Crunchyroll essentially is, right? Or Netflix or Funimation.
Essentially, just renting.
Is that you have access. The only problem is that they lose the rights to that shit, and then it goes away forever. Which again is why you buy physical media. Now, it's a Mazda commercial. The Zoom.
Yeah.
That face is what the live action Naruto will look like. Sorry, Naruto.
That could work.
Michael Cera as Naruto. I just see him in everything now.
There's Joshua.
You should become his new agent.
Philippine Batman ex-Joker Dojin.
Oh no.
Superman did accidentally go into the public domain, but a judge reversed it. Right. Mickey Mouse goes into public domain next year, I think. Yeah, but see, the thing about Disney, yeah, they've lobbied every single time to get it back. But you know what? They might not have the money to lobby it this year. Mickey never went into public domain. Disney lobbied to have the copyright extended. Right. They keep doing that. It looks like they're trying to westernize anime. Next thing you know, they'll replace onigiri with donuts.
They did that in Pokemon.
Right, that's the joke he's referencing.
Which is so funny because he called it the correct thing the episode prior, but no.
So in this whole Kiss Animes Down kerfuffle, a voice actor or ADR director, something from Funimation, put out a tweet that people have been ridiculing over, like, if it's not available in your territory, like, people need to become comfortable with the concept that you don't get to watch something, right? And there's this whole thing, and they're talking about how the idea that you can just steal anime through illegal streaming sites is like a colonizer's mentality, right? They're putting out that concept, that idea. And it's funny what you're saying about here about them trying to westernize anime is that that's literally exactly what they're doing. They're colonizing it by telling the Japanese that they have problematic ideas and they can't produce the anime that they would normally produce because it's problematic and offensive to some group or another. Sorry, that's a quick tangent there. Right now it states, I believe copyright is 80 years after the death of the author or 70 years after the creation if the author is a company. EA came back to Steam. Nobody likes EA, though. Persona 4 is on Steam now. It's a PlayStation Vita port. Okay. All right, we're all caught up on chat. Do we have anything else we want to say about the Kiss Anime stuff? I think we've probably just said and reiterated every point we could have made.
One thing I don't recall us saying, then probably the last point is, if you look at the live action shows like the Sentai Ultraman Kamen Rider, there's people who will pirate those shows to watch it and buy a mess ton of toys, collector's items, shirts,
merchandise. You can put it under the brand umbrella of merchandise, the broad umbrella of just merchandise. Yes. So,
there's some things where merchandise doesn't actually go back to the actual IP.
That's true.
So here, okay, the bottom line is, okay, but this is like, it's going to even out. Not everybody is the type of person who's like, some people are extremely stingy with their money. Not everybody's going to pay for anything. Some people sneak into Anime Expo. You know, you buy a ticket and then you go to Anime Expo day one, go to the help area and say, "Oh, I lost my badge." You pay the $20 fine or the fee to get the new badge printed, and then you have 2 badges because you didn't actually lose it. You paid full price for 1 badge and then got the second badge for $20. That's actually why Anime Expo has rolled out the scan-in feature from like Comic-Con. It was a way to circumvent the fact that was such a big problem. You're always going to have people who, when they see a way to exploit the existing system, they're going to exploit it. People are cheap. Then there's other people who are going to spend 10 grand on the nipple shooting lightning bolt guy page from the Astro Boy manga that, you know, they paid $100,000 for that Genga, right? So referring back to the government funded manga cafe article. Anyway, where we covered that. So it's always going to even out. You're going to have people who are going to sink tons of money back into the hobby, and you're going to have people who are going to not spend any money on it, but also just not spend any money elsewhere because they don't make a lot of money, or they just, you know, they have an aversion to spending. You know,
and I think the majority is going to be the ones who are in the middle who will pirate and buy what they like.
Yeah, I mean, I used to use Kiss Anime all the time, even though I owned the show, because I didn't, you know, always have the ability to, you know, sit in front of a DVD player. You know, like maybe my kids are watching something on the TVs in the house. They're occupying both of the ways I would normally be able to watch something. So I'll sit down on my laptop or on my phone and watch something that I otherwise would have put in the Blu-ray player because my kids are currently watching Frozen or some shit. You know what I mean? And of course, if the show's on Netflix, I'd use that instead because it's better streaming quality, and it keeps where I left off and everything. But I don't have a problem with the existence of the site, but I understand, in terms of my own personal use, but I do understand how not everybody is actually paying for the physical release the way that I am. You know, I totally get that. And I know that the legal companies would want me to pay for the official release and also pay the stupid subscription fee for their bullshit service that I don't want to use. But but I'm somewhere in the middle with that and recognizing that, you know what, if the service is there and it's more convenient than what you're offering, I'm going to use it.
2 things. Yes, this comment, which is, they're going to miss Kiss Anime manga because all these franchises lost that you'll never be whatever able to find. This is what I mean by natural selection of the non-resourceful. They're not lost. They're somewhere else. Just look hard.
Yeah. You got to understand that the next step, if Kiss Anime goes down and it stays,
something else is going to rise.
The Hydra, but if they manage to keep the Hydra down, then torrent sites are going to be the next avenue. And then
there's
going to be a whole nother issue with that, you know, because torrenting, the actual act of torrenting and
explicitly illegal.
File sharing, like it's useful for other things other than piracy. It's just that piracy, it's a avenue through which piracy is very easy to do, right? Anyway,
but the other thing I was okay. So what does this one say? But I'm like, But I'm a like-minded
Like-minded
collector.
collector.
Ones that are franchise I'm obsessed with and such. I'd pay $20 for a Kiss Anime service. Yeah, that's definitely true.
Like Funimation and Crunchyroll for $20.
Yeah.
So the other thing I was going to say is there are some people that are like in comments, I simply can't afford these subscriptions, implying that they have access to it, but they just don't want to pay. So, I'm not. If you want to pirate, I don't explicitly have a problem with that. But if you just want to make excuses upon excuses,
it's indicative of a much bigger problem. If
about
you
justifying it,
the monthly cost,
I usually won't care. Mainly depending on what the argument is. But the thing is, if it's like some people don't have enough money. Like I said before, if you can afford the internet to do it, you can afford a year subscription for $60. That's honestly a pretty good value.
So when I was a kid, we didn't have internet like at my youngest age, right? When I was younger. And like when your parents would buy you a video game, that's the video game you played for months until a new game was brought into your house. Okay, so people say like, I can't afford, Crunchyroll or whatever. It's like, okay, well you save, you buy a manga series or a DVD set, and you know how many times I watched Die Hard growing up? You know how many times I watched The Matrix growing up? You watch the same fucking movie over and over and over and over.
And get your value's worth.
Guess what? You don't even care that you're seeing the same thing over again. It doesn't get boring because it's what is available to you. So the argument that I can't afford it, well, you've only been spoiled by the fact that you did the piracy in the first place. You know?
That's true.
The truth be told on this, like, we have access to so much anime that most of it's not even good that we watch on a yearly basis. So few of them are actually good, especially these days. But the ones that are worth sitting down and watching them more than once. And there's always that show that if you put it on, even though it's 300 or so episodes, it grips you and pulls you back in when you're like, oh, I got to find a clip for a video I'm working on. And then you're like, well, I've got now 8 episodes later, I'm still watching. You know what I mean?
I forgot to keep track of what clip I was trying to find. Fuck, I got to go back.
You get re-immersed. Yeah, you get re-immersed into the moment of watching the Android saga in Dragon Ball Z, for example.
So you bring up a good comparison, like when you're a young kid and whatever, you only get one video game a year. So a lot of the people are in this demographic where they can't afford their hobby. The thing is, if you say, I can't afford anime, and you're like, I don't know, say a 14-year-old, whatever, teenager, that tells me one thing or two things. Your parents are paying for your internet, but that also means you don't have to pay rent, you don't have serious expenses. Yeah. So save up for that $60 for a whole year worth of entertainment. I think you can do it. You know?
And are we going to judge it? If you are,
there's other entertainment on the internet that is free.
Like YouTube.
You could watch Let's Players. You could watch, web animation people, Homestar Runner. You could do anything else that's free.
Shit, Crunchyroll is free for the most part anyway.
Now let me push this conversation.
You don't even need a subscription to watch most of the stuff on Crunchyroll. Like
I have a final little thing to add to it.
No. Okay, go ahead. But the next part of this conversation is still related to what we're talking about. But go ahead.
Okay. But if you're say 8 to 18 or maybe 20, whatever you're doing your job, whatever you have rent to pay and all this stuff. You have bigger issues to address before your anime problem. That's
right. Well, here's another great point from Randy11. The Matrix is really good though. Try watching a shitty movie over and over. LMAO. Well, okay.
That was probably me when I was younger.
Let me tell you this. That was the problem with growing up, is that a lot of games for the NES and even the Super NES were shit, right? The old LJN, you know. So yeah, I can't tell you how many games I played and probably sank hundreds of hours into that I couldn't even get past level 1 or 2. You know, yeah. It's frustrating and annoying, but you find other things to do with your time. I was an artist growing up. I drew all the time, you know, like those are things that with the distractions of today, not as many people are experiencing in the same way, you know. People aren't reading, people aren't doing other things, you know. Now back to this though. Anime studios combine forces to launch channel streaming free anime.
Okay, I watched Hirohei's video on this, and the thing is...
The comment you just made, yes, it is a future topic. We're talking about it right now. You're in the future. Heard about Hirohei's video?
I watched his video because I'm like, whoa, intriguing. Well, it was clickbait. It's like, oh, Crunchyroll and Funimation are screwed. And I'm like...
It deals enormous blow to Crunchyroll and Funimation.
And when I watched the video, I'm like, dude, they're going to be like, fine, because so to sum up what this is, it's a bunch of anime companies coming together to launch a YouTube channel to
launch stuff that's essentially public domain by this point anyway, kind of stuff, you know.
I mean, yeah, sure, but it's to stream all anime for free, which is ironically a solution to what we were just talking about.
Right,
but
it goes back to what I said with the Annie song thing or whatever, Annie Uta or whatever that thing was called, where I said that all you have to do is create a free service that's more convenient than the piracy. Right?
I guess that's
essentially what they're doing in this situation.
But
right?
So the thing is, currently this is Japan only, or scheduled to be Japan only, but it's going to have English and Chinese subtitles. Having English subtitles tells me a lot of people are going to be using it with a VPN and anything. But
it says, damn it, gone sexual for the headline I made up for Hirohei's video.
Yeah. So the thing is, I don't think Hirohei's ever heard of this thing called Daisuki.net.
Daisuki doesn't exist anymore, but yes, that's why I watched One Punch Man. That's
what I mean. Daisuki.net, that trash fire of a service. It was the same thing. It was a bunch of studios like RHYS and all these other things who made a free-to-use streaming service or whatever, and then
huge difference. Huge difference there, though.
That's where the original One Punch Man originally streamed, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
I watched it.
Hold on.
Daisuki was its own platform, though.
Yeah.
Whereas this is put on YouTube, so the cost of hosting and all that doesn't exist because it's thrown on YouTube. YouTube's the one who has to deal with that.
Okay, but the thing is, I think YouTube probably won't give as much money back because the ad revenue they're so bad.
It's a free. I don't even think they're gonna monetize. I don't know.
Okay. Then again, I guess YouTube, they don't have to host it.
Let's read the article and then address questions.
Well, the thing about Daisuki is that it was a trash fire, so I think this is just going to end up like Daisuki. And Hirohei's like, oh yeah, Funimation and Crunchyroll, they won't even have to go.
Think about the difference though, is that Daisuki.net goes down because they're, fuck this. We're not making enough money. We're not going to pay for these servers anymore. The site goes down. In this case, oh man, this is not going the way we wanted. Let's not deal with it anymore. And then it just stays up on YouTube forever, for as long as YouTube exists, right?
I mean, they might close the channel if they decide to give up, but yeah.
I'm saying that the cost to keep it going is significantly less. So let's read it.
You did have a premium model as well.
Yeah, but that is where they were hoping to get funding that would have kept the servers going and everything. And because not enough people
to back it though, because they had like 2 or 3 obscure exclusives.
Okay, so the perhaps they will have learned from their mistakes. So several noteworthy animation studios have joined together to provide Japanese fans with a place they can watch free anime online legally, an endeavor that harsh critics of Funimation and Crunchyroll will likely be wishing was formed as a means of spurning their less than tasteful practices.
So it's for Japanese fans, not for English-speaking fans.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's almost like this was a calling out here. Hey. It is said that 30 Japanese anime production and distribution companies, Toei Animation, Shin-Ei Animation, Tezuka Productions, have come together to create the YouTube channel Anime Log, which has currently uploaded several series for those in Japan to watch. Unlike a majority of censor-happy Western companies and industries, the channel has no intention of censoring content. It's on YouTube. Some stuff is probably going to get censored. As its description provided the following statement to our audience. The expressions in some of our works may be inappropriate. However, we want to respect the historical value and background in which the work was presented. And in addition, we have truly no intention of being discriminatory, and the content will be delivered as it was at that time. However, some may be potentially concerned about Benjamin Grubbs, who is serving as an outside director for Analyze Log, which is the company managing Anime Log, as he has retweeted articles revolving around Michelle Obama and tweets from Joe Biden. The channel's content is currently only available to those residing in Japan, but there are plans to grant access to Gaijin as well as implement English and Chinese subtitles. You know, we haven't really talked about this, but YouTube removed the function for community submission subtitling.
Oh, right.
Yeah, so fuck you,
YouTube. That would be actually a really cool feature for
I relied on that.
official streaming services, because then you could get the fan-submitted fan subs with a legal platform, and you could have hilarious subs that insert completely out of context things.
Yeah, well, I think that was the problem, is that more often than not, the subtitles were spammy, fake, and self-promoting. And so, like, you see it, and it's written in Chinese, and you don't actually know what it says, but you're like, well, I'll let it publish, because what does it hurt, right? And then it turns out that they're actually making you say things like maybe even discriminatory, hateful things or something that you're not actually saying.
Yeah, that's the real reason PewDiePie was getting all those articles written by him. They were watching in Chinese.
Adam Knight says, watch anime on Muse Asia and Gundam Info are legal way in YouTube.
Right. Gundam's pretty okay with their Gundam Info. The thing is, they only have like limited screenings, so a lot of people will be like, okay, well, what if I want to watch Gundam movies right now?
So Old Man says, doesn't YouTube not suggest videos if they aren't monetized? They may have trouble getting views without monetization. So it's not that YouTube doesn't suggest videos if they aren't monetized. It's just that they have a more of an incentive. They claim that there is no difference whether or not you're monetized or not, whether YouTube's going to promote stuff. But there's plenty of evidence to say that there is. So it's not that they won't suggest videos if they're directly related to the topic, because YouTube has a benefit of keeping you on their platform for as long as possible, right? Because if you watch a 3-minute video that's not monetized, but then you go on to a 10-minute video that is monetized, then YouTube kept you there for that brief 3 minutes to go on to that next one. So it's not that they won't suggest it, right? But the other thing is, I don't know that they are worried about getting views, so to speak. You know, it's putting this out there is kind of like a way to
circumvent people having to go to piracy sites.
Not only the piracy site stuff, but again, providing people Astro Boy, the original, like, older stuff, not necessarily the black and white one, because that's clearly not what this is, but the old Astro Boy like this. Future Boy Conan, all these different shows, the original Blackjack, these have had their run of profitability, right? As I was talking about before with the games stuff. Mm-hmm. So it's like putting this out here now it's everything you get from this is gravy, right? But also having this out there is a way to get people re-interested in that fandom and whatnot. Yeah, it's goodwill and free advertising. Perfect explanation, Random 11. So that free advertisement, you create somebody who's a fan. Like, let's say you put Pokemon on YouTube, right? you get all these new fans of Pokemon potentially that like somehow didn't know about it until now, and then they end up, I would love to have that Pikachu backpack that I saw at the store now that I've connected with the character. You know what I mean? That's what this is ultimately for. It's a way to host content. Oh, wrong screen. Way to host content that's just sitting there. You're not using it for anything right now. It's a way to host that content and let people see it. And again, goodwill and free advertisement. And also perhaps like you can, utilizing a tool like TubeBuddy, you can change your YouTube cards and end screen elements over all the content on your channel. So let's say that you have something new that you are trying to promote, right? So then every video on your channel, you hit a button and you update it, and now the new Blackjack or Astro Boy or whatever that you're producing right now this year that has a separate site that is premium that you do pay for or has better ads or whatever, you're able to promote that to every single person watching any of the thousands of videos you have for the hundreds of episodes of all these different series that you've uploaded that previously weren't making you any money because they were just sitting there. Now they're on YouTube. Now they're a vessel to drive traffic to a new place, right? Like in my case, I can update my my previous videos to advertise a new shirt that I'm selling on Stealth Weep. So that's kind of what these are being used as a tool, because I got 111 now podcasts that I can put a YouTube card right at the beginning that says, "Hey, check out my merch store," or something. Check out my new product or whatever. And some people use Teespring, which can integrate the bar right underneath their video, so you see the product that they sell on any video you go to, right? Anyway, so do you guys have anything else you want to say about this?
I know that like Nozomi has their own YouTube channel, which is pretty good, and I think they're using a strategy that I would personally use, which is put it in a low quality so that they're incentivized to either buy the Blu-ray or
put it in a low quality for nostalgia's sake. Put it in a really low quality and have it separated across like 9 to 12
separate videos. That would be perfect.
So, Random 11 said, I only got into Oron Host Club because Funny put it on free on their YouTube channel, and then
I don't know if Funimation still does that. They used to put like the first 2 episodes of every show they put out on there.
So Jacobu Shiruzu says, speaking of Gundam, I wish they would create another series set in the G Gundam universe in the Universal Century. So here's the thing. Yes, that would be wonderful, but also we're so far past when that was made that it just would not hold the same charm. It would be much more politically correct now. You're not going to have Tequila Gundam, for example.
That, and the director of it has died since 2004. So it's possible to get a new variant of it. But yeah.
Anyway, all right. So let's move on. We've got a lot still to cover.
I'll be back.
Okay, Anime Planet enters content partnership with Lezine? This dog face?
Familiar.
I don't know. Earlier today, Anime Planet announced that they joined forces with South Korean publisher Lezine. Through the agreement, Anime Planet will host exclusive webtoons from Lezine on their portal. Per the announcement, Anime Planet will host hundreds of webtoon episodes, which span numerous genres, including boys love, girls love, action, and romance. I love how the very first thing, it's got numerous genres, including boys love and girls love, action, and also romance. That thing that's just boy and girl love. Boys love, girls love, boy and girl love, and action.
Action is like literally the most common genre that I can think.
Right? Going forward, Lezine will work with Anime Planet to bring more webtoon content to their service. Anime Planet founder Kim Cameron. I never knew her actual name. I always knew her as
that person.
What's her name? Oh man, that's gonna bug me. Stating, "We're so excited to announce this partnership with Lezen. Webtoons are incredibly popular to the Anime Planet community, and Lezen webtoons in particular frequently appear in our top user ratings, which includes not only webtoons but also manga, OELs, and light novels. Lezen has a great deal of unique content that will give our community even more choices for supporting the legal publishing industry." Lezen President Jae-Hung Jeon also commented on the announcement. "I'm excited for this opportunity to share the amazing webtoons we have at Lezen Entertainment with a larger global audience. Anime Planet, as a leading destination for webtoon information, represents an amazing opportunity to reach a broader audience with Korean webtoons. Anime Planet is an anime, manga, webtoon, and OEL tracking site. The platform, which was founded in 2001, allows users to catalog their viewing histories in addition of legally company industry partnership." Blah, 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 blah. Anyways, we already know all this. And then this is just pay us on Patreon for Anime Herald. Okay. Brand new free movie will soon hit the water.
Which we already kind of knew about, right?
Yeah, I think so.
That was like one of the scavenged, salvaged things from their server.
KyoAni. That looks so weird.
Is that the squat preview of my squat?
Damn it! Well, I know what's going in the thumbnail. Give me the weirdest thumbnail we have ever had. They just keep getting progressively worse.
Degenerating.
All right. Anyway, so continuing. We're finally in anime news. Little Hero Dreams Big. Last time
wait,
the anime
finally?
Yeah.
Yeah, we've been talking about, like, not anime.
Pierre Ito's Mouse Man anime film cast Yoshimasa Hosoya as lead. I implore all of you to take a moment to watch this trash, because it's like that like feeling you watch something, you know, like it's that thing where it's kind of sort of trying to be anime, but
it feels so pseudo,
so hard, because it's like, it's one of those things like, did a single person make this entire thing? Let me try to find one part that was just like it's not quite anime, right?
The eyes look like they have no soul.
Tell me.
Looks like they didn't learn anything from the early 2000s.
Are we gonna get copyright flagged?
No, I'm sure we'll be fine, because I'm not gonna.
What are you eating, Reese?
But look at this.
This anime is not official enough to have.
Yeah, so like when you look at this, it's very clear that they're like they've looked at an anime before, and they understand that there's this thing called shading, but they have absolutely no concept of how or why shading exists and how to produce form, right? So it just looks like a shitty MS Paint drawing.
They just put shading on there somewhere. Hope it works.
Anyway, so I hope that the same people who are dubbing the giant insects get to dub this. Yeah.
Sound cadence?
No. We need to dub it.
Not just sound cadence, like all the people responsible for how bad that dub sounds. Because Sound Cadence has done some great dubs. Didn't they do Kengan Ashura?
Maybe. I went at it.
I thought that was Bang Zoom.
Not sure about that one.
That's the thing. Sound Cadence is like interchangeable with Funimation and Bang Zoom because they use Funimation voice actors and some.
They did help, I know for
fine. Sure. It's a competitive market. Studios fill up.
Crack the case in the new Butt Detective film trailer.
All right.
Speaking of cracking butts, sequel story to the Titan Ride anime will be told in new drama CD in December.
Well then.
So again, I just want to remind you, this comes from Comic Casino's Boys Love label, BL Screamo.
What?
So this tells me that either they don't do it in the show because the character is still alive in the sequel story.
Oh, we are going to hell.
Oh, God. Moving on. New Doraemon manga collection is made to last a century. Take a look at the 45-volume 100-year Doraemon set from Tentomushi Comics.
Only 100 years? Come on. You can do better.
Doraemon is
That
a
was the
manga
game.
for the ages. And a team of editors and graphic designers. This person has no N key too, and they have to use my method to spell and. And graphic designers has just completed a new collector's edition set that makes sure it stays that way. The previously announced 100-year Doraemon manga collection celebrates 50 years of the classic series in 45 volumes.
Clickbait.
The desire was to create a set of books that could survive into the 22nd century, the original era of Nobita's grandson and Doraemon. To that end, special effort was put into making the books durable against both age and wear.
I thought you said AIDS and wear. They're AIDS-proof books.
So would this be like a harder hardback or a library binding?
Well, maybe if I read it, we'll know. The set was overseen by celebrated graphic designer Naoko Nakui and members of Shogakukan Doraemon Room. Each hardcover is specially bound to lay flat and features remastered interior art. I mean, I don't know of a lot of books that aren't designed to lay flat, but
I think they mean it's
Like,
going to
I think they're talking about spread open, flat.
oh, okay, yeah. So it doesn't break the spine. That's interesting. I'd like to see how that works, but I'm not going to click on this right now because the covers are also designed to withstand spills in case a child spills water or juice while reading. More than 7,000 copies of the set have already been pre-ordered. Buyers will get bonuses including the Doraemon Dictionary, an art book, a deluxe Volume 0, an oversized furoshiki, and an adorable figure of Nobita and Doraemon. Buyers also have the option to pick up the Anywhere Door shelf, a bookshelf shaped like the Doraemon space-time doorway, perfectly sized to fit the collection's 45 volumes. Okay, so just to be clear, there's only 15 volumes here because 15 plus 15 is 30 plus 15 is 45, right? So they have like an art box. It looks so weird because when I looked at this first, before I read any of this, I'm like, so are they little like figures to go with your anime figures? Because this doesn't look like a person-sized thing. This looks like a figure. Like, look how fucking thick this door is.
I think it's supposed to be similar to like what you see for the Naruto bookcase that Viz released for the manga.
The manga box sets?
Yeah, you mean a manga box set? Yes. The completed 100-year Doraemon was shown to the press today, but there's still a ways to go until it arrives in fans' homes. Pre-orders for the first wave are open until August 31st or until 10,000 sets have been sold. The final set in the first wave will be delivered by December 31st, 2020, after which a second run of 10,000 will go on sale. The set itself is 77,000 yen, including tax. Okay, so that's interesting. Continuing. Higurashi When They Cry May game introduces characters in first promo. So here are some of the characters from it. Again, this is a mobile gacha game, so who cares? But the story is by Ryukishi07 or whatever his name is.
Yeah, he's got the 07 in his name legally.
Yep. Higurashi, here's the Sankaku Complex one, which shows off the amazing artwork of the original characters, which proves that it's definitely no going back now. Rip good shows. Okay, now I mentioned this last podcast. Take-Two Next Gen game prices will increase selectively as per Strauss-Zelnick. Adding this, Capcom is considering raising the price of its next-gen games. And this, EA is considering video game price hike next generation, according to Andrew Wilson. Now,
the greedy companies make sense.
I put this in two separate places. Hold on. So real quick about the game price hike. I've kind of made this point in a previous podcast, but just to kind of crystallize it into a more condensed idea. I think we are seeing a bubble in the games industry because I've sort of talked about this in the past where 4 AAA titles that are hyper realistic and constantly striving for realism and higher fidelity graphics and whatnot, the cost is exponentially growing to produce stuff. And the only way that you can keep that going is if the market for your sales of your product is also exponentially growing. And it has to grow even more than your costs do, right, in order to pay for it. And I think we are hitting the tipping point of games where, same with Netflix, like Netflix can only keep borrowing money and being billions and billions of dollars in debt as long as they keep growing their user base. But as soon as they basically tap out every person on the planet, then they're going to have to start paying off that debt, right?
Once they hit that saturation point.
Yeah, once you get there, you're done, and it's going to be a pretty, fucking horrible thing for them, right?
I wonder, will Unreal Engine 5 circumvent that by making the rendering process like way easier?
So it is worth noticing that technological advancements are going to come out, like what is that called? Quixel scans. You know what I'm talking about? That they use where they scan real terrain. And they have like high resolution.
What they're doing with Skyrim, or sorry,
what they did with Unreal Engine 5, the Quixel scans where they scanned the rock formations and they got the high resolution textures and the polygons that sit right on top of the vertices or the polygons, right? And they said something like the vertices are so closely
photogrammetry. That's the one I'm looking for.
Yeah, they're so closely spaced together that they're actually
they look like pixels.
Yeah, they're basically a pixel, right? Anyway, but yeah, so you can get away with that in the terms of scanning and stuff. Like there are things that are going to circumvent that some of those costs. But what I'm saying is that I don't think that the rate at which they improve those costs is going to keep up with the rate at which stuff is going to continually get more and more expensive. Now, games like, I've said this before, games like Mario, like the graphics capabilities of that, they're going to get better, but the charm of that isn't that it's photoreal, So those games are going to continue to thrive and do really well, whereas games going like Grand Theft Auto 6 or whatever is where it's really going to start getting difficult to keep up the costs, because when you have destruction, like destructible vehicles, destructible environments, that is exponentially getting more and more expensive.
The thing is, what is it? Games nowadays don't seem to have any ambition for destructible things, since the processors and the game consoles have been so underpowered this generation. They might start doing that a lot more now that the newer consoles have
the next generation of consoles and utilizing Unreal Engine 5 and whatnot are going to have access to things that are going to make that start being more valuable. And like what I was kind of saying before is, like back in the PlayStation 1 days, if you're playing a racing game or whatever, and you go off a ramp and your car flips upside down, you can get away with just using a fucking texture of whatever's on the bottom of the car, right? But in modern games, that car flips over, you got to see, like all the intricate models of the pipes and everything underneath the car and the gear shaft and all that shit has to be modeled to some degree in order for believability, or else it's going to completely take you out.
It's got to be able to break apart in the same way.
Yeah, at least to a degree, it needs to be able to do that. So, anyway, I'm just saying that I think that's going to continually get more expensive. And although, like photogrammetry is a thing, it's just like mocap. Like mocap's not perfect; it's never going to be perfect. You always got to have an animator go in there and clean it up. So. It's not always going to be easy to just scan something and have it. It's not going to be perfect. Like it's going to require tweaking. You photo scan a car. You have to take the car apart to photo scan each individual piece and put it together in 3D. Otherwise, you just photo scan the car and then you have to cut it up and make it able to open the hood so that the hood can break off and all that kind of shit. Anyway, just to address some of the comments here. Whatever happened to Blade Runner, Black Lotus, Anime Adult Swim said they were producing? I wonder. So far as I know, it's still in production.
They called it Black Lotus. That's the most expensive Magic card.
Old man said they are using satellite maps for new Microsoft Flight Simulator. the maps are so detailed they have to stream in the data. It's petabytes of data. That's yeah. I mean, I don't doubt it.
I was wondering how they did that. I'm like, how the hell, if you're able to physically like travel the world, how the hell are they supposed to manage to fit that all in one game? So do you have to be connected online if you play it then, even if it's just a single player?
I imagine, yeah.
So, like, if you crash in your neighborhood, you can actually crash into your house.
It's funny,
Yes, it's a simulator in the fact that they take a real plane and you're actually piloting it.
I said this before. When I was a kid, one time my mom projected forward into the future when I was playing like PlayStation 1, that there would come a time when the game would have my house in it, and people would walk into my house and be able to interact with an avatar that looked like me, you know? And like, yeah, I mean, I think
VR chat.
Well, yeah, essentially that's what my mom, again, it's that insight, you know, seeing the future without projecting the path through which you're going to get there, but understanding and predicting the future to know the kind of things that will be coming, but having like an abstract mental construct of it rather than a tangible idea. You know what I mean? Anyway, also, hey, Nick, my friend Nick is in the chat. Everybody go subscribe to him. All right, so back to this. This got added to the doc. I wasn't planning on talking about it, but
somebody, I can't remember if it was the anime. Somebody shared it in the Discord group.
I mean, if there's any anime to have a vinyl, it would probably be suited to Casual Hero.
It would absolutely. And I did want to bring this up. Go down to the scroll down to the track list.
To the Seymour.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we got 2 discs, side A, side B for both. Sides 1, A, B, and C. That's the first original soundtrack. Sides D, the last side, those last 5, those aren't actually on the first soundtrack, and 3 of those were from the PlayStation 2 game.
Oh, cool.
Einstein Groovin', Pearls and Diamonds?
Something, I can't remember which ones, but...
It's gotta be these ones, because these are the ones that aren't in my soundtrack. I've never heard these songs before.
All 5 of those were...
So, I'll tell you this. The fact that Flying Teapot's not on here tells me I won't be buying this.
Is Flying Teapot when he fights that this mental person who escapes and he floats around?
No.
Okay.
Flying Teapot's the song. I'd have to play it, and I'm gonna get.
Is Egg and I Ed's theme?
I'm moving on. So, Professor Who says, "God damn it, get out of here!"
I'm saying that a lot.
Can't say who told me, but I was shocked when I found out. Yes, the Dragon Ball Z 30th set is getting re-released as steelbooks by Funimation. Holy fucking shit. When did we talk about the Boogie Woogie box for Dragon Ball Z? How long ago?
A year ago.
Is it already?
So they were keeping the cost.
I'm pretty sure I specifically said, well, I don't think it's worth getting. Wait for the 31st anniversary edition. Did I not say something almost exactly like that?
Yeah.
So he said, I warned you all, I literally warned you all that the 30th anniversary set would be back as best I could without explicitly leaking it. So here we have, look at it. Steelbook for season 1. Steelbook for season 2. Steelbook for season 3.
There's something about the coloring of the
feel
first
like season 1 and 2's art should be swapped.
The orange bricks had the same kind of, they had the same layout.
Okay.
The brick sets had Vegeta on season 1 and Goku on season 2 and Frieza on season 3.
I'm not a fan of the fact that Captain Ginyu's not on this one.
On the first one, it looks kind of like, with the colors, it looks like they kind of tone it down to like a more kiddie. I don't know how to say.
I'm not liking the baby blue. Also,
but like I was saying, they have 4x3 listed on here. Are they going to go back and be like, okay, let's not screw them over this time and do a better job? Or is it...
It's literally the exact same discs.
Yeah.
It's the exact same discs from the 30th anniversary edition.
Which I'm glad I didn't
I will bet
that
money on
for
that.
the extra figure I didn't want.
Yeah. I mean, I'd much rather have this than the bullshit.
Actually, yeah, the other one was CD height as well. The box. Oh.
Yeah. I mean, I honestly
go well with my.
So here's the problem with this. Look, I already have the Blu-rays for the Amazon
4x3 or the 69.
The 69 ones. I wouldn't mind having this Blu-ray, although I do know that I don't know if I ever covered it, but did we talk about the frame drop?
Yeah, we did.
Yeah. So it's actually
that
not
extensively.
Yeah, it's actually not the perfect. Like, there is no perfect way of experiencing Dragon Ball Z.
I think the Dragon boxes are still probably the best.
That's the one that people hold up, but the Dragon box was specifically missing that frame that we talked about, and the frame dropping that somebody found. But here's the problem with this that I don't care for. When I watch this, I have audio, English dialogue with Japanese music, U.S. English broadcast version 2.0. I'm guessing I don't get Faulkner music in this.
I think Faulkner might be the 2.0 unless the original broadcast is a different version.
Well, let's check on the season 3 one, because I don't think Faulkner got that far. I don't recall, though. I don't know. I mean, I'll buy it. I will buy it. In fact, it's literally the 3 things in my cart right now. But I'm disappointed because I'm pretty sure because they had a falling out with Bruce Faulkner and his team, and as far as I understand it, that's why I have always been a fan of the Orange Brick sets, even though they're 16:9, is because the Orange Brick sets allow me to swap between the types of music, you know.
Did the 69 Blu-rays not do that?
No, I'm pretty sure they didn't. I thought that was. Didn't we talk about this? I've never opened the Blu-rays because I've got them in the Amazon box.
I feel like we might have confirmed they are on the Blu-rays, but we could be wrong. Maybe
I'm
we
pretty
did.
sure that the Dragon boxes
I'll
had them.
certainly open this up and find out if it's on here.
I'm pretty sure the Dragon boxes had the Bruce Faulkner music on them.
They did.
Well, it doesn't matter because all I have to do is rip these Blu-rays and rip the DVDs and swap the audio out and fix the couple of missing frames. It's funny how fans are so much better at this than companies are in terms of like recognizing that they fucked up on that on the like the frame dropping and whatnot, and like we would do.
Wait, which sets had the frame dropping?
All of them. Some of the original DVDs that Funimation released of Dragon Ball Z around the time when they were releasing, 4 episodes a disc kind of thing, they had frames that later releases lost. That's how they found out. Somebody looked back at I don't know how or why they did this. Like maybe they were making a comparison video for why the Dragon box is better, and they're like, "What the fuck? It's missing frames,"
Wow.
So anyway, and that can happen due to frame rate discrepancies, because we're lucky that Japan is NTSC, not PAL, because we have a better transition than the UK, for example, does going from Japan to UK. We've got some comments here. So it came out in November, is referencing the Dragon Ball Z 30th anniversary. It was obvious that they would release the Blu-rays. I mean, right? The only thing that surprises me is that Legend of Galactic Heroes is still hanging on.
Yeah, but that's Sentai. That's not Funimation.
It's still funny.
But there is a chance they don't finish the set. Yeah, I think it's a little bit weird that they've got
3 releasing at once.
Season 3. No, well, they're are they
doing it sagas at a time.
Yeah. I mean, if it's 3 sagas, then out of 7, they should be able to complete this in like maybe half a year.
Yeah, but I think it's a little bit alarming because I mean, I know that they separate their seasons in a weird way, but when I think about it, I think about the Saiyan saga as Raditz and Vegeta, and then I think of the Frieza saga as everything on Namek, personally. But that's not how they separate it, So it seems a little bit alarming to me that they're releasing this. I think they'll probably sell way better than the 30th anniversary edition set. And
absolutely.
I put this in the doc as get cucked on your 30th anniversary because those poor souls who funded this monstrosity just so Funimation could turn around and do this
and bend their ass over.
How much was the 30th anniversary set?
Well, it doesn't matter because Random 11
I'll just ask you
has
the
a
number.
breakdown.
How much was it?
Random 11 says it's more expensive for the steelbooks.
Okay, so per episode, it's more expensive in the steelbook than the set. Yes, but the thing is
you
that
get a better product.
Yeah, well, Funimation, yeah, same discs. Shake my head. So, gonna wait for all the seasons to be out to even consider it. So, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pre-order them and plan on not opening them until I have all 7, and then I might.
All 9.
I was gonna say 9.
Yeah.
SMH. I thought.
And then if they would do a Blu-ray of GT. Fucking finally, that'd be awesome.
Oh my god, I want them to make a Blu-ray of
the original
GT
Dragon Ball.
Yeah,
the original has a Spanish Blu-ray set, I think.
Right.
Wow.
Faulkner Studio scored all the episodes, but the first 2 seasons were only scored when the orange boxes came out, if I recall, because originally the first 2 seasons were scored by Ocean. Okay, you are absolutely correct. What I was thinking when I verbalized that marble mouth mush that I was trying to say, I was thinking, because I was reading what it said here about English broadcaster. I was thinking of Ocean. You're right. I totally messed that up. I was thinking of Ocean only went to a certain length, and then there was the amazing big green dub that still hasn't gotten a release past like really obscure VHSs.
There's 2 DVDs. I have 2 of those. Apparently, Phalis has all of them, but I have no idea how he was able to get those unless those were bootleg.
So the thing about the first 2 seasons scored by Ocean is that the only release on DVD, I believe, that is like a complete collection of what that is the Rock the Dragon edition, that fucking awful
coffee table book.
Yeah.
The NIS America looking ass.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Old man, didn't the old Dragon Ball Z DVDs cut off the top and bottom of the image so it would fit the 69 frame? No.
Yeah.
The original Dragon Ball Z DVDs from like way back in the day that were released around the same time when they were simultaneously releasing the VHS tapes and the DVDs, those did have the appropriate frame rate. The orange brick sets is where that was when the quote unquote remastering happened, and that was where they cut it into 16:9, quote, because fans wanted it that way or whatever. Not true. Although I'll be honest, there are very, very, very few shots in that entire series. I mean, if you took every single episode, yeah, it adds up to maybe 30, 40, 50. But there are very few shots where the 16:9 actually hurts it compared to seeing the whole thing in 4:3. Going from 4:3 to 16:9, Funimation just zoomed in and cut off top bottom. Yes, that's what they did.
However, you do get extra width because the cells were wider than what the actual 4:3 gave.
That's what they claim for the 30th anniversary edition.
No, that was the 16:9 breakdown. I think they mentioned something. Yeah.
Oh, Random 11 says I have the Rock the Dragon set. The video quality is trash and is interlaced to shit. That's weird.
I mean, that's DVD.
Yeah, but why would that set? Because the only thing that's special about that set is the audio. Wouldn't they be able to just use the good quality DVD footage?
Well, no, that's the thing. The audio is what matters, so that's all they put their resources into.
Oh, bullshit! That's ridiculous. But I needed to support. Yeah, I regret not getting it. personally.
Same here. I kind
I
of
would
really
never open it.
want the
I would
ocean.
never fucking open that thing. I would have sat on that and sold it in like 40 years to some collector when Funimation has cucked him out of his last dime on claiming they're going to do something and not doing it. Okay, so Old Man says, yeah, he meant the orange brick sets. I like how everybody just refers to them as the orange bricks, right? Yeah, I want the rest of the episodes. So did they not release the rest of the Ocean dub? I thought that's what it was. Is it just the Saiyan saga and only? And the Ocean Kai dub as well?
What?
I didn't know that Kai got dubbed by Ocean as well.
Did they dub it for like Asia?
I've actually never sat down and watched Kai in its entirety. I'd like to at some point, but I gotta be honest, I hate calling Klinkenbeard as young Gohan so much. Anyway, so we have more to talk about.
If you decide to watch Kai, they cut a lot. They went to the extreme on what to cut out, cause some jokes like Raccoon gambling a chocolate bar, you don't see the initials, so you just see Raccoon just handing Berta a chocolate bar.
Well, I mean, that's kind of the point of Kai, that they just cut it up so obscenely.
They cut out all the filler.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the filler is what makes you care for it.
Yeah.
I'm familiar with what Kai is. Thank you, guys.
I'm explaining that to Augie, or sorry, to whoever Augie's explaining to.
The audience?
Augie was trying to explain to me, the person who said
the audience
watched Kai. Okay, so Train to Busan presents Peninsula. So that's the.
What is this?
The movie Train to Busan is presenting another movie. That seems very weird to me.
From the creators of Your Name.
No, this is actually from the director of Parasite. Not the anime, the live action Academy Award winning movie or whatever. So I guess it takes place 4 years after Train to Busan.
It is actually a sequel to it. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, well, because it says 4 years later. I'm just assuming. Now, there's also a 4K release in Ultra HD. But did Train to Busan get a 4K?
What a really long case that has.
I know, right? It's like 4K Ultra HD VHS.
Extra tall aspect ratio.
It's long.
It's cell phone. 9:16 ratio. Cell phone footage.
Yep. All right, My Hero Academia Season 3 Complete Collection Blu-ray. Oh, that's right. I don't have Season 3 yet because I just have Season 2, Part 1, Part 2, and that's why it looks like there's 3 over there. Or whatever the fuck that is.
Yeah, the different colors, especially for Season 2.
What is the purple one?
Purple is 3.
See, it is.
So we do have 3. That's just
yeah, what is different about this? Why is this just now coming out?
they go back and re-release.
There was 2 parts to 3.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't have Season 3 Part 2 in there. Did that come out?
Yeah.
Clover got a release like this. Sister New
This is the Season 3 that contains Part 1 and Part 2 in the same case. Well, I need to get on to buying Season 3 Part
The actual complete collection, not Steins Gate complete series Part 1.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so there's also Miss Caretaker of Sunohara, so on Blu-ray.
That's basically a MILF who.
Yeah, this is uncomfortable. Special 7 Special Crime Investigation Unit.
That's
whatever that is.
Title of a serial.
That's a great title. Okay. So regarding Ocean dub, they did dub Kai, but it was never released. It was intended for UK and Canada, but then no Canadian TV channel ever aired Kai, and UK ended up getting the Funimation version. So Ocean version got put in the vault. What about the Blue Water dub? I have the Blue Water dub of GT somewhere on a hard drive.
Isn't Blue Water just a sub studio of Ocean?
Yeah, I think it is. That's what I'm saying. And yes, Funny only ever released the Rock the Dragon set. They haven't ever released any other. So okay, but the reason I'm asking is because I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure Pioneer released DVDs that were fulfilled like through Funimation or something. And I think those had the dub before Funimation started dubbing it. I know that Pioneer had the Peter Kalamis dub on VHS tapes at least. And I'm pretty sure that the Pioneer DVDs that I have of Tree of Might, World's Strongest. Oh, I just noticed it's in here upside down.
And we did confirm prior that the steelbooks of the movies contain both dubs as well.
Do they?
Yes, we've confirmed that at episodes prior.
I think what we confirmed is that the steelbooks had the soundtrack with the music by Pantera and whatnot. But I bought this set, and I never actually sat down and watched it. Why are these in here upside down? How did I fuck this up?
You're in a rush.
Because there's that line in Tree of Might where Peter Kalamis, Goku, says, "Get out of my way," and he goes up and like blasts the guys. He says, "I said go," which is like the coolest Goku's ever been, ever. And then in the Funimation dub, he goes, "Energy blast." It's the stupidest shit ever. Anyway.
By the way, I'd like to, because we figured out offline, the Blu-rays contain the new metal track for those two movies or whatever as well. We confirmed that later.
Yes. So I'm pretty sure that I think Augie's confused. I don't think we ever confirmed, at least this is the first I'm hearing, that it contains.
I'm confused. I'm the one that tested the DVD out and saw.
Okay. I'm saying that you first of all, you just said Blu-ray. You said steelbooks.
DVD steelbooks.
I don't even know what we're talking about anymore. Anyway, go back to this. Continuing. Why did that not close? There we go. Actors, songs, connection.
That's a title.
There's so much anime coming out that I just have no interest in spending money on, especially not $48.
No.
That's like the Canadian price.
Testament of Sister New Devil Seasons 1 and 2 Classics Blu-ray.
It stood the test of ecchi time.
The Ancient Magus Bride Complete Series.
I have to actually watch that, finish it.
Funimation digital copy. Boruto Naruto Next Generation Set 7.
Which isn't called Set 7.
What is this one called? Boruto's Might?
Oh no, Keys, Will.
What?
Oh no. It wasn't that funny, guys. Again, there's also the Blu-ray version. So at least this is coming out on Blu-ray at the same time.
Yeah. If it wasn't, I'd be really pissed.
What's next?
Galaxy Angel X Blu-ray.
Sweet, with a partial dub.
Symphogear Season 1. So, you've seen Symphogear, right?
Did I?
Not you. I'm talking about FDM.
No, my friend did, and I was telling you guys about how he absolutely loves the show, and I'm glad that it's getting released here. And I'm sad it doesn't. I found out. Technically,
he's just going to be annoyed.
Why the fuck is Adam Weishaupt a character in this show?
Who's that?
There is the big redheaded guy. So
Adam Weishaupt, the founder of the Bavarian Illuminati, is a character in this show. Yet none of the other players in it are. Like, just kind of a weird thing that this character just shows up in Symphogear. It's not even this version of Symphogear. It's like one of the spin-off shows. Anyway,
shows.
Hey, I didn't watch it. I'm not the one saying.
Does this contain them all? Meteoroid falling, burning, and disappear. Then
there's like 5 seasons of this show.
Yeah, so it's one of the later ones. It's just I found it kind of funny that was a thing. Also, I'll just address some of these. Looking at eBay, I regret opening my Rock the Dragon set. LMAO. Old Man says, I have a sealed Shin-Chan Season 3 Part 1. It's $150 on Amazon. I think I paid $10 for it on RHYS stuff. Yeah. I recently saw somebody on Reddit post on like a DVD collecting thing. I finally have my holy grail or whatever. And it's Shin-Chan on DVD. And I'm like, really?
Really?
Like, that's your grail? All right.
What's the shit under my shoe worth now?
Yeah. You do you, man. New Get a Robo Blu-ray.
I watched that this year.
Isuka TV series in OVA.
I'm pretty glad this is coming out because Funimation and Sentai didn't want to pick the ecchi stuff up. Apparently, it was probably out their standard
compared to this.
This is ecchi.
Yeah, it's ecchi, but Discotheque's not Sentai, so they don't advertise that way. But my brother,
Discotheque is going to release a very kid-friendly looking release of Interspecies Reviewers.
Yes.
Podcast magic.
Yeah. Anyway, this is one of the shows my brother had praises for, like the manga or whatever before it came out. So I'm glad I'll be able to get it in uncensored glory here.
Yeah.
Remember when Gideon released Higurashi, and the artwork on it looked so like slice of life, kid friendly. And
I mean, I was like 14 at the time, so sure, you could say I remember.
You know what that set looks like, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway, continuing. And for
the kid friendly,
they like Brady apparently moved the hand to censor this, so you don't have to freak out. So Osamu Tezuka's Cleopatra, also known as Cleopatra, Queen of Sex.
They moved the hand. Was the hand like underneath or something?
Her nipples used to be exposed.
Do you think it's going to be?
Her hand used to be like where you see the bend.
I think her. Okay, it doesn't matter. I'm not going to discuss it because I'm not going to go look for it. And
I pre-ordered this, and I cannot wait to watch this.
I already purchased
experience.
This.
Oh no, we see your order number. We can dox you.
Take the order number.
Lupin III: The Pursuit of Harimau's Treasure Blu-ray.
They are
just pumping
reading their tweets. They were so scared of the quote unquote controversial stuff, but it's a movie made from its time. So,
Reese, do you want to talk about that? I'm sure you do. Let's talk about it.
I don't really want to talk about
beware.
it.
You put it in the fucking Buyer Beware. Re-release of Lupin III: The Pursuit of Harimau's Treasure to feature trigger warnings and educational essay. First of all, let me just establish that this movie originally came out in the US in 2006, and I know, at least I'm pretty sure that's true, because I have like distinct memories of walking around Anime Expo my first year while waiting for my then not wife to get there so we could hang out, having to walk around the Anaheim Convention Center, and every goddamn TV Funimation had was playing the like trailer for this over and over again. And it was amazing. All right. So Discotheque Media recently announced that they will be re-releasing the dubbed version of Lupin III: The Pursuit of Harimau's Treasure on Blu-ray on October 27, 2020. There is, however, a catch. Is there now, Hirohe? The company has decided that this special is too problematic to be re-released to the masses as is, and have decided to update the special by adding trigger warnings for those who may find certain tropes to be offensive. Furthermore, they are going to educate you, the viewer, about homophobia in anime through a special essay made just for you. All right. Finally, we've got a new Lupin from the Lupin Factory. Toot toot. Cringe. The Pursuit of Harimau's Treasure. It includes a restoration of the original dub with Sonny Strait and just Chris Sabat. So Chris Sabat, as well as a great new HD transfer from the original negatives. Okay. So they said, this one is a little dated and contains some outdated and unkind stereotypes. Because of this, we've tried our best to give this special context, including a warning up front, as well as an essay from World of Crap, which is Justin Savakis, that talks about homophobia in anime of the era. Okay. And that's it for today. But don't worry, there's always another Discotheque Day just around the corner. So
I was worried they were going to censor it when I heard it won't be released in the same way or whatever.
So this all stems from the producer of the Lupin the Third series, who took to Twitter to express how hard it was for him to work on this special due to both its harmful tropes as well as the fact the main villain is a Nazi. Okay, so Discotheque Media recently announced that they will be re-releasing the dubbed version of Lupin III: The Pursuit of Harimau's Treasure on Blu-ray on October 27, 2020. There is, however, a catch. Is there now, Hirohe? The company has decided that this special is too problematic to be re-released to the masses as is, and have decided to update the special by adding trigger warnings for those who may find certain tropes to be offensive. Furthermore, they are going to educate you, the viewer, about homophobia in anime through a special essay made just for you. All right. Finally, we've got a new Lupin from the Lupin Factory. Toot toot. Cringe. The Pursuit of Harimau's Treasure. It includes a restoration of the original dub with Sonny Strait and just Chris Sabat. So Chris Sabat, as well as a great new HD transfer from the original negatives.
Does that not make it
I'm gonna
like
just
validated
I'm going
that
to go to his
he's a
actual.
Nazi? You should hate him.
I'm going to go to the actual tweets
Problematic.
instead of
I
reading.
haven't seen this special in a long time. I can't remember like how, but I feel like all of this is just because the villain is gay. They have to put a trigger warning.
No.
Oh, wait.
Let me call back. Let me
You might know this. Does this special reference Ilsa of the SS? If you don't know what I'm talking about, that's fine.
I know what you're talking about, but let me
He's
get on
getting to it.
Okay.
So, first of all, I find this kind of offensive, personally. Let me go to Brady's one so I can have better control over that.
I think I know where it's probably going to go.
Says, hey, since this is finally announced, I wanted to be a little serious for once and talk a little bit about this release. As everyone who follows my Twitter knows, I love Lupin and I produce most of the Lupin Blu-rays released in North America. However, this particular special was one of the most frustrating for me to work on, and I thought about handing it off to someone else a few times. First, the main villain in this special is a homophobic, Okama-type cross-dressing stereotype, one who speaks with a feminine voice, wears lipstick, and doesn't like to be near women. On top of this, he is the leader of a neo-Nazi cult. Okay.
Oh no, a bad person doing bad things.
First of all, I'm offended that this over-the-top character is somehow in your mind a gay stereotype. That this character who bites people, is a sadist, that is somehow indicative of him being gay.
So the overcompensation of I'm virtuing or signaling this virtue.
I'm a little disappointed in that. Okay? Because
I think this whole effort has a bit of that vibe to it.
Like when I watch this movie, I never sit there and go, yep, that's what Japan thinks literally all gay people are like. This goes back to
that's using the same mindset that you think that you think that people are thinking that.
Well, this goes back to that concept I discussed previously about how you in this day and age cannot give people of color, any type of minority, people who aren't. I've said it this way: if you're not a white heterosexual male, you can't have any flaws.
Exactly.
We've talked about this. Okay? So if you're a villain, you'd better be a fucking white heterosexual male. Because otherwise, if you're black, oh, that's offensive. If you're gay, that's double offensive. If you're handicapped, that's triple offensive. Right? That a villain is not allowed. People like it's this distinction, this ridiculous notion that there is something different about a white male, especially, and literally any other group of people. That this over-the-top character, who is a woman hater and whatever, that is somehow indicative of all gay people, and it's a condemnation of gay people. Because for some reason, this weird belief, even though there is anime that predates this, anime that postdates this, where you've got different cross-dresser type characters like the Genesis Climber Maspida Blue, what's his name, Blue Belmont, Blue Bond, whatever that character's name is. That you have these tropes, and they're not at all a prism of the exact same neo-Nazi ideology, having like sadist biting the tongue or whatever's going on in this scene, hates women. Like, that's not a thing.
It comes from a different time where villains could be more interesting, where there was actual villain diversity.
Like, you can't, exactly, villain diversity, right?
It's kind of like you can't have a Bond villain anymore.
Well, it's like in the minds of these people, it's like if you have a gay villain, the hero that defeats that person had better also be gay, because you need to represent gay triumphing over evil stereotype bad gay. You know what I mean?
I guess it's because it's the only representation they get in the film that they're offended that they only get a negative representation, even though they just take it as if that represents everyone.
Yeah. So look,
there's a simple solution to this. If
take it on an individual level,
work on it. But if you
everyone?
don't like it, don't watch it. Watch something else. I mean, there's
I got
to watch.
Go ahead, Reese.
I got a four-word disclaimer that you could just put in front of it. Fiction is not true.
Fiction is not real. Yeah.
I think the whole his part about where is it? The most frustrating to work on for me, and I thought about handing it off to someone else. It comes off as a pandery. Look at me, I'm the hero. I'm an ally type thing. Okay. You know, for all I know, maybe,
let me just address real quick.
Feel that way, but I think.
Oh, there's so many great comments coming in. Okay, first of all, real quick. Orcs are problematic now because people are saying they are black people. Right.
Yep.
People are saying orcs are a racist dog whistle against blacks. Goblins are an anti-Semite dog whistle against Jews. And I'll just say again, it's weird how the anti-racist, anti-Semites are the only ones who can hear these dog whistles.
The ones that are looking for these traits and identifying them as, orcs represent these black people. It's like, what? So you're
the one pointing it out. You're the racist one.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like it's a dog whistle against black people. It's like, but you're the one who's noticing that, and everybody else who's enjoying this medium, who has no ill intention against black people, is watching it and thinking, this gets my dick hard because it suppresses black people and makes them out to be brutes. Nobody is thinking that. Also, it would be hilarious, or as I said, but it would be funny if Hard Gay / Razor Ramon Masaki Sumitani was the villain. Yes, I'd be down for that. Hard Gay. Anyway, there are plenty of gay villains throughout history.
Yeah, back when you were allowed to have diverse villains.
And all the movies now have just trigger warnings.
He said, wait, so he isn't actually gay? I don't remember this movie that well because I'm not – I love Lupin. Don't get me wrong. But I'm not a huge fan of the Sunny Straight Chris Sabat dubs. So I haven't watched this movie more than once. There are some things I'd like to address. And look, I want to be abundantly clear. I love Brady. I do. But I find it a little bit offensive that the prism through which he viewed this experience, to me, says that this is somehow indicative of all gay people. Right?
I like how gay people are so weak that they need this kind of hand holding.
Right. I find that disgusting personally. And I'm not, this isn't supposed to be like, Brady, you're bad and you should feel bad. Right. But I think it's worth voicing that this
type of mindset is non-productive.
I think it's an unhealthy way of looking at it. Now look, stereotypes are a thing, but they aren't. Look, how can I phrase this? I'm a fan of stereotyping in media because I think that being able to distill and crystallize something about a certain culture and poke fun at it, I think is healthy. And I think it's healthy as long as it's happening in all directions, right? So what they're talking about here. Go ahead.
Going back on that, technically, if you poke something to the extreme, that causes more people to research and learn more about it, ironically.
Well, and I think that's what they're trying to do here with the essay and whatnot. And again, look, okay, so going back to what you said about if you have a problem with it, don't watch it. Well, I'll go ahead and say, going back to the Hirohei thing, if you have a problem with the essay, then don't click on that part of the Blu-ray.
Mm-hmm.
That's actually yeah.
I would also put the trigger warning on the case rather than in the disc, personally. That's what
is this going to be like a featurette of like a 10-minute video of Justin explaining what homophobia is and stuff?
I feel like it's going to be like a slideshow of text.
I think it's
going to be like their normal.
They said with Justin Savakis doing
scroll down. AC, scroll down.
Let's read it. Let me read it.
Okay.
He says the character is homophobic, Okama type cross-dressing stereotype. Okay, so hold on. The character is homophobic. So is he not? Is he gay? One who speaks with a feminine voice, wears lipstick, and doesn't like to be near women. On top of
this, a homophobic female Nazi then? Or
there are some gay panic style jokes where he forces himself on subordinates. Hey, do you know that's his preferred pronoun, Brady? That's a little dangerous there. He forces himself on subordinates, sadism, and his name is, depending on the translation, Herman von Diet or hermaphrodite, like hermaphrodite, right? Which I think is hilarious. And again,
I think it's hilarious too.
I think that's very funny, personally. And I detest the idea that this term hermaphrodite is now offensive, even though it's like a literal term. Going back to Hermaphrodite, the Greek god or whatever that had the both sexes, which again is very, very funny. That my memory of going to the Louvre in France and seeing the Mona Lisa, which is drastically underwhelming in person and way smaller than you would ever expect it to be, that literally facing opposite the Mona Lisa is a fucking Greek sculpture statue of Hermaphrodite. It's got the tits on top and a fucking dick. It is so fucking hilarious to me. That thing is like the Mona Lisa is smirking because it's staring at that.
Smirking at a Fidinari.
Yes. So funny to me. I don't know if it's always there, but when I was there, that's what was there. And that will never not be funny to me. So Brady continues and said, in coming to terms with this character, we went back to the original script to try to help figure things out. I mean, what's there to figure out?
We need to get to the bottom of this.
The script says the Nazi leader persona.
Is it because the villain is gay and a Nazi, or what?
We need to determine if it's actually homophobic before we get outraged.
So
this might be a similar release as with Angel Cop, because it had two different subtracks. But continue, AC.
Okay, so I think Angel Cop is a completely different thing, but with this, I think my heart hurts because Brady is having to come to terms with, I think, an ideology that he and many of the people in any media industry value, where they pedestal groups of people through intersectionality to where they can't come to terms with fiction, right? That it's somehow offensive that this villain is a Nazi, and also that the villain is a sadist, and also that the villain hates women, and also that the villain is homophobic. It's like, bro, this is a villain, right? All of these things are negative, and it's a
clearly villain. They're a good villain if they're making you this upset.
It's like, anyway, so continuing. In coming to this, the script says the Nazi leader persona is supposed to adopt a child's voice, not a feminine one. But the intention in the voice recording could be interpreted both ways. Right, throw Funimation under the bus. The name is obviously a thinly veiled reference to hermaphrodite, though, which is enough on its own to be problematic. Disagree. But then there's all this stuff on top of it. A homophobic, coded, gay neo-Nazi leader is not a character I ever thought I'd see in my life, to say the least.
That description alone sounds interesting.
I disagree. I largely disagree with how this is somehow problematic. You know, like, seriously, how many villains in any story ever have been white? Am I offended by that? Really?
Next thing they're going to complain about is, oh, there's so many white villains. Why can't we have...
I mean, it's getting tiring. Just pin on the white boy again. Okay, whatever.
Well, okay, so to that point, there is the obvious... I've brought this up before. In Punisher Season 2, it gets so blatant that it's just painful to keep watching, where they have like he works at like the construction site, and then there's like the younger Hispanic worker there, and he gets into trouble because the older white guys start pressuring him into a life of crime, and it's like, okay, we get it. You know, like the innocent Hispanic guy is being corrupted by the white guys. Like, thanks, we get it. You know, so I get that. Like, there's a point where it gets to where it's gotten so politicized, I guess, where you can't even. I guess we're experiencing the same thing Brady's experiencing here, but from the opposite end in that regard, where it's like you identify with the side. I have no idea what Brady's orientation or identifying factors are, but I feel like you identify so much with that side that you can't even fathom. Like any media now is like you have to question it, the motive behind it. You know what I mean? So anyway, continuing here. The Okama stereotype was super prevalent in 90s anime, unfortunately. At this point, I decided I would keep working on it, but try to give as much context as possible. To that end, we decided to first add a warning to the beginning of the Blu-ray. This is the warning. The program featured on this Blu-ray disc contains themes that are antagonistic towards LGBT people. Again, I think that is offensive. That I find that offensive that this is somehow antagonistic.
That they're imposing that
this is not a stereotype. This is not okay. The idea of Okama, right? Like I can understand where you're coming from there, but that isn't an indictment on all gay people or members of the LGBT community, or even the idea, the joke behind the name hermaphrodite, right? Like none of that is antagonistic towards the LGBT people. And again, it's like you said, Reese, the idea that the LGBT community is so weak that they suffer at a Nazi character that may or may not be gay. You know, it's like I'm at a loss for words over how much I just don't agree with the sentiment here, and how I think it is. I think that the statement that it's antagonistic towards LGBT people is antagonistic towards LGBT people. It is a product of the time when it was made and depicts prejudices and stereotypes that were then commonplace.
Imagine if every single movie they put, this depicts prejudice against this person.
See, okay. The way I kind of see this is like, what I think he's trying to say is like, not every gay person who existed while this was being made was like this, obviously. But the statement that they're trying to make, which is perhaps true, is that the outlandish, hyper gay characterization, stereotype, is presented this way. And perhaps the naivete of people believed that gay people were like this. The way that, for instance, in the first couple seasons of The Office, when they find out that Oscar is gay, when Michael tells that to Dwight, Dwight's response is, well, he's not dressed in women's clothing, right? As if that was the prerequisite, right? So I can kind of get the mindset from where they're coming from. But I think that already, because we don't live in that time, because everybody in modern day knows that this isn't how the vast majority of gay people are, although I'm sure there are some people as weird,
closet Nazis,
straight, gay, whatever. Yeah, closet Nazis. I mean, it's pretty much Milo Yiannopoulos right here, isn't it?
Speaking of closet, there was this one time where I was talking with this one person. I'm like, yeah, I was like a closet anime fan or something, and it's like, hey, don't use the term closet. Some people are in the closet for other reasons, you know.
Which use closet however you want to. Fuck off.
Seriously, yeah. You don't get to hold on to a turn of phrase like, that's our turn of phrase. Don't you dare use it. Like, you know,
It belongs to us gays.
I'm a closet masturbator. I don't care.
The closet does it for me, man.
These depictions were wrong then and are still wrong today. Disagree.
That's like your opinion, man.
They're wrong today. I think that an over-the-top, so outlandish character that transcends any of the stereotypes you're attempting to put on him. I don't agree. I'm sorry. I just don't. I'll read the essay. Maybe it'll change my mind, and maybe we'll talk about it again when that comes. Okay, but I do find this to be kind of offensive, and it. Look, I'm not at all in the same boat as this article. Buyer beware, blah 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 blah. I largely don't care that they're including this at all. I'm just glad that they aren't censoring it.
Yeah,
that's true.
I will give them. Let me give them tremendous props for choosing to release this and Angel Cop, which is a billion times worse in the eyes of the type of people who saw this as quote unquote problematic.
Okay, so
Discotheque had the balls to do that. I gotta give them major props for that.
I have not seen Angel Cop, but even theoretically, if there was some media that was like so blatantly offensive, I feel like if I watched it and I thought, yeah, that's offensive, I'd just laugh at it because it's like, look at these ignorant people making this offensive.
For those of you who don't know, Angel Cop, when it was dubbed over here, and the dub that is on the Discotheque Blu-ray, that dub alters the story from the sub version. And as Augie was saying before, as I understand it, Discotheque put the original, like, accurate translation as a subtrack, didn't they?
They kept the subs true to their...
We have 2 subtracks.
Yes. So, and just to be clear, and again, I largely disagree with the sentiment there as well, that people claim that Angel Cop is anti-Semitic. I wholeheartedly disagree because it's a misunderstanding. It's a misappropriation of the idea of Jews control everything, because Angel Cop is literally a story of the conspiracy of the Rothschild family. It's literally based on the protocols of the Elders of Zion, which is like the minutes of a meeting at the Rothschild estate where they basically got the Illuminati group type guys together to plan taking over parts of the world. All right. And because the Rothschild family pretends to be Jewish, because they're from a place called Khazaria, where the rulers of that land adopted Judaism as their national religion. So therefore they are Jewish in religion only, not by blood, right? That's somehow anti-Semitic to acknowledge it's exactly like, oh, this is a villain that happens to be gay, therefore that can't be okay because gay people can't be villains. Same thing here. Antagonistic evil plotters who quote unquote may or may not happen to be Jewish, but they can't be villains because they're Jewish. Oh, brain explodes kind of thing. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So anyway, that's the story of Angel Cop, from my understanding, and how there have been essays written about that as well on Anime News Network when we covered Yagi Numa. Was that who it was? The MMO junkie guy, right? Anyway, so real quick, let me get through Brady's thoughts here and the rest of this. These depictions are wrong, blah, 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 because they... So these depictions were wrong then and are still wrong today. This program is being presented as originally created because to do otherwise would be the same as denying these prejudices ever existed. Discotheque Media, their partners, respective affiliates, and employees do not support or endorse the views expressed in this program. You don't know that.
I feel like they could have condensed this as contains content that may offend.
I feel like Shelby could be a closet Nazi. I'm just kidding. That's a joke. Secondly, to help contextualize the release for fans new and old, we wrote both liner notes as well as an essay about homophobia in 90s anime. See, again, this is... I don't agree. I don't agree because
I don't want my Lupin disc to have this like novel on something that isn't like, I don't know, the main thing. I don't know how to put it.
So here's the thing: the idea, the concept of homophobia. First of all, I don't agree with because nobody's afraid of gay people, right? The term doesn't make sense to me. But the idea of homophobia is completely different from what they're portraying it as, because being quote unquote antagonistic or portraying gay characters as over the top. Like, let's think about the character in the Cowboy Bebop movie that Ed's not a little boy, Ed's a little girl. What are you doing? You're trying to ruin my reputation, right? That guy that's like dressed in drag and has the beard.
He's wearing girls negligee.
Yeah, negligee. Nobody sees that and thinks, "Oh, that's gay people, all right. That's my friend Mark from work. He's just like, he wears a negligee at work and a wig and like has stuff. That's him, and he definitely does little boys, right? That's nobody looks at that and thinks that. That's not a thing. And if it is a thing, you're not going to change their fucking mind with a stupid essay. They're bigots and they're going to stay bigots. It's retarded. This isn't necessary. Nobody is thinking that. In doing so, I'm hoping we've given this release enough history and context to still be enjoyed while being respectful to my friends and family in the LGBTQ plus community.
I think that's the key sentence. He's trying to be so hard to be respectful to his friends and family in the community.
Try not to lose the clout with his buddies. But the thing is here, I hope that all of the sadist, homophobic, secretly gay, lipstick-wearing, womanizing, or woman-hating neo-Nazis can enjoy this movie and not feel like it was antagonistic to their very particular villainous ways. My hope is if people pick this Blu-ray up, they might at least learn a bit about this harmful stereotype.
You have to read a novel before you're prepared to watch this movie, apparently.
Okay. I'll be honest with you, I don't think it's going to be a novel. These liner notes are what? 3 fucking pages? That's it? It's not a big deal. Yeah. It's really not. I don't.
It's only the special features.
10 minutes to read.
It's just the way he puts it. I hope people will be ready to watch this as if you have to like do as a prelim.
I don't agree with the concept that this is a harmful stereotype. I really don't.
I don't think anyone's going to think, oh, this person's a neo-Nazi because
stay away from that guy over there because he looks like he might get close and bite my tongue, like in the thing here. Like he might get hand grabby and touchy, And by the way, I knew a guy who was bisexual in Hollywood who not so much the touching and getting close, but intentionally went out of his way to make you sexually uncomfortable. Okay, like I don't think that every gay person is like that. And again, this guy was not gay; he was bisexual at most, but. This isn't like this doesn't exist, and dealing with the fact, like again, what this does is it's a pedestal. It puts the LGBT community on a pedestal and says that none of them are horrible people. None of them would ever be a neo-Nazi. None of them would ever hate women. None of them would ever have any issues or flaws like the character that plays this villain. Once again, villain would have. By the way, isn't there a character in Metal Gear Solid 3 that's exactly this guy? Isn't there?
No idea.
Like
no idea.
A guy that I think later became, like they cloned him he looks like Raiden in Metal Gear Solid 3, and I think they later cloned that guy and made him Raiden's base or whatever, or that was anyway.
I mean, there's plenty of characters that have done this before, plenty of movies, so this is really nothing new.
Okay, but he's making the argument that this being done before is a stereotype and harmful in some way. Anyway, many people helped with this release, including in no particular order, all these different people
who are now on the watch list for being sensitive snowflakes.
I want to thank. Look, I want to say.
Are you saying they're on notice?
They're on notice.
I want to be clear about this. As much as I have an issue with the sentiment, I am so proud of Discotheque for swallowing the aversion to this and actually putting this out on Blu-ray and not censoring it, not redubbing it, not doing any of that stuff.
Not changing it whatsoever.
I am absolutely, my heart is made so full at the idea that they decided that this was the appropriate
At
measure.
least the minimum that they did was just the essay and the disclaimer at the start of the disc.
Yeah, I want to be abundantly clear that I applaud that this line especially right here. These depictions were wrong then and are still wrong today. This right here. This program is being presented as originally created because to do otherwise would be the same as denying these prejudices ever existed. Okay? Bravo to you for not kowtowing. Bravo to you for not... Look, because I'm sure... Look, I want to be 100% clear on this. As we're describing here, I think that there is an ideological reason for these intersectional people that there's like a pedestaling that Brady and I'm sure Justin, who's part of the LGBT community, and them that they have this pedestaling effect of it, you know, that makes them feel like they have to do something here, that scared the shit out of them, not because they expected you and I to give a shit that this was getting a Blu-ray release and that they didn't do anything about it, but because the people in that community that are so adamant about canceling everybody, those are the dangerous people here.
Are they? I'm curious if that community is even into Lupin the Third at all. Anyway,
they probably
right.
I mean, I'm sure
the franchise as a whole is a pretty much a heterosexual series.
Yeah, especially with
all the female fans. It's aimed at men.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. You know, I totally agree with that. But I guarantee you that there are gay fans of the show because there are fans of everything from every walk of life. There are gay Nazis.
But,
you know,
but still,
fucking Hugo Boss can design the shit out of a uniform, and that's appealing to certain people of different persuasions.
But still, how many people do you think would, if they didn't do all of this, would go back and complain to Discotheque about it?
Well, the point is that I think Brady's large anxiety over this comes from the fact that regardless of whether or not they're actually customers of anime companies, Discotheque, or fans of Lupin in general, you know that the mere doing this, the mere releasing something so quote-unquote problematic would create a firestorm of people calling for the cancellation and you know, and Discotheque or blah blah blah, some shit like that. There are and probably already are people who are going to have come at this with a negative opinion, you know, and really hurt them with it.
I think I'm not sure about Brady, but Justin Savakis, I think he does have some sort of investment based on like the quote problematic nature of it, based on how in the past, like he made that one tweet that was like, if my son ever used the homophobic F word, I'd what is it? Unplug his modem and kick him out of the house forever or whatever. And it's like, so if you're gonna let words have power type deal, I wouldn't put it past him to be offended by, I don't know, something like this.
I don't know. You know, I think that everybody has made, and think about this, like how often throughout the day does something just really rub you the wrong way? You know, and I think some people have had the misfortune of having their phone in their hand at a weak moment of being upset about some dumb bullshit and tweeted or Facebooked or something that later on they realized that was cringe. I shouldn't have even said that's. God, what a stupid thing to say. In a moment where I was angry, I spoke hyperbolically, and now everybody's taking it literally and thinks that I'm worse than the guy who would kick out his son for being gay because my straight like son that me and my gay lover raised used the word, you know, faggot or some shit like that.
Uh-oh, Brad.
I think
you're going to be kicked out of the house and your internet modem is going to be unplugged for saying that, okay?
Well, I think that anybody is gonna like. This is the problem with social media. Really, it is. You know.
By the way, I think that is the perfect word for an insult of non-gay people. Like it just.
Oh yeah, no, I honestly.
Like that word. Anyway,
guys, let's just get through this. Hold on. Anyway, I want it to be clear. The bottom line is I'm very proud of Discotech. I may not agree with what they felt like they had to do, in the sense that I don't think that they had to do it, and I'm a little bit offended at the idea that they present it like it's some dog whistle that again only they hear. You know, and I think that in a way is kind of like disappointing. But I'm very proud of them for actually making the product and putting it out and not kowtowing to the fear that maybe we should skip this one. Maybe we shouldn't put this one out on Blu-ray.
I'm surprised that this is the is it the fourth one that they've rescued from Funimation now? Number 4 out of 10, and they didn't hold it off until number 10. Yeah.
True,
okay, sure. Okay, anyway, let's get through this. So anyway, thank you to everyone taking the time to read this. You're welcome, Brady. I just wanted people to know a lot of time, care, thought, and sleepless nights went into how to best present this release.
I'm sorry to hear that.
But I also forgot. Okay, look, let me put it this way. The thing that Brady is describing right here is exactly what I went through that week when I covered the MMO junkie controversy. There are some things in life that you care about, you know, and they hit you in a weird way because, like, for example, with that MMO junkie thing, effectively I was being called by that article an anti-Semitic person, and I'm not at all. It's a completely different thing, but the understanding and the mob mentality of it is a very incorrect black and white view of the situation. You know, so I absolutely understand the heartache that Brady went through because I've gone through it. Just like when we covered the very, very, very beginning of the Vic Mignogna stuff. That article came out literally the day after the previous podcast. And I thought about it every single day until we actually covered it. Because I felt really uneasy about it. Because I looked as hard as I could and didn't find anything that actually seemed to provide substantial evidence that I thought had any weight. There were no police reports. There was nothing. And I wanted there to be something because I couldn't believe that Anime News Network would do that to somebody. That they would write that unbelievably hit-piecey article on him. And that was very difficult for me to have to go through because I didn't know how things were going to go down. And I was very fortunate to have chosen to let somebody have the benefit of the doubt, and then for every fucking thing after that to blow up in the face of his accusers. The fucking fake swatting, all that shit. You know? But I tell you, I care just as much as Brady does on things. And I've gone through those sleepless nights and racking your mind and just wanting to postpone a podcast and not even cover something and just not deal with it. But doing it anyway and going through it, you know, I understand not every opinion is going to be popular. And I understand, you know, not wanting to let people know where I actually work because of cancel culture. You know, I get that. I get what he's talking about. And I'm sorry he had to go through that. But the truth of the matter is that even if Brady wasn't losing his mind over something that I see as nothing, the truth is that there are people out there who are going to lose their mind over the fact that this is getting another release. And that's why Brady's going to have anxiety.
I don't want to. I want to say I'd like to see those people, but I kind of don't.
Right. So also, I feel really bad, but I also forgot Mark and Schmollis, who went over, I think, 3 drafts of the laid out notes for me as well. Thank you guys. Also, not related to this, but big thanks to this person for helping me with setting up the packaging. Anyway, so going back to Hero Hayes, and again, you know, I've been thinking about this too. Look, I'm Hero Hayes' friend. I like the guy. Okay, I want to be clear about that. I consider him somebody that I want the outcome of his actions to provide him further and further positive repercussions. But I also see some of his actions the same way that I see Rekieta with the funny leaks thing, which I thought was an absolute misstep. I thought that was I thought that was a dirty move. So I want to see what, he's got. I think that I was thinking about to say, I think that Hirohei is learning that he has a Pied Piper ability to control narrative, in the sense that wielding behind him a bunch of people who, almost like a sycophant way, will parrot what he produces as the narrative and whatnot, has power, number one, but number two, has a real negative effect on the person wielding the pipe the whistle, for the Pied Piper analogy, in that it convinces you that you're right. That feedback loop of positive feedback is dangerous every time, especially, yes, like an echo chamber. Anyway, so here's what I had to say. DeMarco from Toonami, right?
Yeah.
Full Swim, rather, said, I think this is a great way to handle problematic work like this from previous eras. Warn and contextualize, don't censor. Agree. I mean, I don't think that, in this particular case, I really don't think the warning was actually necessary. And I think that the contextualizing actually makes the quote unquote problem into something bigger than it is, even personally. But you know what? It's been a very, very long time since I've watched The Pursuit of Harumao's Treasure. So maybe if I watched it again, I'd be like, oh, you know what? I take it back. I don't know. I'll have to see it again. I look forward to getting to watch more Lupin. Anyway. I'll
be honest. All of this makes me kind of I really, really do want to rewatch, because I looked up on my anime list, and the last time I watched this was the first time and last time was back in July of 2013. So it's been a while. Back when I first got into Lupin, around.
When I watched it, I think was like 2007.
The thing about this, I simultaneously want to buy this more and want to buy it less at the same time. I want to buy it more to say, yes, don't censor things and all that, but I simultaneously don't want to, because I don't want them to add politics into their releases type deal.
I'll be real. If this is the worst they do, then I would buy.
I'm okay with that.
Do this for.
Then what?
If this is the worst that they do, in terms of injecting politics or whatever, I would buy every release that they do this for. If they take out a line, redub a show because it's quote unquote problematic or something like that,
take out a whole scene,
I would not buy that disc.
The thing is, if I don't buy it, though, they'll probably see like a lack of support for this type of thing, or it didn't work, or maybe we shouldn't release quote problematic releases anymore.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying though. If you don't buy it when this is such a negligible thing, that's telling them, well, we saw less sales.
You're homophobic.
So maybe, they're going to say maybe these problematic titles, maybe we shouldn't be restoring them.
Luckily, what's his name? I like to call it Shumulus, but that's not the correct order of his letters. Said, despite the warning and blah, 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 it's number 9 on Right Stuff bestseller right now. Yeah. So that's good.
Again, I think that, look, again, I consider Hirohei a friend, but I think that he makes drama and controversy about things that aren't dramatic or controversial in order to have content to produce. And I think that
I do see that sometimes, but I think in general he's kind of hasty.
Well, I think yes, he's definitely hasty, and because he does YouTube as a job, and it's like you got to have something new every day, Now, I'll be real. I think that in a lot of ways he actually plays it kind of close to his chest in regards to not overdoing it. In places where I feel like he could. And I'm very proud of him for that. That's why I consider him a friend. It's why I don't just outright condemn him the way I would for somebody like Perfection back when that guy existed, because I think Hirohei does think. He is actually thinking when he's producing the videos that he does. And I'm very pleased to see that he is you know, he's having deliberate thought go into what he's doing and how he's producing his content. You know, I really do like give him props for that, for sure. But I also see that the viewers are hungry piranhas who want to go after anything, right? So even if he's pumping the brakes a lot, he produces this stuff and these people are so angry. And again, it's not his fault. It's seriously not. These people are going to find the content, you know, the anti-SJW type content that they want, that they thrive on, in order to satiate their own cancel culture-esque tendencies, you know? So anyway, see if there's anything interesting here. Appreciate putting the effort. Yeah, no, I think this is it. It says the best advice I can give you. See, again, I also want to be very clear. His title for this is Buyer Beware. Hey, this is a thing. Now look at what he says here. The best advice I can give you all is if you want to just enjoy the anime for what it is, then just stick to watching the original dub/sub. With that being said, this does set a dangerous precedent moving forward for older anime titles that may get re-released in the future. This seems like a misunderstanding of what's here. This re-release doesn't have an alternate dub. This re-release doesn't change anything about it. All it does is have a little tiny screen right here. That's all. That's literally the impact.
Right after the FBI warning.
Yeah, FBI warning, this, and then boom, you're in. That's it. You know. So anyway, we are 4 hours in.
Did we go over the Cautious Hero sets?
I think we're still getting to that. There's like 5 Right Stuff tabs open.
No, those are, we already passed all those. I didn't see a Cautious Hero.
No, not Dragon Ball Z. Cautious Hero.
Cautious Hero.
I heard you.
He's going to the Right Stuff tab.
I'm going to a Right Stuff tab. All right.
I don't think Cautious Hero was listed on.
I don't think we covered it though. Did we?
Okay, I'm gonna pull it up.
Caution.
Give me a second.
I think when I initially checked, they didn't have Cautious Hero listed for limited edition. That's why when I saw the promo on Twitter or whatever, I'm like, what? What?
They do have
it up right now. I didn't see it when I. Are you talking about just the regular Blu-ray?
There's a standard. There's a limited edition too.
Well, as you are finding it, I will explain that apparently it has a drama CD included. And not only that, but
a drama CD in Japanese.
No, they dubbed it. That's what I'm getting to.
All right.
They dubbed the Japanese drama CD, apparently.
Okay, I'm not. Oh, here it is. Gotcha. By the way, I think my sister-in-law's in this show. Okay.
So it would be a double sister-in-law or a sister double?
No, in fact, I don't even know if she's still married to my brother-in-law.
In-law.
Or my sister-in-law's brother. It's weird. I guess that would be brother-in-law. Anyway, so here's the
standard edition.
Is this the one where at Anime Expo they had this big poster and it said, I'll take a suit of armor and also a backup suit of armor and another backup in case I lose the backup.
Yeah.
Is that I really want to see this.
Terrible logo.
Oh yeah, that's a joke. Look at this fucking font. That's terrible.
Terrible logo.
Hey, that means Funimation might hire me to do their graphic design if that passes. Well, Brad, if you can hear me, I'm going to read Random 11's latest messages. It says, but AC, did you cover Cautious Hero? I want to make sure you covered Cautious Hero. I want to be super cautious that you have for sure covered Cautious Hero.
You have to verbalize that.
Caution.
No, the one that's highlighted.
No, I see that. I'm just saying caution as a caution warning.
Where did he go? Just like disappeared.
By the following.
So is he not appearing in the feed? His room is, but not him.
Reese is on the control board.
are you talking about?
It's kind of funny that he knocked the stack over while coming back last episode, but still like that. You'd think he would like put it there and scoot the box over. Again, I don't know if they're sleeved or not.
I'm not sure which box you're talking about because I apparently don't keep that much attention to detail. Mind you, I was also being obliterated by my internet last.
All right, the most right shelf, second. The most right bookcase, second shelf from the top.
The Amazon box next to the falling over.
Oh no, the X. Yeah. Still has that bird. There's them cookies. Skip Beats noticeable. Bubblegum Crisis. Looks like he has 2 of those.
Probably does.
Okay, I know
he's a maniac who will buy stuff he already has.
Space Brothers. But what's right beside Space Brothers in that?
Probably Space Dandy.
Okay, that explains why it looks like a tube of butter. So would that be Space Pirate Mito in a 4 collection right beside it?
Space Pirate Chungus. Oh, I hear it more creaking.
Oh, that was like the best.
I said it. I was so clear. Hey guys, I have to take a leak. Please talk about Cautious Hero for a second.
I didn't hear that.
Cautiously.
All right. So let's address some of the numerous comments here.
We've already addressed all of Random 11's numerous comments.
Yeah. So, oh god, there's so much. Okay, I'm going to skip to this one. The term trap was banned from our anime memes.
Hearing that, I want to post a picture to it with just Admiral Akbar saying, "It's a
trap."
You'll get banned for that. You'd get banned for that.
But just posting that in a trap.
But, or it's a, and then Astolfo.
Worth it, though.
Anyway, so, yeah, that was something, an article I chose not to cover because there's too much. I so don't. It's the same argument here, you know. I fundamentally disagree with the idea that trap is a trans slur. Absolutely disagree with it.
No,
and I think S. Monroe did a fantastic breakdown of where the term comes from, how it's never been a slur, and again, it's literally the claim that it is a slur comes from the group that created 7 million genders that are actually fetishes, whereas the term itself is a fucking fetish, right? Not a slur. You may have already covered the topic. I chose not to just because there's too much. It's too much, you know. Are they going to edit out the guns and change?
My gender is BBC.
Yikes! Yikes! There, FDM. Yeah. So yeah, this is agreed. I don't know why they did that. That seems like not worth the money for something that wasn't even like. I don't remember anybody at that time with ET acting like, oh dear God, those government agents had guns.
Oh my God! Shit. They're pointing out about an alien that they don't know about.
Let me phrase that a little differently. That evil neo-Nazi was gay. Like, just like nobody cares. Words are violence and violence is speech. See Portland riots. Yeah, well, with a Japanese company that has the right to the special, even let them censor it.
Depends on the company.
It's TMS. Or is the supposedly problematic stuff only in the English dub? For the if you're talking about Angel Cop, it's in the Japanese one. The English dub circumvents it by changing the story to be about something else. Drama channels on YouTube are usually negative regardless of the topic it gets the views. Yep, agreed. And I'll tell you this why. It's the same thing with regular media. People are easier to control, and I say this in the Pied Piper sense, when they are angry. If you were easier to control when you were happy, all the media would be about telling you that everything is sunshine and roses, showing the bright side of every tragedy, right? But same thing with with the drama channels. You know, everything, the negative, because that what keeps you mad. That's what keeps you coming back for more, you know, to things to be upset about. Did I cover? I want to make sure you covered Cautious Hero. I want to be super cautious that you have for sure covered Cautious Hero. Yeah, seriously, like I'm a little disappointed in the fact that you guys can't carry the show for a minute and have to like, it's like when the streamer's like, I gotta take a leak, and you just
are the host.
You just look, yeah, for real, co-host status, eternity, not main host status for the rest of you. All right, so let's get through this. Let's talk about, is that the Japanese bullet train in your underwear, or are you just happy to see me?
Oh, that was a nice segue.
Shinkansen underwear lets you show. Shinkansen underwear lets you show or hide your love of Japan's fastest trains. Japan Shinkansen bullet train network started with the Tokaido Shinkansen line, which runs between Tokyo and Osaka. Since then, service has continually expanded and now stretches all the way from Kagoshima Prefecture in southwestern Japan to the northern island of Hokkaido. And now comes the newest potential Shinkansen stop, your underwear. No word as to whether you need to make advance reservations if you're traveling with large baggage. So there's a lot of articles we're about to go over that I intentionally didn't read because a lot of times I am saddened by my reactions being less good when I've already read them.
You can't replicate the hilarity of reading it the third time.
Yes. Well, I really just need this to be a podcast clip where that train is mosaic blurred. Okay. Japanese railfan internet portal Shupatsu Shinko has created what it's dubbing Teppan from Tetsudo Pantsu train underwear.
Is the underwear getting a dub?
For the initial offerings, the pelvic area salutes are being given to a pair of the most dynamic-looking Shinkansen designs, starting the Hayabusa train, which runs north from Tokyo Station to Shin Hakodate Hokuto, currently the northernmost bullet train stop. Well, you know, you want your nether reasons pointing north, right? Dark, shiny. What the fuck? It looks like a Sentai hero like helmet. The way
you know what they say: boarding pass for every train. That joke came out wrong. Moving on.
Hold on. Oh, whoa. There's an interesting tweet from Justin Savakis, but I'll talk about it another time. If you want a more vibrant shade than the Hayabusa teal, there's the Komachi design, modeled after the Crimson Shinkansen that carries passengers between Tokyo and Akita Station, and is the only bullet train that serves the Akita and is the only bullet train that services the Akita Shinkansen line. That just looks like a thick, juicy ass. It's like a butt crack and everything through here. Like a plumber's ass. No, seriously. It's the red guy from fucking Cow and Chicken. Like, look at that bubbly ass.
The devil-looking guy?
Yeah.
God, I hated that show.
Really, another naysayer of Cow and Chicken.
While some companies in Japan produce train-themed underwear for kids, Shupatsu Shinko's Teppan come in adult sizes as well. And the company proudly says that they're designs that not only rail fans, but ordinary people as well can thoroughly enjoy. Given their unique prints, some might feel a little self-conscious slipping on a pair of teppan. What with the sleek shaft of the bullet train bearing a resemblance to a certain part of the male anatomy. Okay. I didn't think, is the tag for this image train frottage? Like, however, the designers appear to have foreseen such potential awkwardness, and so the front of the train actually appears on the back of the underwear. Well, that ruins it. And vice versa, so as not to make it seem like the Shinkansen is barreling out of your crotch. That's the entire point of getting this.
That's seriously.
like the fucking front. That's got to just be mislabeled because the front has the butt crack and everything. Like the entire point of this is the bigger your erection gets, the more it resembles the train. So that does mean it looks like a bullet train is being fired out of your butt. Teppan, which are officially licensed.
No, whenever you shit your pants, you're shitting out a bullet train.
Teppan, which are officially licensed by Shinkansen operator Japan Railways, aren't currently available in stores, but are being offered through a campaign on crowdfunding site Makuake here, with tiers for adult sizes starting at $25 and kid sizes starting at yen. And since just 2 pairs of underwear isn't enough to get you through your wash cycles, if you're looking for more symbols of Japan for this part of your wardrobe, there's always the Pokemon underwear lineup. I mean, yeah, but come on. I mean, nobody wants this now because it's backwards. You've completely taken the joy out of having these. Why would, seriously, you're going to make this underwear for adults and you're going to ruin it? Like, it's a travesty. All right. Let me check.
You got to have junk in the chunk to make the train work.
I mean, maybe you get a similar effect if you shit out a really hard turd and you're all right. Well, I mean, there's other ways. I'm not going to say it. Moving on. Want to look good while staying safe? Put cum on your face.
What?
Are we demonetized?
Always. In perpetuity.
Is that the episode title? The new episode title? Come on.
I'm ready. I'm ready.
Oh, God.
So, the Pornhub edition of this podcast, the thumbnail is going to be Ultraman and Bukake. Oh. wearing the Shinkansen underwear. All right. Pre-orders for all 5 types of cum have already begun. Sadly, this is just noticing the what the fuck comments. Sadly, we are far from out of the woods when it comes to COVID-19 in Japan. And that has really spurred companies of all kinds to develop their offerings in the increasingly crowded face mask market here. From leading retailers like Uniqlo to military contractors, everyone is pushing Japan's well-established mask culture from plain white strips to a true fashion accessory. Hold on. All 5 My face hurts. Oh, my cheeks are going to fall off. Oh, God.
Breathe.
Also entering the fray is figure maker CCP, Chinese Communist Party. Otaku with a 99-cent Canadian super chat, which is like a fucking hay penny in US dollars. But I'm glad you managed to send us something. Oh, God. Okay. So also entering the phrase figure maker CCP, not to be confused with the Japanese RC car makers by the same name, or the Chinese Communist Party. Yeah, it's funny now. 5 types of cum: fire, earth, wind, water, and dark. Okay, Otaku, Jesus, I'll check it.
Otaku has a super chat that says CA $0.99. That's a very insightful super chat. Thank you.
Wow. I think we should kick Otaku out for his
his aggression.
Being rude to the host.
Yeah, he might get cucked more than Satan.
My face hurts so bad from this article. Okay, Otaku.
He needs to get his dollars worth, or he might not watch.
This couldn't have waited. Honestly, this could not have waited. 5 minutes after taking the Russian COVID vaccine, this couldn't have waited until the podcast was over. Jesus. That was more important than come on your face.
Which would you rather have? The ability to turn into a bear?
RIP to all the viewers who aren't going to get all the way to 4.5 hours to get to the point.
Actually, Otaku, you're 1 cent short of a Canadian loony, so you're going to have to. Honestly, pipe up that 1 cent if you want the full appreciation.
Old man says that reminds me of some guy wearing a face mask as a jock strap. He was technically wearing the mask as required.
Oh, God.
You mean to say he was wearing a jock strap as a face?
No. I think what he's saying is he went out in public wearing it over his crotch, being like, yeah, I'm wearing a mask.
Remember when we covered that... God, the lore from this podcast is all coming to fruition right now. Remember when we covered that Japanese politician that took the 2 free masks from the Abe administration and wore them as like a bra?
I think so.
Oh, God.
Oh.
2 jock straps?
Oh, God. Oh, okay. Okay. Also entering the fray is the figure maker CCP, not to be confused with the Japanese RC car maker by the same name, or the Chinese Communist Party, with a range of masks themed on the long-running series Ultraman, called the CCP Ultra Mask, or CUM. They proudly dubbed it on their press release. Fans of the Tokusatsu classic can choose between one of 5 designs based on various chapters and characters from the Ultraman universe.
Various different cums.
Looking for where they branded it as cum.
You should buy every single one of them.
I'm not seeing it. Is it on the actual mask? That'd be fucking hilarious. It's the dawn of Tokusatsu in Japan. Okay. With variety... Okay, well, I didn't even look at these yet. Ultraman, Ultra 7, Ultraman Jack, Ultra Q, Kaiser, Belial. I don't know. I'm not familiar with that one. With variety like this, there's sure to be a type of this earth, wind, water, fire, and dark. With variety like this, there's sure to be a type of cum that suits everyone's taste.
Oh.
Each design also has its own slogan written across the front, such as "Emperor who can dominate the galaxy" on the Kaiser Belial cum, or Ultraman's cum. Or Ultraman comes, always smile and be bright and. Are you serious?
Yeah,
it ends in the word and? Did I lose you guys?
He has Ultra cum.
Oh yeah, I think my AirPod just died.
We lost you, Brad. You didn't lose us.
The right battery's at 92%, but it like disconnected for some reason. Maybe I'm wearing them backwards with my backwards ears. Anyway, it's the dawn of tokusatsu in Japan is written on the Ultra Q Com with its fitting black and white design. Each phrase is emblazoned on boldly colored designs that are both simple yet strikingly reminiscent of their respective theme, making it almost impossible for anyone to not notice the cum on your face. Good.
All right.
They sell for $12 US each, and pre-orders are open from now until the 31st of August on the CCP website linked below. You better act fast, though, because all this cum is sure to get scooped up soon. Oh, God. And given the timeless appeal of Ultraman, it's sure to be a great gift for family members young and old. I can't imagine any father not getting excited by the gift of cum this holiday season. It's a present that's both loads of fun and shows you care about the person's health and well-being. Cum certainly isn't for everyone, though, given its inherent boyish theme. Luckily, there's no shortage of alternative mask designs in Japan, such as the lace bra ones that were a hit last April. To be honest, those seem a little racy for me, so I think I'll stick with some family-friendly cum for now. Thank you very much. This is the one where the lingerie makers got in on it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, all five. There's a theme here with these designs.
They come in fives.
Oh, I have that whole.
How are none of
Ultraman
these
thing
images
as well.
loading? Here we go. Yeah, so these are. Oh, that's not even interesting. That just looks.
That's
There we
just
go. There it is.
pastel. Ah, that's really it.
All right. Oh God,
No.
my guts hurt. Okay, attention Gundam fans. Amuro Ray's helmet can now be yours.
Sweet.
Lashonsky wants probably.
So can you wear this during COVID and be safe?
Presumably, but how do you even breathe in that thing? It's like tightly sealed.
Seriously, you put this on during COVID, and it's like the people who have glasses wearing a mask. It's just, you know?
Surprisingly, I haven't had that much problem. Haven't really had that problem with my glasses.
Slice through your rivals with Gundam Red Comet Scissors.
But do they work on your Gundam model kits?
Good question. So, if you thought you could sell anything in Japan by just putting a popular franchise on it, you're right. Solder your next robot with this Evangelion soldering iron.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah, that's the thing, guys. Fight off demons with Tanjiro's sword from Demon Slayer Kimetsu no Yaiba. I'm not quite sure what I'm looking at here. I mean, I know how it works in the
one
show.
article for random merch to be like, suck off demons.
Is it
with
just
this
the hilt that makes sounds? Or
Yeah, I assume it does. This looks like it's like whoosh. Saba. All right. I don't have anything else to say about that. Anyway, hey, Digimon's Complete Digivice brings even more adventures. Looks like a reskinning of the old Digivice, but with a square screen and in a Digivice that looks a little bit more reminiscent of the show.
You know, I'm happy they make these because it's like I think they basically have limited-ish print runs and then they go up in price. So by putting these out more, I have more opportunities to buy them again.
it's already like $100.
Well, that sucks. Looks good, though.
Studio Trigger producer releases anime production handbook for free. The handbook on anime production from the production desk side rather than as an animator. The handbook goes into detail on anime scheduling, how to read storyboards, what it takes to create one episode of a TV anime, among many more details one should know before getting into the field of anime production. The 52-page handbook is available completely for free from the AJA, Association of Japanese Animation's website, but sadly is only available in Japanese. They're so discriminatory.
Yeah,
Wearable plush tentacle
a
plushies.
warning before the booklet starts. Warning.
Yeah, but the warning's also in Japanese. Warning, only available in Japanese. Wearable Japanese tentacle plushies are here to meet all your plush tentacle needs. Yeah, the first photo kind of just does it all.
Nice pictures.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna bother.
Your
2.75 million yen life-size Atelier RHYS figures finally up for sale.
I think it's either atelier or atelier if you want to be turbo ethnic. Or that's not. Right.
I've heard it like numerous ways.
Hey, it's that video game character I talked about last podcast.
Well, yeah, they're from that video game.
Yeah.
Just imagine.
Okay.
Nice size.
They've really missed an opportunity to have her.
Oh, she's pigeon-toed.
To have her stance a little bit wider, so you could like crush your neck in those thighs.
Oh god. Articulation for exclusively the leg.
All right, the first stage of Anime Park Nijigen no Mori's Godzilla attraction is now open for limited time. So at this place, they have like miniature like reconstructions of scenes from the movies and like an exhibit about all the monsters and the suits and stuff. And also you can zip line into Godzilla's fucking mouth.
No, where do you come out?
The ass, of course.
Do you go all the way through it, or do you go out the back of the head?
I don't know. There's
You
probably
slam in and
maybe
then
there's a Starbucks in there.
This is like the picture at the end of the water ride. They have you coming out of Godzilla's asshole.
I mean, maybe there's like a giant cushion that you land in and then you just walk out his mouth.
Yeah, you land in a ball pit with like a bunch of like plushy shits. All right, so you guys remember this thing? Look at how oversold this promotional shit is for what is essentially just looks so pathetic when you actually see it. Like
It's like a soup caddy.
It's so intense. It's really
Looks
shiny
like shit.
plastic. It looks like a giant figure. Like
It's a big piece of plastic.
Wouldn't take much to change that into a putt-putt golf obstacle.
Maybe it's made out of paper mache.
hold on. There's a bunch of stuff I didn't cover. Hold on. I have to go back. How dare I? How dare I not notice all the comments that I could have had?
I'm just imagining ziplining out of Godzilla's asshole. It'll be a perfect photo finish. Like the photo finish of ziplining right out of Godzilla's
Have a
asshole.
high-speed cam.
That's what
Old
the
man says,
Christmas card.
regarding the previous thing about the jockstrap. No, he was naked except for wearing the face mask as a jockstrap. God damn it, Otaku's sending me more stuff.
More prawn.
Oh, well, actually, this one. First of all, is that Sydney in the corner? Give me a second. Give me 1 second. I gotta click on it.
Yeah, they weren't lying. This is a very Japanese handbook.
Come on. The image isn't loading, Otaku.
That's part of the joke. He's just trolled you.
Your ad block.
Well, it's honestly what it is that I've got so many tabs open now because of.
You probably close all those right stuff things.
Yeah, I'm closing them right now. Closing Digimon. Closing Studio Trigger. Wearable Tentacles. Talia, Ryza. Godzilla. Ava. Okay. Alright. Back to here. Click. Okay. There you go. That's what we stopped the podcast in its tracks for. Okay, so back to the chats here. Yes, a type of cum that suits everyone's taste. Yeah, comes inherently boyish theme.
That's probably the Gundam helmet.
Yeah. Did you see the video of the fisherman using the waifu characters as bait for octopus? Yes, we almost talked about that last podcast. He runs a bait shop in Japan. There's a merch store inside the Godzilla. Okay, cool. We're all caught up. All right, so
So
mouth testing Japan's porn star approved testicle texture gummy candies. Yes, we will. We will have to come back to
the texture of those.
Japanese company creates face masks for musicians.
That doesn't.
God, it's a step closer to becoming a Muppet.
Pandemic sax appeal.
Yeah.
I mean, you could use this for blowjobs too, right?
Yeah. Yep. Do it safely from 6 feet away.
I'm glad that's the first thing you think of, AC.
Well, maybe they use it as a saxophone from 6 feet away.
So you like blowing them through the saxophone?
No, yeah, yes.
I got it. Okay, continuing. Oh, I had it in 2 spots. We were supposed to read that other one first. It doesn't matter. This next one, dear God, I laughed so hard at just looking at the pictures. How to enjoy a cold drink without taking off your mask this summer. A special summer tip from the Sora News 24 Department of Questionable Life Hacks. Wearing masks when going out was a thing in Japan long before the start of the coronavirus outbreak. So there really hasn't been. What's up?
They were doing it before it was cool.
Yeah.
So there really hasn't been much resistance to using them as a public health measure. However, up until now, people in Japan mainly wore masks to protect themselves against the flu and hay fever, and the seasons of those two maladies run from winter to mid-spring. So though people in Japan are pretty much used to wearing masks, they're not necessarily used to wearing them at this time of year. And they're a particularly inconvenient thing to have on your face during Japan's hot, humid summers that necessitate constantly drinking fluids to stay hydrated. Our reporter, Ahiru Neko, really, that's your name, was reflecting on this while spending his lunch break at the park. Ugh, I have to slide the mask off every time I want to take a sip of water. Dude, use the musician one. We just covered it.
Drink your water inside.
Then I've got to slide it back on when I'm done drinking. And I end up having to repeat the whole thing a minute later when I get thirsty again. This is such a pain in the butt, he grumbled. Suddenly, he heard a voice. Looks like you're having a spot of trouble there, aren't you, lad? Over here. It's the most Japanese thing I've ever seen.
Not creepy at all.
Turning to his left, Ahiruno Neko saw what he first assumed was a time traveler, an aspiring extra waiting for a casting call for the long-stalled live-action Akira movie, or maybe just a general weirdo. In fact, the third explanation was the closest to the truth, as this was his colleague, fellow Sora News 24 staff writer, Seiji Nakazawa. "Oh, hey, dude," Ahiru responded. Pretty wild-looking face mask you've got there." "Haha, wild, you say?" Seiji replied. "Not at all. For you see, this is the solution to your problem. A way to enjoy a cool, refreshing drink on a hot summer's day without having to remove your mask. Shall I share its secret with you?" Equal parts baffled and intrigued, Ahiru Neko said that yes, he'd like for Seiji to share his wisdom/insanity. There's actually a hint on Seiji's faceplate, where you'll see a sticker of a person swimming. See, this isn't just a mask. It's actually a head-mounted snorkel/goggle combination. Sticking out of the top of the mask is the air tube. Sticking out of the top of the mask is the air tube through which oxygen passes to the wearer's mouth. But the opening is big enough for liquid to flow through too. And Seiji's method is to use the snorkel as a great big drinking straw. "Here, pour me a drink," Seiji said, handing Ahiru Neko a bottle of barley tea and taking a knee. From there, all Ahiru Neko had to do was take the cap off the bottle, turn it over, and let the beverage flow. So how well did the method work? Look how fucking soaked he is. Well, there was a not significant amount of spillage. There was a not insignificant amount of spillage. But hey, it was a hot day out, so Ahiru Neko figured Seiji wouldn't mind a refreshing dousing of his suit. Wanting to make extra sure his coworker was fully hydrated, after pouring out the entire contents of the bottle of barley tea, Ahiru Neko... What?
Go ahead.
He looks like he's drowning. I feel like he's getting waterboarded. Wanting to make sure his coworker was fully hydrated, after pouring out the entire contents of the bottle of barley tea, Ahiru Neko also opened a bottle of water and poured that in too, since he's not just Seiji's coworker, he's also his friend. Once both bottles were empty, Ahiru Neko figured that was probably enough. Seiji stood up, dripping wet. "I think I managed to drink about 2 mouthfuls," he said, as he flashed a thumbs up. And just think, he managed to do all that without taking off his mask.
Are you sure that looks like a photo without his mask on? I will agree, though, it does sound a lot more convenient than just like pulling down your mask and pushing it back up.
Yeah, I know, right? With practice, Seiji has now even become able to drink by himself without the aid of an assistant, though he still looks like he's getting soaked. Of course, many of you have probably realized that this isn't the cleanest way to enjoy a beverage, since the end result looks like you walked through a personal-sized rain shower, possibly while peeing yourself. There's also the fact that if you pour too much too quickly, you could end up drowning on dry land. So it's probably best not to attempt this method when you're all alone with no one to offer help should you suddenly need it. But we have a saying around here at Sora News 24. Any experiment you can walk away from without a burning sensation on your private parts is a good one. And by that stringent standard, this was a rousing success. Yes, I'm going to have to find out what that's about too. We'll come back to that. All right, so there's a statue of Takamura from Hajime no Ippo that's in the manga that they've unveiled, right? That's like a real physical statue in Japan now. The statue of Takamura's upper arm size is 63 centimeters. His arm is bigger than Ronnie Coleman's. Who is Ronnie Coleman? famed bodybuilder Ronnie Coleman here. Now, I don't know about you, but Ronnie Coleman looks way buffer than this statue, but I think it's just like the proportions throwing you off.
That thing looks like a lot taller than what a normal person is, too.
Yeah. So Ronnie Coleman, I think it's like 55 centimeters.
This guy's standing up right next to him, and this thing is sitting down.
Well, it's a bust. It's not sitting down. It's a bust. It starts at his waist.
Okay.
Why are we looking at his bust? Is that appropriate?
Anyway. Two middle school boys playing with insecticides burned down a textile factory. A raging fire that dealt severe damage to a textile processing factory was discovered to have been caused by two delinquent boys who were using an insecticide spray as a flamethrower, and likely causing those in charge to suffer significant losses with no form of compensation. Flames engulfed the Ozawa Senko factory and warehouse in Ichinomiya City on August 5th, setting 3,400 square meters ablaze and thankfully injuring nobody in the process. Investigators claimed that the roaring flames were caused by two middle school boys, aged 12 and 13 years old, who were playing with an insecticide spray by transforming it into a flamethrower, ejecting the devastating flames towards a beehive on one of the factory's pallets, which eventually spread around the building. The delinquents have since admitted to their wrongdoings. The company president of the Ozawa Senko factory said he had no other choice but to, quote, give up on the matter after learning that children were responsible for the incident. But he admitted he was honestly frustrated by the whole ordeal. Yeah, I bet. Boys under the age of 14 cannot be held criminally liable, so the police plan to notify a child consultation center regarding the two boys' misconduct. Right, because the child consultation center can hold them liable. The police just can't. All right. So real quick, before we get on to the last couple articles, I just want to know. Oh, yeah, okay, that makes sense. I'm like, wait a second. I want to know what these other articles were about. Wow. I don't know why all these images are coming in really stretched, but I think we'll save that one for another day. All right. Mouth testing Japan's porn star approved testicle texture gummy candies. Yes, I think we will read this. In fact, I'm going to skip another article that wasn't that good. This one. I'm skipping this one, and I think my co-hosts will agree. Woman in short skirt arrested after inciting upskirt photography in Tokyo. This wasn't actually that interesting, right?
Yeah, it's
all right.
It's entrapment, and yeah.
It's basically, we've already covered this article from the other side. Where it was like the boyfriend, and now it's like the girl who, anyway, closing that so that we can now talk about testicle gummies. Mouth testing Japan's porn star approved testicle texture gummy candies, because this is a thing.
We had our testers rigorously testing the real thing next to its counterpart.
Should we read this now? Or should we buy some of these on Amazon and test them while reading the article?
Our studio audience.
If you're buying, I'll yeah.
All right, you heard him. We'll have to.
I'll give you. One. How much are they?
I'm sure they're not that expensive.
I don't know.
62-year-old man arrested for tanning nude in vacant lot.
Isn't that what's her name from Persona 5?
It sure looks like a Persona character.
She sure looks like an old man arrested for nude tanning.
And nude. The summer heat has apparently started to warp the minds of some people as an old man was arrested for tanning nude in a vacant lot, probably instilling unspeakable horror in the women who initially spotted the incident. The 62-year-old self-proclaimed office worker was seen nude at a vacant lot in Hokkaido's Ishikari City by a female resident who summoned police and was said to have reported, quote, "There is a naked man at a vacant lot." I love this. This is like that line in Kung Pao. He spoke of the significance. It will be significant. Anyway. Police hastily arrived onto the scene and arrested the strange old man after catching him in his act of public indecency. Admitting to the charges against him, the carefree elder explained that he was, quote, tanning, and even disturbingly had suntan lotion lathered all over his ancient frame. The man testified that he was not trying to aggressively display himself. Police are investigating the matter further. I mean, it seems like a pretty open and shut case, if you ask me. All right. Bones of over 1,500 people found at Osaka Station area construction site. Oh, old man has a great point.
Oh, that's
was
my
he
building
wearing
right
a
there.
mask?
That's my stash of murdered victims.
Now, let's see. In the bottom right corner of that building, we've talked about that one before.
Say what?
We've talked about that building on the bottom right before, where
This
they
one?
found the dead bodies. Yeah. So they found a hell of a lot more than last
I
time.
don't think so. That was the haunted hotel or whatever.
Okay, continue.
I don't think that's the same building. Maybe it is. We'll have to look. We'll have to go back to that other article. I'm sure it's linked in the. I'm sure it's linked in here somewhere. Anyway, okay. It would be nice if the image is loaded, though. Come on. Come on. Load images. This the survey site, yes, it was crucial to the article. Okay. Before the area was known as Umekita, it was known as Umeda Grave. With people think of a Japanese city, there's no way that was the appropriate way to start this sentence. While people think of a Japanese city with a rich cultural legacy, Kyoto. Oh no, when that should be when. When people think of a Japanese city with a rich cultural legacy, Kyoto is the first place that springs to mind. But Osaka is no slouch in the historical significance department either. Osaka's coastal location connected it to trade routes even in Japan's feudal era. And the town that spread out from Osaka Castle was the country's most thriving center of merchants and commerce when Tokyo was still a backwater town called Edo. As present day Japan's third largest city in terms of population, Osaka continues to be a busy place. Right now, there's an urban redevelopment project going on in the area north of Osaka Station, and during construction surveys, Osaka's past, present, and future have intersected. Not sure how that works, but okay, we'll hear you out. The district around Osaka Station is called Umeda, and the subsection where the redevelopment project is taking place is called Umekita, combining Umeda and Kita North. But once upon a time, it was known as Umeda Haka, or Umeda Grave, one of the 7 major cemeteries of Osaka. Because of that, survey teams for the Umekita redevelopment project have discovered the bones of more than 1,500 people at a project site, according to a recent announcement from the Osaka City Board of Education and Osaka City Cultural Properties Association. I don't really know what I'm looking at here. I like to think that this is just a pile of bodies. Like, I like to think of those pictures from World War II with the concentration camp, like pits. But that's probably not.
I need to put that in the exposed video. I like to picture those concentration camps of those pits.
Various burial styles were observed, ranging from enclosed wooden caskets to barrel-like open containers, as well as earthenware coffins called kameganbo, turtle caskets. Okay. While cremation is the norm in Japan now, surveyors found both cremated and non-cremated remains. Several of the bodies that also
eBay as a rare collectible because cremation is the standard.
That's how
Real
it works.
authentic Japanese corpse.
Extra rare, yeah. Extra rare Japanese bones.
Limited run.
Old man says, there are some cities that are so old that there is always a chance they'll find relics at a construction dig. Bro, the world is so old. There's always a chance you're going to find a dead body somewhere. Oh, shit. There's dead cavemen in this cave. Yeah. While cremation is the norm in Japan now, surveyors found both cremated and non-cremated remains. Several of the bodies had also been interred with burial items such as juzudama, rosary-like prayer beads, rokusenmon, a set of 6 coins used to pay passage across the Sanzu River, said to separate the world of the living and the afterlife, pipes, and clay dolls. Well, I hope you didn't take those coins. In another section of the site, separated from the casket area by a stone wall, I like the idea. Sorry, just like this is such a common thing in certain cultures that you have to have these coins with you at all times because if you die, you got to pay the fucking toll. I just like the idea of like, God damn it. I'm just, the inflation has gotten so bad. I have to carry this heavy bag of coins with me everywhere just in case I fucking die so that I can pay the goddamn ferry. You know, you're just constantly carrying like 25 pounds worth of coins. Anyway. In another section of the site, separated by the casket area of the stone wall, a mass grave with bodies of the deceased only covered by earth was found. Given the number of people who were apparently buried at the same site, researchers suspect the burial may have come following a plague, I was going to say a pandemic, that claimed the lives of many in a short period of time. Yeah, I thought that was like a bad fucking omen. This isn't the first time for urban development in Osaka to uncover bodies, as a survey in 2017 found the remains of some 200 people. The new discovery, though, is the largest ever for Osaka. Researchers believe the graves in the newest discovery were those of commoners, not members of the aristocracy. No fucking duh. And further study could yield new insights on the lifestyles and burial customs of everyday Japanese people in the late years of the Edo period, and the first 20 or so years of the Meiji period, when the cemetery was still in active use. Okay,
the Meiji period.
Yeah, this was unfortunately not that interesting of an article, but I thought it would be a good lead-in to this one. Japanese woman finds skeleton, possibly of her missing brother, while cleaning her house. That's a clean-looking house, too. Brother was reported missing to police 4 years ago. Up until a few years ago, Sumio Suenaga... Augie keeps coming in and out.
I was going to assume that was going to be her brother was missing up until a few years ago. Up until a few years ago, her brother was missing.
Yeah. Up until a few years ago, Sumio Suenaga lived in a house in the town of Kasugai. Lived in a house in the town of Kasugai, Aichi Prefecture, with his younger sister and brother. Okay. Japanese woman. His. Okay. However, according to missing. Okay. So this is probably the victim. However, according to the younger Suenaga siblings, their older brother, who was 66 years old at the time, went missing in 2015. Perhaps hoping he'd turn up sooner or later, the younger siblings waited until 2016 to report Sumio's disappearance to the police. What are you doing, me? But there still had been no sign of him. 5 years seems plenty long enough to wait, and so last weekend, Sumio's younger sister, who's now 69, decided she'd like to use her older brother's room, but realized she'd need to clean it up first. As you might expect for a bedroom that's gone unattended for 5 years, there was plenty of straightening up to do. However, the sister didn't get too far before discovering the unclothed skeletonized body. Okay. Do old people smell so fucking bad that when one of them dies, you don't even notice? I found something that I think are human bones.
Like all the flies and stuff.
Yeah. I found something that I think are human bones, she informed the police, and when officers arrived on the scene, they confirmed that the corpse was indeed human. They confirmed that they were in fact bones. Though they were not initially able to determine the individual's age or sex, investigators believe there is a high probability that the body is Sumio's. Yes, because it's his room. Like, no, it's a hobo that wandered in there and died. As seen in the above video, the Suyanaga's house, which Sumio was the legal owner of, is not particularly large, even by Japanese standards. It's startling to think that the younger siblings spent years in such close proximity to the remains of their brother, whom they thought was missing. And if by some slim
never
chance
bothered to check in his room,
right?
What the fuck?
And
hey,
if by
listen, that is a collectible skeleton they have there. It's not cremated, mint condition, light wear around the edges.
So I have to say, I think that we're going to have a follow-up article in a few weeks where they find the murder weapon. And it turns out that they killed their brother, right? And then just like, well, this is the older they got, they're like, this is like a really reasonable alibi. We just didn't go in his room for 5 years. You know?
Oh my God.
And if by slim chance the body is not Sumio's, hold on, whom they thought was missing, and if by some slim chance the body is not Sumio's, the situation becomes even more shocking, making the whole what if he just shows up later at the funeral, like, hey, what's going on? Like, making the whole thing even more puzzling is that when Sumio's younger siblings initially told the police he was missing, they reportedly said that, quote, he hasn't come home in over a year, which would ordinarily imply they saw him leaving the house, or at least knew that he had left. However, given the siblings' ages, it's possible that all three were retired and kept irregular schedules, and that the sister and younger brother simply assumed that if they hadn't seen Sumio around the house, he must have gone out. I mean, I guess. Weird. This isn't child abuse at all. Big sisters in Japan dress their little brothers up as girls with cute/hilarious results.
Oh no!
All right. Okay, moving on to
makes you wonder if the family was malicious or not. But if they weren't malicious, how airheaded would they be? You know.
We've covered quite a few articles like this,
no,
like
true.
where somebody dies in the house and they're just like, I can't be bothered, you know. And
At
then,
least,
like, they get found, like, ages later when they're, like, liquefied underneath their porn stash or whatever.
Now, I can understand I wouldn't want to live in these conditions where the grandparent died, so they're trying to live off the Social Security. Mm-hmm. And she's just lying in the dining room, just dead. And they just avoid the room.
This, if you're going to die in this room, please, don't.
Die in the storage shed.
Don't die on the toilet, please. It's the only bidet in the house.
Oh.
Okay. So, photo of exciting end of sumo match looks like a very different kind of excitement. Okay, I'm just gonna scroll through this one and tell you what happened. So, at a sumo match, it's kind of like a wrestling match, right? Where you can buy ringside seats, but at a sumo match, they don't have a rope around the ring, right? And the goal is to gain momentum and throw your opponent out of the ring. So that happened, and one of the patrons got some big, large man on top of him. And the expression,
too up close and personal to the match.
The expression, as I was saying, it looks like a very different kind of excitement. So people commemorated it with all these drawings and stuff, and apparently there are also photos of the elusive flash of light censorship on the nips.
Oh my God.
Anyway, moving on.
Oh, fuck.
Oh no.
Oh, the magic, you know.
Where is it? There it is.
Guys, I'm going to do my pickups right now. Going to do my pickups.
You got pickups?
Go ahead.
Yeah, you guys were inconsiderate about my pickups.
Yep,
so what I was wondering when you were going to say something.
Act age, one for selling later, and the other for probably selling later, because what's the point? And I got a copy of Premiere that didn't have damage or significant enough damage for me to want to send back.
Also, I would have gotten here back sooner if you guys hadn't continued to change my name and had me have to go look for an N key to copy and paste. All right. So, Australian authorities seized more than 30 childlike sex dolls in 6 months. Man, it seems like there's a real problem in Australia with child sex enthusiasts.
Maybe they do actually have a problem.
It definitely banning Goblin Slayer is how they're going to cure it for sure.
Yeah.
That's a thing. Absolutely.
All the child sex in Goblin Slayer was disturbing.
Right. All the none of it, man. What the disturbing lack of it, you mean? Australia's authorities have continued their pursuit of arresting those in possession of harmless sex dolls of childlike proportions, as it has been announced that police seized over 30 of them in the last 6 months. In the period spanning January to June of this year, 31 packages containing such dolls were intercepted by the Australian Border Force at international mail centers, and in the entire year leading up to June 30th, it said that a total of 86 of these dolls were seized. So I wonder how long it's going to take before a sex doll company gets real smart. First of all, these are creepy as shit. That's like, what is wrong with that face? Like one eye looking up, the other eye looking sideways. But
Did you lazy on water on her?
I wonder how long it's going to take. You know, like how they sell, what do they call, like 30%, 70% lower receivers for AR-15s and whatnot, where you have to mill out a part of it, right? So as long as it's not 100% complete, you can sell it freely. Then the person who gets it just has to mill out the last 30% of it, right? I wonder when sex doll makers are gonna like figure out a way to make a doll that when you look at it is clearly not a kid, but like if you got it and then like pulled off the arm and like broke it in half and put it back on, you know, like
maybe they would compartmentalize it, like take the genitalia parts out of it that you add on later.
Yeah, no, seriously, just buy like the Ona hole, right, and like mill out. That's honestly, I don't understand why these creeps in Australia. Why these creeps in Australia that apparently need to get off with these creepy dolls aren't just getting a little bit more. They're so picky.
Why don't they just make one out of wood and get it over with?
Oh, this is so gross. Okay. Whoa, what the fuck? 31 packages containing such dolls were intercepted by the Australian Border Force at the international mail centers, and in the entire year leading up to June 30th, it said that a total of 86 of these dolls were seized. Jeez, what is it with Australia and these dolls? A spokesman for the Australian Border Force claimed that childlike sex dolls are, quote, a part of a larger threat posed by pedophiles who wish to sexually abuse children. Right. That is such a big threat for them to want to abuse these dolls. It's such a ridiculous thing. It's such a, like, what are they doing with the dolls? How are they using the dolls to abuse?
The pieces of plastic are being sexually abused. We need to...
I just do not follow Australian logic on this. Look, I agree. It's disgusting and creepy. But as I've said numerous times, I would much rather some pedo fuck these dolls than a real kid. That's why the ABF works with its law enforcement and intelligence.
Is that like a baby's face?
It's a baby doll.
It's creepy. Needs clown makeup. To further investigate these imports, ABF officers at our air, cargo, and mail facilities are actively targeting these dolls, which are prohibited import and are considered child abuse material. We use all powers available to protect Australians from anyone associated with these sickening. Okay, so here's how you really do that. You go to the guy and you just lynch him. If that's really what you believe, then you wind up all the pedophiles, you stick them on an island together, and then you nuke the island. All right, man. If that's how we're gonna deal with this once and for all, let's do it. All right, Loud Game.
Our nuke button slipped.
I'm sure we've got a pretty significant list from Epstein, right?
I mean, if pedophilia is a sexual orientation, then burying bodies in my backyard is gardening.
Well,
more people who have succumbed to Australia's absurd new law include a 62-year-old male who was arrested in Grafton after he tried to import a doll from China. Police happened upon 2 more along with children's clothing at his abode. So I don't understand why this guy needs to have a harem of child dolls. Is one not enough for this sick pervert? And this 42-year-old man in Turamura who had in his possession a doll from Japan along with another one of mysterious origin, apparently. Of course, those familiar with the various news stories of people being arrested over childlike sex dolls in Australia will hardly be surprised by this corrupt mindset that fears inanimate hunks of silicone. Again, I can't stress enough how much I disagree with the with pedophilia in general and child abuse. Obviously, I'm not for that, but I also am not for condemning and arresting people for victimless crimes. Anyway, continuing here. Another Chinaman has magnetic beads stuck in bladder after inserting into penis. What is going on in China? Another adult male was mesmerized by the allure of magnetic beads yet again, as the mischievous individual inserted 29 of them one by one into his urethra, causing them to jumble together and requiring the expertise of a doctor to get them removed. I'm curious how the doctor even gets them out.
They had to go in the way they came out, or they had to come out the way they came in.
Do you think he used like a straw with a really strong suction on it?
Magnetic, like a magnet on the end of a rod.
No, because
take a claw and go up the urethra and grab them bit by bit, or have to cut it open and burn it back up.
Maybe they went in through the testicles. Through the scrot. Nobody's going to notice because we're going to cut you right at the seam and sew you back up right on the seam.
We'll patch you up with some of those gummies. I hear there's miracles with the texture. It's very realistic.
All right. The male in question sought medical attention at a hospital in China's Shaanxi province 10 days after he committed his deed, and only because he saw blood in his urine and experienced pain whilst urinating. No, did you try furiously masturbating? Confessing that he may have pushed some small beads into his urethra, the victim did not inform doctors as to the reasoning behind his questionable antics.
I think what they have to do is like temporarily like amputate it, then like blow it out. And then solves a problem. Just reattach it.
Maybe he had the idea of like having it stop halfway.
I like the idea,
and then use it as like a cannon, and then shoot.
I like the idea of the fact that they never want to admit. Like, I sat on a fish and it went up my ass. What do you want? I didn't do it on purpose. Right? I love this idea that the Chinese keep doing this, and I like the idea of this guy like being like kind of an idiot, obviously, and like, I'm in so much pain. Can you help me? Well, we're gonna have to do an MRI.
Oh God!
On the other hand, maybe that's how you get them to come out. For anybody who doesn't understand, MRIs have like those electromagnets in them that are extremely powerful.
So like any metal in your body will just like electrocute.
Yeah, they did an episode of House where a convict like basically escaped from prison or whatever and held up the hospital in order for them to cure him of something, and they had to do a MRI, and he had like prison tats which had lead in them. So like as he's getting the MRI, it's like pulling the lead out of his body and like causing him to bleed around his tattoos and stuff. Anyway, supervising urologist Dr. Q Liming mentioned Quote, he said he had put them in one by one because they were magnetic, therefore they linked up. I just like the idea. How many was it? 29.
If these are
It
like
took 29 before he's like, they're not doing what I thought they would do. This is probably a bad idea.
Let's keep going.
Well, I've still got 18 left. Might as well use them all.
I need to put the full cube of balls into my screw.
They look like Flintstones vitamin that have been carved into a ball shape. The unnamed man ventured to many different hospitals, but ended up refusing treatment as he was afraid he would have to undergo surgery. Q Limming, hey, his name is Dr. Q Limming, performed minimally invasive surgery and successfully extracted the beads. What did he do? Did he go in through the urethra? Did he get like the speculum or whatever that they put in a woman, but like elongate his? I don't like where this is going.
He orally extracted each bead with careful consideration.
The patient has since recovered from the procedure, and Dr. Q naturally advised him not to stuff things into the orifice anymore. I like the idea that all of these people we've read about are the same guy. He just keeps doing it, right? The fish and the ass and all that. Dr. Q enlightened reporters by mentioning that he has had several similar patients, such as one man who somehow rammed a 3-foot power cable into his urethra, which eventually tangled into a large knot. Well, that guy's the dumbest guy ever. As many are likely already familiar, this is hardly the first instance, look how many links there are, where people have inserted magnetic beads up their urethra. Other objects thrust into the tiny orifice out of curiosity include thermometers, 4-inch needles, padlocks, and chopsticks.
These guys don't know the size of his orifice, okay? No need to be calling it small.
Well, yeah, well, he is Chinese.
Oh, that's
and he's living off of a Chinese communist diet. So, last article: mother and daughter survive elevator isolation by drinking urine for 4 days. Now, for YouTube's sake, this image comes from a show where she's having beer. Okay, it's not anything lewd. You can see because of the bubbles and stuff. All right, it's beer. She's embarrassed because she's just turned 21 and she's never drank beer before, and because she looks young because she got held back and is still in high school, hence the uniform. All right, anyway, now that that's out of the way and we're still monetized by some miracle, not really, we probably are. A woman and her daughter who were trapped in a broken elevator in China for 4 grueling days managed to survive their deathly ordeal by drinking each other's urine, which would have likely been an effortless feat for some individuals, disregarding the age of those involved. Okay. Disaster struck as the two were riding the elevator inside their 4-story home when it malfunctioned. They have a 4-story home.
What's an elevator?
With an elevator.
I guess there's no.
Is it a home or an apartment?
Probably a mansion at that point.
Because if this is a fucking mansion, you know that they went to drinking pee quickly because they're like, well, we're fucked. We're stuck here. They'll never find us. Right? Time to drink pee.
Hold up. If it's an apartment, then the apartment people would be informed pretty quickly. If it was their mansion, they should have had a panic button.
Yeah, right? Right? But this is China.
That's where the panic button.
How do you
What if the elevator is the kind where you have to like you're pulling the pulley system to get up there? Oh no, the pulley's jammed. Oh shit, drink pee.
Is that their state issued mansion or like what?
State issued mansion.
They're probably government workers. And in order to survive their grim situation, they resorted to urinating into each other's cupped hands so that they could guzzle the precious fluids, as they had no phones or resources to aid them. I feel like you're going to lose a lot of it if you do the cupped hand method. Like it's just gonna
Yeah,
you're gonna have diminishing returns on that.
Oh.
Firefighters of China's Shaanxi again with this place at last came to their rescue after about 4 days in isolation, and their plight had occurred after the duo were recently discharged from a hospital, fully recovered from their previous conditions as COVID-AIDS. A medic who provided the two medical aid explained their situation in depth. This is what he had to say.
What do you say?
The mother stood on her daughter's shoulders and used her fist to break the light above their heads.
I thought she was going to use it for something else.
She then pulled out the iron wire inside the light bulb and used it to open a small gap between the lift doors. They would take turns to breathe the fresh air from the gap. 4 days into the horrible incident, the daughter managed to climb out of the elevator and get help after the two pried the lift doors open enough. I mean, I feel like after like 2 days, you probably don't have enough strength left to do that. This was when the firefighters were called to the scene, and the two old women were immediately taken to a hospital.
Ew, they're old.
Significantly less sexy now. The aforementioned medic uttered that the two women would not have endured the situation without ingesting each other's waste fluids. We know that urine contains mostly water. Although it has some toxins, it can still be used to sustain life temporarily. The daughter and mother have since recovered from the disaster and were discharged from the hospital. See, the thing is, though, that it's like the further you go with this, like it's getting twice filtered, 3 times filtered. It probably gets better each time, right?
I mean, your liver is absorbing the toxins more each time as well, I guess.
Isn't it sterile? Isn't urine sterile?
But how does it have toxins in it then if it's sterile? I don't
know. That's why I'm saying that these Chinese doctors don't know what they're talking about. Okay, so hold on.
I don't know if your body somehow can neutralize the toxins like permanently without taking a hit.
Oh, it goes through your kidneys, you know.
I like Random 11 on the edge of his seat. Hold on. Random 11 on the edge of his seat while we're reading about the body. Please tell me they found the body in the room. Facepalm. Maybe it was a hoarder's house. Has to be a scam. They didn't want to lose the house or something. Murder weapon law. Yeah, I'm pretty funny. Or pension fraud. And old man, I know you've already left, but thank you for joining us for this one. I've very much enjoyed your presence here.
Old takes.
All right, and ouch, a 3-foot power cable. Okay, guys. So, real quick, I'm gonna find out if I can buy these. Kororo.
Gummies.
And I will buy some for each of us. What flavor would you like?
What flavors are available?
Well, on the picture here, we've got grape, orange, green grape, and testicle. So,
I don't know, orange.
I'll back out of this one.
Oh, you're fine.
Let's see. All right, let's see what I can find. And in the meantime, we can talk about Baccano.
Baccano.
Should I go first because I feel like you guys are going to have really.
You sure could if you want.
I sure could theoretically. Well, let's see. So to start things off, I guess anytime I've ever really heard Baccano brought up, people just like coom over it. They're just like, Baccano. And with that precedent in mind, I was like, okay, cool. This should be good. I did think it was fun. Yeah, I had fun watching it.
What the fuck? Wait a minute. You can change the name of my screen share?
Cap and Cuck?
Who did that? How you do that?
No, don't teach them.
That's what I've been changing this whole time.
So the thing is...
it's changing. It's my name, which... Okay, got it.
All right.
Hold on.
Okay.
No.
This comes in Demon Slayer.
It comes in Demon Slayer? Wait, the flavor.
Oh.
Demon Slayer flavored.
Oh yeah, we
Only
should
3
be
left in stock. Oh, here they are.
It's Amazon Japan. You can get that shipped easy.
Do you have an Amazon Japan account?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I bought something last night.
if you didn't,
I feel like we should get the Demon Slayer flavored.
I mean, I'm not gonna knock it.
Hold on, we're gonna have to push off that until the watch club as well, so we have a double whammy, right?
No, I feel like we're gonna. These won't be good by the time we actually do that.
Are they?
So
organic?
okay, so here's the options: peach, grape.
Is that like a case of peach?
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking about like if they're good, then I might as well get a lot. But I have to ship them to three different houses. So
I forget. Is peach Momo?
Yes.
Momo.
I know that from Telever. That's it.
I like how whatever Kororo is also like motor oil and like jerk off juice.
Jerk off juice.
AJ.
All right. So here's what we've got. We've got the Demon Slayer. It's like cola flavored. It looks like
Ooh, I'll take that.
root beer.
I'm not a fan
Hold
of
on.
the cola flavored gummies. ML, it's sugar.
Yeah, it's cola.
Huh?
It's cola. This is cola
Awesome.
right here. You want the cola flavored?
I'll take that.
Hinokami cola.
I mean, I don't particularly, but I mean, sugar.
Oh, it
sugar.
cannot be shipped to my location.
Try the other flavors. See if the other flavors will ship.
I'm sure I could get one of them. Not grape.
What about if you go to third party?
Yeah, I'm gonna go to third party if a third party option comes
Oh, no,
up. Dang it! Can't get
Third-party
peach.
seller on Amazon. That's what I did with my Digimon cards.
Oh, muscadine.
What?
And there's green instead of a purplish color. Muscadine is like a different type of grape.
Damn it! None of these. Oh,
Well,
The triple pack.
it's so hard. Okay, we'll have to go to regular Amazon.
What if you hit the URL and then change the URL to .com?
I'll try, but that doesn't usually work when it's the Japanese one because
hyper
it's got.
Japanese items. All right. Do you want me to continue?
All right, yes, continue.
Which, by the way,
I was excited by the cola, the Demon Slayer cola.
Ta-da! I'll show
You got a? Is that a real Blu-ray or fake Blu-ray?
What's a fake Blu-ray?
a Blu-ray
I don't know
and a
with your
fake.
collection. It's always like something different.
This
That's a fake Blu-ray. That's a Region B Blu-ray.
okay. But anyway, so Baccano. Let's see, preserve bandwidth. Yeah, with Baccano, I'm just gonna start it like this. With the story that Baccano has, you didn't really have. There's no real expectation of what you want to happen. There's no real progression you can have. It's like a flash into a moment in this universe is the best way to put it. I'll say that the storytelling at times was very clustered and like unnecessarily complicated. Because like at the very beginning, you have these two people that are like, "This is the story." Oh,
Carol.
who are the characters? Oh, this guy looks main character-ish, even though we only have like a really brief arc with him at the very beginning. And then like you just have. I think one of the major problems is that there's so many characters that everything runs thin. And as my brother was explaining to me, it's like all these characters. A lot of people probably watch the show and feel the characters are still like well developed, despite there being a lot of characters. But I think they confuse it with their characters you want to know more about, but you don't realize how little you know about them. And like the flash in the pan thing, they're kind of there and you experience them for what they are, but there's like no depth, I guess you could say. I do think where this show shines is the personalities, like I said, the characters you want to know about, and all this. Everything, you take it as it is, you take it all in. but it's mainly just surface value. You see crazy maniac guy, and you're like, this guy's a crazy maniac. And then you see the eccentric couple, and you're like, eccentric couple. I'll say with those two specific groups, well, the group and that guy, is specifically with the guy in the white whatever maniac. His character seemed like really kind of overdone after a certain point. It's like, okay, I get it, man. You're like, you're insane. You want to kill people. I get it. Great. Not to say that he didn't have some entertaining moments. The couple that you praised like before I even started watching the show,
Isaac and Miria.
Yeah. I did enjoy them. My problem, I think, was with Miria because she was just parroting everything that Isaac said.
She's a toned down Isaac, and Isaac, like, what's the point? Like, Isaac is the...
What's the point of having a counterpart if, you know...
If it's... what's the point of having a foil that is a lesser version, you know?
Well, she didn't even really add to it because she's just parroting it. It's like... It's almost like a brainwashing scheme, but they're trying to brainwash you with just stupid stuff. But
are you talking about the two robbers
couple
the whole time?
Yeah,
Isaac and Miria.
Yeah, to me they were more like Gilding Krantz and
Guildenstern. It's Rosencrantz and Guildenstern.
Yeah, reminded me of that.
Either of those are. What I would have liked them to do is if they treated it like Dumb and Dumber, where both of them just like try and out-dumb each other. That would have been great.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I agree with that.
Okay, well maybe
so
not.
I found the candy on Amazon US.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
How much is it?
To your country.
Like $6. Yeah, maybe I should buy yours from Amazon CA.
Dude, that's cheaper than the Japanese listing. That was like $19.
What's the packaging look like? Is it the same packaging?
The same exact packaging.
Okay.
Looks like a nutsack. Yeah, so
there's more flavors actually.
Yeah.
I think like the thing is my brother watched Baccano before and he also like at a certain point was like all really about Baccano's great and all. And then when I told him about it, like I don't know, a month ago, I'm like, yeah, the next watch club's Baccano. He's like, I mean, there's parts that I really like to watch, but like it seems like his impression changed as I don't know, I guess he aged. But the thing he said he liked the most was Vino, and I kind of agree with that. He just came out of nowhere.
Vino, Claire Stanfield.
The real tracer.
Yeah.
My
only grape is $6. Peach and strawberry are like $30.
Okay, grape it is. We're getting grapes, guys. Grape us in the mouth. What was I saying? Oh yeah, freaking Vino. Yeah, he just comes in out of nowhere and just I don't know, kind of slaughters people, and it was just kind of cool. But what is it? I thought it was really weird that how it's like, I guess I'm the rail tracer. It's kind of like saying, I guess I'm the werewolf. It's like, what? You don't just impose it on you. You just kind of are, but whatever. But yeah, like there was a lot of fun in the moment things that happened, but like as I was watching it, it was just dialogue after dialogue for context of like too many plot lines going together. And the way they tell a story, in addition to just confusing, like, why have these two storytellers at the beginning and then just, like, you don't see them till the very end. I mean, I understand what they're going for. It's like, this is the beginning of the story. And then they end it off, too. But it just seems kind of pointless. I don't really get it. Damn it, what was I saying before that? Yeah, and the other part about the storytelling is that sometimes, like, it flips between the years, back and forth, flashback, whatever. And I didn't even know what year it was to begin with, so I was just kind of confused at a certain point. I'm like, 1931.
It was 1931. Yeah. I'll say this. It would be nice.
Slides that were like 1930 and stuff, and I'm like, crap,
it would be nice to be able to experience the show in chronological order. Like, to be able to just see it recut chronologically, all the events.
Yeah, because I think there was this one event that they went back like 3 times over, and I was just like, Okay, I've seen this. Why are you bringing it back up? I don't know.
Keep in mind, when this was released, this was like once per
what
week,
the-
not a full binge watch.
It's $6
Okay,
plus $22.90 shipping.
Oh, I love those.
$2.90 shipping.
So maybe
Let's scrap this idea.
The $30 one's Prime shipping.
Let's scrap this idea.
$28.99 in free shipping.
It's going to be $28.99 to send it to my country.
But what I could do is I could buy one of them and then ship the, because it comes with a pack of 6. So I could buy one of them, get it here, and then send them from my house to you guys.
Maybe. I mean, if you can put like one in an envelope for like $1, that
Yeah.
would work.
Right?
I
But
need
then
tracking on that.
doesn't the post office specifically ask me if I'm sending like
Yeah,
liquids and
if you're sending,
Also-
if it's media mail, if it's actual food or something.
any of this that comes to Arizona is going to melt?
Oh god. Well, we'll have. Oh, that'll get rid of the texture.
Dry heat.
Maybe you should send it to RHYS, and then RHYS should distribute it.
How about we actually wait? Well, no, I don't know.
Anyway,
Well, there was another one that was $7. Let me just see how much that was with shipping.
so
And free shipping. We're getting the Muscat flavor.
Hold on, let's get on.
all right.
Huh, okay.
Baccano.
All right.
Yes.
So, what about your brother?
What I was gonna say is Augie, to the point that this is watched weekly when it comes to. I mean, technically, you can say that about like almost all anime, but I think the only valid part about watching it weekly is the recap in the opening, which I like when you said RHYS. Oh, starting episode 3, there's a stuff Chungus.
Yeah, they don't show like as the series goes further on. They don't show things that happened in the last episode. They take from everything that you've seen so far. So you could see things from like episode 3.
It's a good reminder of
you
what
context.
happened. Yes, so that when you because the story is all over the place.
Relevant events.
Yes, it's all over the place. But yeah, it was all recap. I thought, oh, this is going to be some annoying like after the credits type context thingamajig, except it's pre-credits. But no, it's stuff you already saw. So I'm like, okay, I'm glad I was like painstakingly trying to watch all the openings. But
So
anyway,
I'm going to interrupt you for a second and say a couple of good things about how the show is structured. Because of what they did, they were very intelligent to create a theme song that reminded you of every character's name of this extremely like elaborate cast
That
in
was a
every
good
single
idea.
episode. That
Yeah.
was brilliant.
Problem
Doing
is, I
exactly
still
what they
didn't know
did to
half
remind
their
you. I can name all the characters' names.
I can't, but no story.
Lad, Claire, Ennis, Firo, the guy that Firo's with, what is his name?
You
Miza,
said you know.
Zillard, Cheslaw, Nice.
dude, I was mixing up Miza and Miria or whatever their names are. I'm like,
Yeah, Isaac, Miria.
why do they have two characters that are like structured the same anyway?
And Jacuzzi. Got him. That's all of them, right? And then
There's 16
Clint.
characters named in the
Emily,
in the opening.
Lucky.
Dallas.
Zod,
Yeah.
So 16 episodes for 16.
Lad. No, there's in the opening they named 16 characters,
Mhm.
and there's more beyond that. Like Vino, Claire.
I
he's
will
not
say
even
this.
named. Huh?
One of the people that at the very like first time you see Zillard suck up a guy like through the I want to eat thing. He looks exactly like Zillard while Zillard is eating him. Like he's an old man with a big gray beard, right?
Oh,
Same
that
fucking guy.
was confusing too. I'm like, is this that old man who was like running away with the potions or whatever?
Yeah. So I'll say this. I very much liked the story the first time I watched it. And I think that there's a lot to be said about experiencing it for the first time because it's such an interesting concept due to the world building.
I guess 2 different ways.
Say what?
Kind of like how Reese experienced Hell's 2 different ways each viewing.
He
I
wasn't.
don't think I watched your watch. I watched that podcast, but not the watch club because
Oh
I
yeah.
haven't seen it. So but
Reese
but
was
what I'm
saying, like the first time he really liked it, second time was a different experience. That's all.
well,
I loved it I loved Baccano every single time I watched it. So
To me, for Baccano, I enjoyed it because you can tell whoever created this, either one or many script writers, they read a lot of stories.
one. I can't ship to you, Foodnum, but maybe I can buy it on Amazon CA. So I thought that the story was really well put together, and I marveled at it the first time I watched it. Reese, I know you said that your takeaway the second time around, you were very pleased that it was like the same as your first viewing.
This is the second time I've seen it. This is like maybe the 5th or 6th time I've seen the show.
Okay, but you know what I mean. Like
yeah.
You still
like
you were very pleased.
It's been like four years or so since I've seen it, and your perspective on things change over time.
So your perspective is
Granted, I will say that I had what the fuck, $4.99 and free shipping. Why am I not buying this? The peach flavor and everything. Only 3 left in stock, guys. It's fate.
It's fate.
Anyway, so I really enjoyed it the first time I watched it. It was a show that I watched with my wife that we basically marathoned, and very much enjoyed it. Love fucking Todd Haberkorn's cheesy accent as Firo.
Yeah. I was gonna
loved Lad's voice the whole time.
Brian
Brilliant casting.
That was fantastic.
I will say I loved Isaac and Miria the first time I watched it, but I couldn't not hear Okabe the second time I watched it. So that I don't want to say it ruined the experience, but the second and actual I watched episodes like 1 through 6 after work each day for a while, and then I came back to the show because we did the podcast last week where we didn't do the watch club, and I actually started back over from episode 1 and watched it all the way through to episode 13, and then paused and watched the last 3, which are a DVD special. They're not part of the broadcast.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Which is why they're different.
I didn't like the last 3 episodes.
Yeah, I don't think the last 3 are that good either, especially because Graham is like exactly what we were talking about. You got Isaac and Miria, you've got Lad and Graham, right? Like, let's take this over-the-top character and make him even more over-the-top for no reason.
Over-the-top with views that aren't relevant and feel very enforced as this guy's trying to express himself, but he's more of a madman the more that you keep seeing him. This mechanic.
Oh, the mechanic voiced by Chris...
Ben Freeman?
Chris Patton.
Patton, that's right. I love that guy.
So for a bunch of Texans, they pulled off the New York accent pretty well.
I think
thought
the
it
only
was funny.
person
I wouldn't say they did it. I didn't
did
very well, but
without me noticing it was Jason Lebrecq, because he has a bit of a hint of a New York accent in his regular voice acting. So
who did he voice?
Look.
Okay, Reese apparently knows because I didn't. Yeah, that one was the most natural one. And I know we're not going to show tweets, but I made the tweet.
He also voices Greto.
They totally missed out on not hiring Joey Wheeler's voice actor.
Also, Vic. Vic is Italian.
Yeah.
So am I the only one that liked the different story structures kind of spread out?
I loved that when I first
loved
saw
everything about the series. So
yeah.
If you like it, I like it.
Because if you told it in chronological, you wouldn't get more of the impact, like the girl searching for her brother. You know what's going to happen to the brother.
I didn't know this Dallas mystery guy for like halfway through the series, and then I realized it was the Ian Sinclair character, and I'm like, oh, that guy, he's kind of an asshole. Like, what do I care? I thought it was going to be the profound, like, that was the story, the hook. They were looking for Dallas, and that, like, they'd figure it out, like, near the end. I thought that was going to be the overarching thing, but it's like, no, it's this a-hole that you just meet, like, episode 3.
Yeah, I'll be real. There are a couple characters that feel like they get outshined. So, as you said, there's 16 characters in the opening, right? So they make a joke. They make a joke in the live-action Cromartie High School that is a joke, but it also is like one of those when they talk about the 7 heroes. Yeah, you can't have more than 7 main characters. 7 Samurai, Magnificent 7, Snow White and the 7 Dwarfs, right? Where they do that.
Well, Magnificent 7 is basically a remake of 7 Samurai anyway.
Right. So, but the idea is that in order to, like, and this is kind of true with Toy Story as well, and that's actually why they took the writer from Toy Story to do the Avengers, because you have to balance and juggle all the different characters. And I would say that there's a few too many for this series. I think that they did an amazing job pulling it off. And when I first watched it and everything came together, like, it was the most satisfying anime watching experience I've had in so long. Watching it again, and again, when I watched it again, I had it like picture in picture and had to work on stuff. I was doing stealth weave designs and whatnot, so I didn't get to give it the full, watch experience I did the previous time I watched it.
So it's
but I enjoyed it. Like, I enjoy the characters a lot, but I lacked the experience of like the wow factor of everything coming together. But for me, like, there are parts of the story that when you watch it the first time, like Lad getting off the train, and not knowing who's immortal and who isn't and all that stuff, watching that the first time is just like, it's exhilarating to experience that. But watching it, the third or fourth time and already knowing all of it, it loses some of the wow factor, just simply because you already know that when Cheslaw gets shot in the face with a shotgun, that he's going to come back to life.
And that's kind of like how I feel watching Fate Zero.
Because I knew this whole show was about Immortals, I just expected
the tournament to be kind of a mystery of who does what, and you get the shock and the different action scenes. When you rewatch it again, you kind of know the flavor of what's going on.
I think I took a mental note of every time you see someone brutally like murdered or
in the same sound effect.
Yeah.
No.
They're all the same sound effect. Augie, you sure you don't want this candy?
Yeah, sure. Send me some candy.
Finishing my thought. What was I saying? Every time someone's brutally murdered, exploded, whatever, smashed in the face, they're immortal. It's a giveaway at a certain point.
I like how they regenerate.
Except for that one conductor.
The way they regenerate is kind of cool, especially the sound.
Kind of like a symbiote from Spider-Man.
So the immortal factor kind of hinders it because it's like, well, there's no tension.
I hope that's still an address you get stuff sent to. Actually, now that I realize I haven't sent you something in a long time.
Which you in the chat?
Well, I'm not gonna dox you, Augie.
No. Just say which one. Yeah. Okay.
I'm just saying I'm not gonna dox you. By the way, can you send me Reese, like maybe through a Twitter DM so that I don't accidentally dox you? Can you send me your address just so that I make sure I get the right one?
My address?
Yeah, send it to me via Twitter DM so it's not something I could accidentally dox you if it popped up in Facebook or whatever. I don't plan on screen sharing again.
Can you get the return address stickers off for those packages I sent you?
I mean, I had it, but I don't have it like right.
That's okay. About that. Did y'all get like a Goodfellas vibe with Vlad?
I haven't seen Goodfellas.
The creator of this referenced a lot of the Untouchables and Gangs of New York and a bunch of movies like that. So
I want to bring up the story structure real quick.
Okay.
And
The only one I can't really figure out is Jacuzzi, with like where they got the influence for him, but I haven't seen
Well, if you read any of the trivia on the different things, they talk about how he wanted to make a character that looked entirely different from how he acted. So that's why he made Jacuzzi.
I think what is it regarding the story structure? I mean, it's cool that all these different things unfold and happen, but at the end of the day, because they're all immortal and there's no tension or stakes, it's like, what's the value? You know, they're going to make it.
I think you're looking at it the wrong way. I think that what are you doing on fandom posts? Okay.
As the story
I was like,
went
don't.
on,
Sorry, go ahead.
as the story went on, you didn't know who was immortal.
I didn't know at the end who was immortal, but I think
was Lad immortal?
I kind of assumed everyone was immortal at a certain
Vino
point.
wasn't immortal either, right?
Who
was?
Claire Stanfield.
Yeah, he wasn't immortal.
Vino's not immortal. Lad's not immortal.
Yeah. So I think that's kind of an important thing, is that like there were a bunch of characters, the craziest, wildest characters either didn't know they were immortal or literally weren't immortal.
The thing is, you had
2002. They realized that they weren't immortal.
You had Isaac. He was immortal, but he got in like literally no situation which called for him being immortal. Then you had Vino, who wasn't immortal, but the thing is, I just assumed he was immortal the whole time, so I had no sense of tension or whatever. So I'm just like, okay, yep, he's probably immortal. Then after the fact, after he's already mass murdered and everything, it's like, oh yeah, hey kid, that's a neat trick. You're like, oh, he's not immortal? Okay, well, that's tension I might have felt had I known that before he murdered everyone.
So, Random 11 just solved the issue with what's going on with the Facebook links. So I'm not sure why. So he said that when I'm copying the URL, it has a whole bunch of text after the main URL that's part of the admin portion. So he can't see it because he's not an admin.
But why can't I see it then?
Because you are an admin.
But why can't I see it then?
You
when
can't?
I click on it.
Yeah, you can't see it.
Maybe because you're an admin as RHYS2753, but not your main Facebook account, and maybe it automatically...
No, you got me an admin as my main Facebook account, too.
Okay, well, whatever. The thing is that I'm not sure why, but sometimes when I copy and paste the notes over because I always copy the description from the previous podcast and then edit it for the one that we're doing. Sometimes it goes from a very relatively short URL to a much longer one, and I'm not sure what's causing that. But if all I have to do is lop off that end stuff, then this makes this. I can fix all of them tonight and get that all fixed up. So thank you so much for that. Now, what were you talking about regarding the last thing you were saying at FDM?
I was talking about how each storyline, they unfold, but I
was gonna address. You were talking about how the characters are immortal and therefore it doesn't have any tension. But at the same time, I think that that's incorrect, because number one, the interesting aspect of the story is the world building around that concept about not knowing who is immortal right away, especially, and then also that they weren't actually immortal in the sense that they could be devoured, right? So there was all this stuff going on there with that.
It's ironic how they were somewhat more susceptible to being killed and murdered after the fact when they were all on the boat, because they're all like, yeah, you can just devour each other. It's like, great. But the thing is, what is it? You can continue your thought while I'm trying to get in mine.
I'll say, for me personally, I have like a phobia of limbs getting lopped off, right? And I always hated in Lord of the Rings that Frodo gets his finger bitten off in the last book.
Oh yeah, I didn't like that.
That really bothers me. You know, the idea of losing that phantom limb, losing something that's
why something like Full Metal Alchemist, where he has an automail arm that has same identical functionality
Yeah,
that
like
that
I'm
doesn't trigger the
okay with
phobia.
I'm okay with like the super high tech mechanical prosthetic that might as well just be regular. You know,
That's why
like
every anime, any character who loses a limb can replace it sufficiently for some reason, except for One Piece apparently, because Shanks loses his arm. But in Bleach, you have what's his
is missing an arm.
who?
Sesshomaru and Inuyasha. Inuyasha's
Really?
brother. Yeah.
Really? Did he have like the Itachi, like his arm was like folded over the whole time?
One of his kimono sleeves is like flapping around instead of got a hand in. Anyway, doesn't matter. What I'm saying is that I very much liked when I was watching it, because I have that weird aversion to it, that in the scene where you find out about their immortality with Fira when he gets his fingers cut off when he grabs the knife, that they come back, and I was like,
Whew, okay.
go.
I had a paper cut, didn't saw
right,
that scene, so
and then the alchemy and whatnot. Like I was really interested in that sort of idea of the homunculus and whatnot, because when I saw this, I was developing a story that I branched off of the concept from Shadow of Destiny, a PlayStation 2 game that is about a really interesting game about alchemy, where a homunculus murders the main character in order to give them a chance to come back to life to solve their own murder. But the ulterior motive is that the entire purpose of doing all this is to trick the main character into going back in time to bring the Philosopher's Stone from the future to ensure that the homunculus gets created. So it's a very interesting idea. Anyway, but I just saw the show at like the absolute perfect time for me to truly enjoy it. And again, I think it's a brilliant series. And although I did like Durarara, I do not think that Durarara is nearly as good.
Durarara is not as good.
In terms of, I don't think that the, what do they call the headless creature?
Dullahan.
Dullahan, yeah. I don't think the Dullahan is at all necessary to that story. And number two, they just don't succeed as satisfyingly in weaving all the stories into one in that story compared to what they did in Baccano. But I really enjoyed the show, but I also very much love Untouchables and Goodfellas and, you know, that sort of thing anyway. So I went into it kind of predisposed to enjoying the Prohibition era, you know, sort of thing with the cheesy accents and everything. Especially love Lad's accent. I love how that raspiness to it and the craziness the voice actor brought to the role of an already crazy character. I really liked how it unfolded with him.
Lad?
Wait a minute.
Isn't Lad Jason LeBrec's character?
Lad, okay. So Lad wasn't immortal, right?
No.
In the beginning of the show, that must be the part where he has just come off of the train, where he's got
his arm broken off, busted up,
all like just like bones and stuff. That's got to be yeah. Okay.
Yeah, he gets a middle arm later on.
Like I said, I would much rather see the. I not that I would rather see, but I would like to have the opportunity to watch the show chronologically restructured. You know, just so that for my own understanding.
For the story's weaving, to me, this isn't that bad. It's about on par with Concrete Revolution. However, I have seen worse lately with chronological order, like with Tokyo Majin and the past movie from 2019's winter, Little Women, where they just royally messed up how you do time structure story arcs when that movie did not need that whatsoever.
Okay.
I think they just had way too much going on for the benefit of the show. Okay. What is it? Oh god, it's on the tip of my tongue. Oh, I think it has to do with the mortality again. Oh, why can't I think?
I liked what they did with the conductor, because at
You know
first,
what? I can get your address, Reese, from the Stealth Weeb order you made.
Oh, okay.
That's how I'll do it.
He won't be his site won't be leaking your sensitive information.
Well, I'm letting him know I'm going to do it. So
Not prompting any
I can
hackers.
search your name. That's awesome. This is going to make this way easier.
I could just, when we're done with this,
I got it
screen
right here.
share. And
I got it
type
right
it
here.
out.
Click on the
Now, I want to take
platform.
over for a second and
Go
talk
for it.
about the story structure. So what the series covered was the first 3 novels: The Rolling Bootlegs, the 1931 Grand Punk Railroad, and a good chunk of the Drug and Dominoes series or book. This primarily covers Eve's search for Dallas and the Ruderana's search. In the series, they changed it to have the Ruderana's looking for Dallas as well, but in the book, they're looking for somebody else. But they just kind of combined it into that. And the Rolling Bootlegs, this is the story with Firo and Miza and Isaac and Miria and Zillard in New York. At the end of this book is the party that happens at the end of episode 13, where everybody drinks the elixir and gets immortal. You know, Dr. Zillard's got, after Firo has devoured Zillard. And then all the stuff on the Flying Pussyfoot is these 2 books here. And the OVAs is this novel here, all the way down here, volume 14, the last 3 episodes. Now, this wasn't originally released as this novel. This was released in 8 parts with the individual DVD releases. And it was later combined into this novel.
Oh,
okay.
So, how do you feel about
what? I was going to say, I remember what the immortality thing. What I was going to say is one of the themes that I felt was greatly missing, like including immortality is such a big theme up in the show, like briefly when when they showed the backstory, the origin, but they didn't explore it at all. Like I felt like that was a huge missed opportunity on their part. Because
why is Amazon making me give a phone number?
It it made me question what was the point in including the immortality aspect, because you could have just had any whatever show, Mafia show, and had regular combat, regular tension, rather than a different tension of, oh, are they going to devour me, as opposed to like shooting them. Like I didn't see it all as necessary. Do something with the immortality, like the things that they excelled at with immortality was, this person got totally smashed. Oh, they're not smashed anymore.
Well, I disagree, because Dallas, they caused him to drown for years or whatever.
Yeah.
They continually killed that. They found ways around it. That's what I'm talking about. The world building is that they built up this thing. So when you're thinking like, how the fuck do I kill this guy who's immortal? It's like, oh, you tie him up after you've killed him once, and then you cement him into,
put him in a barrel and
cement
him and drop him in the Hudson.
I thought they did a fantastic job, coming up with all the solutions to those questions and stuff. I thought that it was extremely well thought out. Good.
A very JoJo ending for Dallas, though.
You are
like
robot NM right now.
being like, oh, I dread this life. It's a curse. Everyone around me dies. Me am unhappy.
It's like a synthesizer.
You're a xylophone.
I was
no.
just learning to live. You sound like a sad robot.
Anyway,
That's power play.
The best way to sum it up is it has fun in it, but I feel like it's ultimately like, I don't know, that's kind of like the vibe I get. It has fun to it, but it just bites off way more than it can chew. It's a cluster.
I will agree there. I feel like the first time I watched it, I felt like it wrapped itself up a lot better.
I don't even see a wrap up. They just get out of the train. That's what I remembered. And when I realized that the last 3 episodes were OVAs, I'm like, wait, did it even wrap up 3 episodes? Like, I don't know.
I think it does, because I rewatched it with the anticipation that those last 3 episodes were separate, and I felt like it was a pretty satisfying ending on episode 13.
I can't even remember what episode 13 ended like, but yeah, what were you continuing to say with your first time viewing it and then your second time?
Well, I don't know. I thought it was a inventive, different show from what I was used to, and I thought that there are some serious problems with what they tried to do in terms of it being so different from what people are used to. And I thought that they succeeded extremely well with coming up with solutions. First of all, that opening theme is fucking great. Guns N' Roses. Mm-hmm. Second of all, in the opening theme, they give you every character's name that you need to know. And I thought that was great. The only problem with that is that there are a lot of characters.
That's a problem to a solution that you need for a show that has 1,000 characters.
Yeah, so I'm saying that I thought that they had a clever answer to a lot of the problems that it proposed, and that they thought it out really well. So one of the issues that I think that one of the issues with that is that there are a couple of characters that for those first couple episodes, when you're seeing the names, you have no fucking idea how to pronounce them. How do you pronounce Zillard? How do you pronounce Cheslaw? Right? Like you see those, is it Nice or is it Nice? You know what I mean? So there's a couple of characters where that I think goes back to what I talked about when Augie and I saw Flavors of Youth, where when you're looking at the subtitles and all the Chinese characters' names start with XI, you're like, well, I don't know how. In my head, I can't comprehend what this is supposed to sound like, so I can't follow a thought of who this character is and who all these different characters who all their names start with XI, who they are, because it's something that is too abstract for me, you know, to be able to follow in that regard. It's a little bit different with this because the names are very different, and you hear them when you finally do hear them versus
you can put a mental image to yourself
where it was subtitled when we watched it rather than dubbed. But you know, I just think that I think it was a very ambitious show, maybe more than they could do. And I will say this: if they did a American live action adaptation of this concept, I think it could be fucking fantastic, right? To have a bunch of characters, you don't have to make them as over the top as
Have you seen Snatch
with Jason Statham?
Yes, and Brad Pitt, and directed by directed by Guy Ritchie.
Is it really similar?
I put it in a video in the Discord in the Watch Club section.
Okay, I'll check it out. But what I'm getting at is that the concept of the immortality, I think that, like in the world building around that, I think could be handled extremely well in a Western adaptation where they looked at, because again, anytime you like remake something or steal a concept and redo it, you've had the opportunity to see what worked and what didn't, and come up with a solution to a problem that when they sat down and wrote this, they wrote it episode to episode, week to week. I mean, they had a loose structure, but they kind of, there are mistakes that get made because you make something like you envision how it's going to work, and maybe it didn't work out as well, or maybe after you did it that way, and when you get a chance to sit back and watch it in its totality, you are able to observe a better solution. You know what I mean? So I think that this could be a really good opportunity. Like, I'm surprised they haven't done a live action adaptation of it yet. And again, if they were to do a live action adaptation, this would be a show precisely the same type of adaptation you want to do that they did with Edge of Tomorrow, where you take in the concept, immortality, Prohibition era Mafia, train, robbery, and the several different groups of characters, of which case maybe 6 would be the maximum you'd do for a live action movie, and you would weave all those together, and I think that could really work well for an adaptation, and I'm surprised that they haven't announced one yet. Anyway, do you guys have anything else you want to say, or are we kind of circling the wagon here?
We're kind of circling the wagon. I felt like the pace for the first 13, not the last 3, went very smooth. It's able to capture characters that you see in the background and opening and get you more involved and curious as to who does what as you go through the when and where per episode. And I always like how it goes back to the train every time. Like it explores a bit of the past, you get back to the train per episode. I think there was like 1 or 2 that didn't do that.
I was kind of getting tired of the train. I'm like, can we get off this train?
Hey, it's better than Digimon Frontier.
You said that the second viewing wasn't as enjoyable, AC?
I just think that there are...
I think he's avoiding saying that, but indirectly saying yes.
I think that the first viewing was more exhilarating because I didn't know what was going to happen next.
I feel like every time I've rewatched it, I've noticed something different just because my mind isn't on on the puzzle solving. It's more on the observing.
So to that point, I only just tonight realized that Lad wasn't immortal and that his arm getting all mangled in the beginning of the show was actually the end of the train ride. Right?
Yeah, I didn't put that together. The maniac.
Yes, Maniac Lad.
That guy's not Jason Breck, is he?
He gets a pretty kick-ass metal arm. We see him again in Alcatraz.
So Reese, you're saying this show is really rewatchable like Razafon?
I've never seen.
Not watchable at all.
Oh, you were dealing with a squealing child while trying to watch that show.
So yeah, and again, if I had sat down and rewatched the show with the same full attention I had the first time I watched it, like if I had the luxury of being able to do that, then I think very similar to what you described, I would have been able to enjoy it differently, especially if I had seen it. Because the last time I saw this was, God, like maybe where was I when I saw this? God, I don't even remember. It might have been 7 years ago, 6 years ago, something like that.
One more time. Who's the crazy guy with the white coat?
Lad Russo.
Okay, who is Jason LeBrecq again? Reese?
Look.
Okay, I'm an idiot. They both start with L. Okay, glad we could clarify that.
All right. So, yeah, I just, like I said, if I had been able to appreciate it that way, or had been able to have seen it more recently, so that I could have had those solidified moments. Like I said, I really think that if anybody had the time to sit down and restructure the show to put the each shot into chronological order so that you could see things in that sort of perspective, I think it would clear up a lot of I wouldn't even say confusion, but it would just orient you in such a way. Well, no, I don't think that there's a problem with the way they told the story. What I'm saying is that I think I would enjoy another rewatch even more if I had a chance to sit down and watch it chronologically and then go back and rewatch it the way it was made, right? Because then once I have everything like sorted out in my mind, then each scene I can appreciate in a different way, having linked everything together chronologically.
I will recommend picking up the novels.
Yeah, I'd like to. I legitimately would like to, and I considered buying them off Amazon while I was doing the rewatch. But there's so many of them that I kind of feel like I wanna like get them in one fell swoop. So I might buy them used from somebody who's selling like the whole lot or something like that. Yeah. But I really would like to sit down and read them at some point in my life. I did very much enjoy the show.
And Augie bringing up Graham, saying that, complaining about how Graham isn't in the series before the OVAs. Yeah. I don't remember what book he first shows up in, but it's like maybe 6 or 7.
Okay.
And the series covers, again, 1 through 3 and part of book 4. And that first introduction of Graham is, way after the events. So, I mean, like again, book 14 is his introduction. I mean, his formal introduction, like that, the formal when Jacuzzi's group meets him and they become buddy.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to see the original uncut like thoughts on paper of the by reading it in order, and just seeing how that was put together. But I don't have time for that now. Probably won't for the foreseeable future. But it'll be Versus Seed says it. Oh no, dang it! In chronological, it would end with Isaac and Mira freaking out in the modern day. LOL. Yes, it would.
I thought that was hilarious.
Because right before that scene, it would be all the discussions with Carol, right? Talking about the story. So I'm not saying we need those scenes specifically in order, but I get, I consider that actually all that stuff. And I love that bit at the very end where the rat gets run over and Carol like shields her eyes. I thought that was a nice way that they wrapped.
Part of me was like, I think that was the moment that I'm like, oh, is this the first time I'm going to see something smash and not come back? Oh no, spoke too soon.
You're just always getting cucked, aren't you?
Yeah.
We're still live. Flip's here.
We're still alive as well.
We're actually wrapping up right now. Oh,
we're getting close to finishing.
The stream hasn't taken us yet.
We need to announce the next podcast. Which
what have we determined for the next watch?
Okay, there's so many different versions of Volume 1.
Flip Otaku, please do not leave. We have an article that will be hilarious for you to see.
Oh, the Ultraman one?
Yeah.
The masks.
All right. Okay, so real quick. Next podcast watch club.
Dun, dun, dun.
Which Augie doesn't need to be here for because he already did his own thing.
I can give a
Case Closed, episode 1 with the new cast and English dub. And then any one of these, the beginning arc, like the first episode or 2, which you could view from that one, or this one, because they all have those episodes on it. So that's what we're going to do. What?
I think one of them has 5.1.
This one has 5.1. I think they all have 5.1 actually. Yeah, 5.1, 5.1. English and Japanese. This one doesn't even say what audio.
1.0. 0.0.
Okay, anyway. All right. So before you go, Flip, I mean, I don't have the article up anymore, but I could grab it quickly.
He wants to show you something he'd like to slather all over your face.
Maybe you should leave, Flip.
Tell that to the door, boy.
Hold on, I gotta pull up the article, and actually, maybe I could just search the.
Pull up the doc.
Yeah,
well, the doc is taking this for a while. Maybe I could just go to it. Was an article that I think was posted today, so it would be faster to just pull it up here. Let's see.
Oh, okay. I think he knows. The jig is up.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know. He knows, but maybe not the
particulars of the
Ultraman masks. I might get them for work.
Yeah,
I already showed him that before, just not the one that you're showing him.
God damn it, Augie.
No, this was before this article. So
a different one.
It's different. Go, Flip. Want to look good while staying safe? Put cum on your face.
That's right, Flip. You need
So
to.
I mean, it's funny, but I'm a little disappointed that they claim that it's plastered on the side, and I didn't see it plastered on the side. Anyway.
So
yeah.
Augie was showing you some cum. You heard it here first.
All right, guys. And with that, I think we're off. Thank you for joining us. Remember to like and subscribe.
And
We'll see you next podcast, which will probably be a similar time as to this
contains
one.
99% less cum.
See you guys. Take it easy.